BDD is so incredibly good at Azir, unless it's against T1. Like, there are all of these things that like you have to now add these caveats to, and I think that BDD has been a phenomenal mid laner. I think that the top 4 that we're theorizing, right, assuming that Nongshim and DRX aren't going to make it, like these are the 4 best mid laners in the LCK by a pretty large margin.
By a large margin.
Like it is. It's not even really close.
I'd even say like globally they're all up there.
Yeah.
Like
I mean, outside of the LPL, who also has like ridiculous.
Well, yeah, naturally, like I don't think they'd all be at the highest ranks, and if you look at like specifically who would be at the top, obviously you just got to go for Showmaker. But like BDD would still make a top 10 list in a lot of cases, or I think he should do at the very least.
Yeah, I think without these caveats, right? 100%.
Yeah. Okay. let's say they don't face off because. Yeah.
Look at how they played against Gen G. I think BDD had like one of the best series of his life. He was absolutely incredible.
Gen G against Gen G?
Sorry, Gen G against Damwon.
Oh.
Damwon Kia.
I
think that he just looked so good in that
I know
series.
you two are going to ridicule me for this, but I really just hope...
might too, you never know.
Don't count your chickens.
Thank you. I maybe this is the split where Gen G turns in the round. Like it can happen.
I won't ridicule.
True.
This.
I mean,
no, it could be.
It's possible. We're not talking about definites here. We're talking about like the realms of probability.
I think if they can
and
make finals,
possibility.
I think they have a good chance. I don't think it's as good as T1's to beat Damwon, but I think they have a good chance.
I think if they win 3 games in the final, I think it's almost guaranteed. Thank you so much for joining me, gentlemen. Thank you to Wolf and to Valdez for coming in on your day off.
Definitely worth it.
We will now, Chronicler and I, go and cast some video games that you have already seen. So let us know in the comments how stupid we are for getting the matchups
And whether
wrong.
the games were exciting or not, Chronicler, the T1 Hanalei series, was it good? Let us know.
Listen, it's going to be good. I'm telling you.
I'm speaking to the future right now. Like,
listen,
Okay.
Listen up, man.
All right. On that note, thank you so much for watching our round square table on the Pog State. Make sure you let us know on Twitter how you thought of it, and leave us a comment and just tell us to listen or something like that. Thank you so much.
명은 강팀입니다.
아,
그렇죠.
정말?
동답 대장군! 동답 크면 진 적이 없어요! 농심 레드포스! 한타의 농심! 농심의 매운맛! 또 한타의 농심 나왔어요! 그렇습니다! 에이스! 진짜 빨간 결국 우리가 간다! 피오 간다! 피오 숙제 합류! 농심 레드포스!
Welcome, everybody, to another day of the LCK, but not just any old day. This is the first day of the 2021 Spring Playoffs, and we have Hanwha Life up against Nongshim Red Force in one best-of-5 to see who will move on to the next round of the playoffs. I'm Valdez. I'm joined by Wolf tonight, and we're going to see how this one goes.
Yeah, this is going to be a pretty interesting one. I think this is a really bad mismatch, unfortunately, for Nongshim in their first round of the playoffs. As we had in that video earlier, they're looking for a big upset tonight. For them to defeat Hanwha Life Esports would possibly be the biggest upset that we've had in our tournament. It is going to be a very tall order for this team to win against Hanwha Life tonight, but that's what they're here to do in this best-of-5.
Yeah, you know, we're just going to have to see how these teams are on this day, and Hanwha Life will not be able to take them lightly. As we do have the standings ready, we're going to take a look at this first and just kind of go over where we're at. Of course, if you haven't watched any of the LCK before, this is where all the teams did end up.
Yeah, these are our regular split final standings, and Nongshim, as you could see, ended up in 6th. That is why they have gained this playoff spot. It's a new playoff format. We have a completely new system. It's a bracket format, and we have a 6th team invited in now as well. So that's why the matchup is Hanwha Life versus Nongshim, because 3rd plays against 6th in round 1. So that's how we got here. Nongshim, again, with a very, very tough run through those last few weeks of our regular season. We of course, have tomorrow T1 versus DRX, and we don't know what the round 2 matchups will be, even after we have these matches decided, until Damwon Kia decide who they will pick for that Saturday matchup. So this is our new format. It's what you guys wanted, and it is very exciting. It is going to be a lot more action, and we'll see the top teams play some additional games.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty awesome. Just to run the playoffs here, obviously we all did our predictions over here, the casters, the analysts desk, and everybody basically. And most of us had Damwon picking Hanwha Life after if they make it through over Nongshim, and then T1 going over to Gen.G. That was kind of the general most common theory, but again, you never know. I mean, Damwon might choose T1, and we get a very interesting round 2 kind of semifinal matchup there if that does happen.
Yeah, I believe actually 10 out of 11 commentators here and analysts here in Korea voted that Damwon Kia would win the tournament. Only BitDoll predicted T1 to take the whole thing. As we take a look at our Pig Band top 5 from our final week of regular season from 11.5, you can see that Thresh and Seraphine sitting at the top here, both of them only playing a few games, but were mostly banned in first rotation.
One each. They never really get to see the Rift, whereas Hecarim and Gnar, definitely, they still have 100% presence, but they were played a whole lot more. Gnar, you'll notice in that last week, did not have the best win rate, but, that was 11.5. That was last week. I think a lot of things will change as we move into 11.6. By the way, Diego is still disabled.
I think it was also announced that he would be disabled for MSI, so not a big shocker, I think, for anybody that he is still working through a bit of his identity crisis he's got on the Rift right now. Is we'll have a pretty huge buff to Akali. All the damage going up, but a lot of things reworked as well. First Dash does magical damage now, scales with AP, so a lot of different things changing here with Akali, and I'm hoping we get to see her. We had Verdant Barrier getting nerfed on this patch as well, so maybe she's through. If there's someone who would do it, it's Chovy, right? And he did play it already earlier this season, so fingers crossed for some Akali action.
Yeah, really looking forward to seeing if we do get this champion back into the meta. Speaking of which, Xin Zhao with some pretty big buffs as well. He's very interesting, the spot that he's in. He's got some, it feels like, decent scaling right now, and also he can stick to targets a little bit easier. So obviously in this meta of jungle, where jungle clear is so important, we're not 100% sure if we'll see him, but he did receive a bunch of bans over in the Challenger League playoffs, actually. So it seems like in Korea, people are thinking he's strong.
You can see that Sky Splitter's cap damage is, flat now and is increased early for Volibear, so it actually gives him an opportunity to actually get that power spike a little bit earlier. And you could see that, he doesn't get half heals in lane anymore for his Frenzied Maul, but we're probably going to see him in the jungle if we do see him. That's one of the big exciting things for this week of play is how much Volibear we do see. You could see the buffs here as well to Silas, who was very popular last week as a response to Gnar oftentimes, so hoping we'll see a little bit more of him. And Pyke got a cooldown reduction there, so maybe we'll see some more carry of Pyke later on, maybe tomorrow's T1 match, you never know.
Yeah, it could potentially happen. It's good you mentioned that as our kind of prominent Pyke player, and as you guys can see here, we do have some nerfs to the champions that we see kind of all the time here in the LCK. Renekton's tankiness will be a little bit less later on. Gnar is a little bit less annoying. Now in the lane, the Q damage for Hecarim is decreased later on in the game, which you don't exactly pick him for big numbers, but could do something. The cooldown nerf on Lilia's ultimate is kind of
pretty
interesting.
big.
It's a lot of seconds that were added onto that.
You can see some buffs here across the board to a lot of these items. I think the biggest story here by far is the Immortal Shield Bow nerf. You don't get the lifesteal actually in Lifeline anymore, and that's actually a huge nerf to, in particular, Samira, who has seen a lot of reduced play here. It makes her ultimate a lot less viable in team fights. So I think that's really what we're looking at in terms of the Immortal Shield Bow nerf here. You can see Stridebreaker doesn't give you as much health. It's 100 health, I think, that was removed from that.
Yep.
But you also see the nerfs to Seeker's Arm Guard and Verdant Barrier, as you were talking about earlier. So it does make those mid lane champions a little bit more vulnerable. So maybe we will see a little bit more grouping up to gank the mid lane by the junglers.
I love how this is just like half the Gromp's face. This whole CG is basically about Mr. Gromp. Yeah, he gives more XP and healing after you kill him now. But more importantly, maybe we do have these runes, a little bit less healing in a couple of popular runes that we do see on champions that want a little bit more sustainability and survivability in the lane.
Yeah, the Smite base heal is increased as well, which I think really actually changes quite a bit of how the early jungle is going to be played and how you utilize that if you do get invaded or, around some of those early scuttle fights, for example. So that's very interesting. And suddenly us, that's how I sit when I read the patch notes. Now you know.
Yes. Check your posture, gamers. Drink your water.
Don't be like Wolf.
Very true. But that was kind of like an overview of 11.6, right? But I think the bigger story, we are playing on the patch, which is pretty interesting for some of the players that we are going to see here in these playoffs and what they will actually play with the changes in the patch and stuff like that. We have a really cool video for you guys. We're going to be talking over it as well. It's the points of the match that we are going to get into right now. And let's take a look.
Here we go. Our playoffs are finally starting, ladies and gentlemen. Hanwha Life Esports versus Nongshim Red Forest. Both teams, first time making playoffs. In Nongshim as well, when they were Dynamics, didn't play in playoffs there either. You could take a look at Hanwha Life Esports' history. They've been in the league since 2018 summer, and they have not been in playoffs even a single time. This is by far their most successful run. You can see with the rebranding to Nongshim Red Forest and not Dynamics, it shows them with only one season, but they do get in. And Chovy does win Player of the Split, 1,000 POG points. The guy is definitely one of the most important players. He has played 19, that's right, 19 champions in the mid lane. He is the highest champion pool in the LCK.
And everybody remembers this game because I remember casting it and just thinking, man, I think we're seeing the rising up, not even the birth, because Chovy, he's just an insane player. But when he had this game and solo killed 5 times, he kind of set the tone for what is expected for solo carry mid laners, and he has first in many different stats, as you guys can see.
Yeah.
Solo kills, XP difference, CS difference, gold per minute, damage per minute, everything.
Yep.
Chovy is ahead of everybody else in the mid lane.
Nearly 15 CS per difference ahead at 15, which is actually insane.
It's insanity.
You could see Peanut has 7 years of experience, right? This is a player who's been an LCK champion. He's been to Worlds. This does not include his time he spent in the LPL, and very recently, of course, the Worlds that he spent with that LPL team. And he's a player that I think is really important for Nongshim, not only as a team because of his insane ability in the jungle. You can see he's third in damage per minute on the 6th place team, damage percent second, but also because he's a veteran, right? And his ability to shot call and actually call some of these tense moments, he's been in finals, right? He's been on the world stage. The rest of his teammates can't say that.
Yeah.
Speaking of experience, Deft is 8th playoff here in the LCK. He has an insane amount of experience, and this is the matchup, Valdez, I am most worried about, actually, for Nongshim, because their champion pools here, overlap to a certain extent, but Deft can play so many different champions that Duckdom is really going to get locked out of the draft, I think. In Hanwha, if you try to draft against Deft, they have such wide champion pools in general that Deft, he's going to dominate this lane matchup very likely, but also Duckdom isn't going to have that same impact that he's so famous for here in the LCK. I mean, he's been by far Nongshim's most consistent player, and up against Deft, that's a really tough matchup, so it actually kind of neuters his power. And that's what I'm most concerned about here for Nongshim is this bottom lane.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good point because I think this is Duckdom's biggest test, right? Now the stakes are raised, and even in the regular season, the last couple of times Nongshim played up against Hanwha Life, they took a bunch of losses. They only won 1 game in 2 series against Hanwha Life. And, I'm sure Duckdom had some good play, but he is up against a Titan in Deft. As we're going to take a look at some of the team stats here. Obviously, Hanwha Life in 3rd compared to Nongshim's 6th. They are going to have some bigger numbers.
Yeah, you can see the win rate for both teams with first turret is very high. And a lot of that first turret is for Nongshim in the bottom lane, right? Duckdom gets that very early. He lanes very well, gets those turret plates, gets massively ahead. You can see Dragon control is not amazing, actually, for either of these teams. They don't often prioritize the Dragon, and they instead try to get that extra gold with the Rift Herald, Nongshim especially. So something to keep an eye out for here for both of these squads. As you see the starting lineup here, it is going to be Morgan and Johan. That's always the big question mark here for Hanwha Life Esports.
Yeah, Johan starting, one of these rookie junglers on the side of Hanwha Life. He is also going to have a lot on his plate here tonight. It helps that he has some insane laners, though. Chovy basically never loses lane. And as a jungler, that just makes your life so easy. Morgan has been really stepping up to the plate in recent times as well. Not to mention Deft and Vista, who are an incredibly strong bottom lane. So I think if there's any role on this team that you might be able to carry, it should be the jungle.
And taking a look at Nongshim's roster, it's the same roster we've been seeing from them all year long. Rich in the top lane has had his ups and downs. Peanut, the veteran. Bay, one of the most emotional LCK players we have. And this season, he has definitely had some decision-making issues that have cost Nongshim big in some of these teleport fights, for example, his rotation timings, lack of prio. That's a big issue against Chovy, right? The best mid laner, most would say, this year. As we take a look at the bottom lane, this is what I'm most worried about. Look at the stats for Duckdom here. Again, with a 6th place team, these stats are actually incredible when you consider, how poorly Nongshim has done as a team compared to Deft stats, right, for Hanwha Life Esports.
Yep, absolutely. And we're not wasting any time. We're jumping straight into the pick and ban. The players are ready. And so we are going to hop right into it. Guys, this is a best-of-5 format. This is where everything changes. We're going to see some really cool stuff happen in the pick ban, hopefully, as the teams do react and change their play and picks based on what they see the enemy team doing.
You mentioned Chovy, having that 19, or we talked about the 19 champion pool for Chovy. Makes it very difficult to draft against Hanwha Life Esports. They've already taken away the Lucian here. They're going to take away Deft Senna, which I think is going to be potentially a permanent ban. But Vista has also played, I believe, 17 champions this season himself.
Yes.
And so, it's very difficult to draft right now if you're Nongshim around these early prio champions. The hardest part of the draft for Nongshim is always going to be the first few picks before second rotation, because there's just so many champions that Hanwha Life Esports excel at, and they will take away that very critical thresh. So Hanwha Life, will they show us some new jungle priority here, or are we just going to go back to the norm? And Morgan is going to get his Renekton right away. Can't ban all of them.
Yeah, I mean, you were talking about banning away pocket picks and stuff like that, but, you know, there's still a lot of OP stuff, even on patch 11.6, and from what I can tell, really the biggest thing was the Thresh. I suppose the Seraphine you can include it. Very curious to see what Peanut is going to play today. With Hecarim available, it looks like he's going to hop straight onto that to start for game 1.
Yep, going to be high priority here for the jungle for Peanut once again. They get the Gragas here very early too. This could end up being a flex pick for Kellen, but it's also a very stable matchup into the Renekton in particular. Nidalee going to be the choice here for Johan. It's been a pocket pick for him in many different matchups, not just the Renekton pairing and that synergy. And I do feel like this is a great place to start the best of 5, right? Is just have a strong top side here for Hanwha Life Esports. And they will look to grab the Rel here as well. There's a lot of champions that pairs very well with Tristana has been removed from play here, so, and the obvious Alistar counter pick coming through.
Yeah, you were talking about 17 picks for Vista. Kellen has played 6.
Yeah.
He's kept it very simple. The top 4, and then Rakan and Seraphine. So that's kind of what you can expect from him. He's going to pick up the Alistar very, very readable, essentially, as Sylas is immediately going to get banned, and I think we're going to see more of that as the day comes along.
Interesting to see the ban on the Samira here. Alistar Samira is a very common pairing in the bottom side of the map because his Pulverize does allow you a lot of time to actually get your Inferno trigger off. It's one of the longer disables that you actually have in the bottom lane, but at the same time, you know, that Immortal Shieldbow nerf coming through, I think, really weakens her power level. And I personally believe she's not that strong right now anyway, so a pretty curious ban here coming out from Hanwha Life Esports as we see the AD pool thin further. I think the Jinx ban was absolutely warranted here. And there's the Kai'Sa ban, which is actually Deft's most played bot champion by a large...
Oh, yes.
Yes!
Ezreal comes out right away. And we've been seeing more and more Ezreal. You'll note that it's 11-4 so far.
Very high win rate.
Yeah, and it's not even essentially from like the top of the table 80 carries. We've seen a lot of Noah playing it, Prince playing it, stuff like that.
Oh.
And Deft hops onto Kalista.
Really going to try to control this lane early. Hanwha Life Esports have a lot of power on both the top and bottom side of the map with this Kalista Rel, which is so incredibly powerful. You're going to have such a really strong amount of engage in lane, and you're going to be able to blow up this Alistar very easily. It will fall off, though, in terms of its ability to fight range later. Okay.
What is this?
I mean, it could very likely be Renekton mid for Chovy with this setup. We'll see what the counter pick is, and that'll probably determine a lot of this. It looks like it's going to be the Zoe coming through here for Bay. Very much a high skill ceiling champion for this rookie player who has struggled under the pressure in the past, and this is his most pressured situation he's been in his career, his first LCK playoffs, laning up against Chovy. It's going to be the Renekton, it looks like, here in the mid lane, and you know, this is a matchup where he can get a lot of poked on, but if he makes one mistake, and if you get caught just one time, it is lights out with the Nidalee Renekton mid combo. Like, you have to be so careful.
Yeah. I actually really love this swap with Chovy going on the Renekton. I'm really not sure about the Vladimir. We saw it one time. It was very lackluster.
Doran played it, right?
I believe so. And it doesn't really necessarily even fit with their comp. I mean, everything else is straight on, super aggressive, early to mid game. We are going to try to shut this down, whereas Vlad is like late game scaling. So it's kind of an out, but yeah, you're having a very interesting kind of weak side of the top lane with that Vladimir last pick.
Yeah, I feel like it would have been easier if you wanted to go down that route of trying to have kind of a just-in-case scaling champion. You could have just picked the Victor here, actually, left Renekton in the top lane and, you know, had a stable laning matchup there, but that's not Chovy's style, right? And we will see how this composition works because it is very low range as well. I mean, sure, the spears are going to give you some of that poke to start fights where you can go in. But on the other side of things, for NSㅣ Esports, they have this very, very poke-oriented composition. It's very strong in the later parts of the game.
Well, here we go, guys. We're going to hop onto the Rift for game number 1 of the playoffs in its entirety. Life Esports up against Nongshim Red Force. That is a very cool Callista skin. As we are hopping straight in here, Chovy, so far, he's played 2 games of Renekton. He's looking for his 3rd win on the champion. He's undefeated in those 2 games.
Yep.
And this is a matchup in the mid lane that we, coming into this, were thinking is going to be the absolute biggest mismatch of the entire playoffs.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I talked about Duckdom in the bottom lane and that being my biggest worry for Nongshim in terms of like their power being, kind of, again, neutered because of this matchup into Deft and how big his champion pool is. But in terms of just their weakness in general, it's Bay in so many of these circumstances. And I hope we don't see a choke here, especially in the first game, into something like a Renekton, because that's when things can really get out of hand. As, yeah, like I always say, LCK could always use a little bit more cowbell.
Yeah, we're ringing in the playoffs. Thank you, Kellen.
He's going to get out of here, no problem.
This is a very interesting late invade coming in now from the side of Life. And you see that Nongshim are thinking about actually fighting here as we got the engage coming on in. This is 5v3 right now. Life are getting smothered here in the jungle.
It's going to be a
double. 2 of them are going to go. And Duckdom gets one, Bay gets the other. What a great start here for Nongshim.
I mean, this is going to be Life Esports playing their early game with one hand tied behind their back. And this is extremely important where those kills went, too. 1 to Bay, 1 to Duckdom. This makes Bay so much easier to be stable in this lane where we're a little bit concerned about him. But also, it's a lot of early damage coming through for Duckdom as well in a lane matchup that can be very difficult early. So kind of dropping the ball here a little bit. Nongshim very early on. The trouble bubble hits here from Bay, and that's one of the most powerful tools you're going to have in a skirmish like this. Bay's wrapped around. When you're this far deep, you don't really get an out, unfortunately, as Life. They try to use the crash down engage here, and the sleep catches Deft. He dies. It's going to be late back to lane, and then you can see they give the 2nd kill over here to Duckdom. It is very, very good news if you're a Nongshim fan.
Yeah, I mean, you were talking about how this is going to be an incredibly hard matchup for Nongshim, but just getting this kind of handicap start for themselves is so nice. It's going to change how this game works out in its entirety. The draft of Life loves to get ahead early to mid, and if you're already starting behind, it's not a good feel. And Duckdom getting a kill in the Israel, I think, is the biggest thing. I'd be terrified of that guy getting any kind of early gold tier.
Yeah, I mean, it's massive for him. And he started tier, right? So it's like some of those vulnerable moments in lane when you start tier 2, just don't feel as bad now. And that's going to stack up very early on, so he can just chunk with impunity with his Qs nonstop. I'm very, I want to say puzzled, honestly, about that move from Life Esports because it is just so high risk. But, we talked about it, too. You mentioned it. They're now playing from behind in a comp where they need to be ahead early. And I think that was the idea. They wanted to get some early kills to really get this comp going. But it was just the execution was so poor that now they've gone down the other path of being behind massively.
Yeah, I mean, if they could just kind of leave Morgan on an island, set up vertical jungling, and allow Johan to basically terrorize both the mid lane with the Nidalee Renekton and helping Deft and Vista get ahead, I think that was ideal. And, on paper, seemed like a decent idea. Didn't work out. As now Life thinking about getting in here. We're going to have that stun coming on in as Bay does take a bunch of damage. Even Vista was here, but not going to actually get any summoners even out of Bay.
Yeah, it was pretty... it showcases, though, why the matchup can be so scary, when you've got a Nidalee who can chunk spears in. And even later on, post 6, because of how your ult works as Zoe, like you're very predictable where you're going to land. So hitting those spears is very easy. So you really do have to be careful. But he's done a great job of it so far. Has that early lead, 1 kill, 1 assist, got a little bit extra gold there. As this matchup is going swimmingly so far for Morgan.
Oh wow! But look at this. Peanut is right here on time. Chovy gets in. They're both level 5, so Vlad at this point in the game is not really doing much outside of, he doesn't even have electrocute. I mean, he's gone phase rush, which is pretty standard, but it does take away from any kind of early game plays and kind of puzzling. Teleport coming in from Homolife. They're really trying to press the issue with some of these plays.
Yeah, I mean, this is starting to really feel like Homolife Esports have drafted themselves into a corner here with how this game has gone. Because the ability to catch up from here, it's not impossible, but it does force you to make proactive plays like this. And this is something that everybody watching knows. It's something that Homolife Esports know. That's why they're rotating. But it's something that NSㅣ definitely knows and is respecting in their play. And, oh man, this is just going to start to get out of hand. He's got Lost Chapter already. And he is just taking names here with his Paddle Stars.
Yeah. Merc Treads first for Chovy. Definitely a good idea. You can turn around some of those plays on the bubble even. Zoe is very combo-based, and Renekton can definitely get in your face after that combo comes in, so Bay is still going to have to be careful, even if he does do a nice amount of damage. Ult here just to clear the wave, get a good back for Morgan. All good and fine.
Yeah, and this has been a already pretty fiery start to our playoffs here, Valdez. I mean, I think that if NSㅣ win this series, I almost, and I say this a lot about playoffs and finals, but I almost feel like you have to win the first game if you're NSㅅ. Oh man, this is just oppressive. And I say that because if you're a team like NSㅅ with a lot of rookies that, and actually I say a lot of rookies, not actually, it's
yeah,
players that don't have the same amount of experience as like Deft does on the other side, as Chovy does. But, you know, they have Peanut to keep them in line, but this is their first playoffs. Like, Rich has played a lot of LCK, but he's never played anything like this before. And I think that if you're going to beat Homolife Esports, it's almost got to be momentum-based, where these players are starting to feel themselves a little bit. Like, okay, we won game one, this is actually doable, we can do this. And then you get pretty excited, you play your best League of Legends, you don't play nervous, you don't play scared. Uh-oh.
That was the portal jump that may just end it, but perfect timing for Peanut to come in and save the day. Not really gonna, you know, look for kills here, but Peanut does pretty much save his life, or at least his flash, in this scenario. Peanut in both the top lane gank that was coming in with the teleport from Chovy and that gank. So he's keeping his team afloat right now in the early game.
He really is, and that's what you have to do when your comp scales better than what Homolife Esports' comp is going to do in general, is you just make sure that you don't lose the early game. Like, that's the goal, is to make sure this snowball doesn't happen. And if Peanut's always at the right time, at the right place at the right time every single time, he's kind of the bodyguard jungle here. He's not making aggressive plays, he's actually just playing defensively. And that's what you should be doing, because you don't want to take those early fights or trades unless you're doing it so defensively. And we'll see some posturing here around the Rift Herald. But, you know, I don't know if they can actually do this right now. Like, even Kellen is rotating up right now.
They overthinking it there a little bit. One thing you got to be careful is to not just portal jump willy-nilly, because against Renekton Italy, you do that at the wrong time, you're just dead. Like,
yeah.
Peanut's not there, you're probably just dead. So you don't want to give any free kills to this duo of Chovy and Johan on the Renekton Italy.
It almost felt like Bay was trying to bait a play there because Kellen was rotating over, but just wasn't able to make it happen. If Chovy had engaged in there and he had hit his combo and he tried to follow up, Chovy tried to follow up, then could have been bad for him. But it's actually been a pretty passive game here, minus the early action, which is not a good sign for Homolife Esports. I mean, sure, they made 2 gank attempts, but neither were successful. And this Kalista isn't crushing the bottom lane like she's supposed to be doing. And that range issue is going to compound upon itself the later the game goes on. These first few skirmishes around Drake control, for example, she's still very powerful, even while behind. She's actually up 10 CS, but, you know, Ezreal has a massive lead because of that early kill.
Yeah, Duck Dom's fine to just avoid Fate's Call and just farm it out here with some of the priority they have down on the bottom side. We may see Johan making a move on this Drake, but actually decides against it for now. Could still hop the wall if he wanted to, but not going to do it. As the wards have been good in the mid lane, Bay is going to spot him right now. Actually pings out the Nidalee as well.
Yeah, they have lots of vision actually on their side of the map. NSㅅ do, because they want to avoid these early ganks. Like, they are playing defensively. They do understand the win condition of Homolife Esports' comp so well. The scuttle control has been nice. You see the control ward even for Rich there on the tri-brush there below his tower. And, it's just really difficult for Johan to make proactive plays right now with all this defensive sub. He even went for the Dark Seal here, actually, to try to really snowball this game. And it is just not happening.
Chovy's taking a bunch of damage here. He's going to be grateful he didn't miss the cannon, but take a look at where Peanut is again. The second that Johan is anywhere near the mid lane, Peanut's there every single time. And so, good luck getting a kill early. If you're Homolife Esports, it's not looking very good.
And sometimes it doesn't even take a kill to actually get this Rift Herald priority, right? I mean, you end up chunking Chovy down to a 3rd health, and he can't challenge that anymore. The waves are crashing. It's hard for him to rotate in. Bay needs to be careful of getting sandwiched here, but it looks like he will be able to close the gap here. Rich coming down. I think Homolife Esports have to fight over this, but they're not in position to do so because Chovy's so low on health.
Yeah, Chovy is taking a bunch of poke damage. They're still going to commit to this, I think. Looking for the smite. Dominance is popped, and it's going to go to Johan. Peanut misses the smite here, and now in a little bit of trouble. He's going to be able to ultimate away, but now totally on the run. And you can see that Ridge is just left out to dry. So not going very well. Bay, though, is looking for the kill onto Vlad. He should pick it up, so at least gets the scraps on his way out. Ends up being 2-0-1, but Homolife able to pick up a kill and the Rift Herald.
Yeah. Gets the flash commit there as well, so Bay loses his flash, which makes him a little bit more vulnerable in these next few moments in the mid lane. But I think this was fairly poorly handled by Nongshim. You know, they had the HP advantage, of course, on Chovy, and then, you know, the smite was a little bit late. You know, Johan actually is able to pull the trigger on that. And I think that was actually, Homolife Esports is like, okay, this is our best case scenario. Like, you could tell by the way they were positioning, they were not hoping to win the fight, but actually just steal the Rift Herald. And they got away with that and got that kill, so this ended up being amazing for Homolife, and you take that fight even with Chovy is, you know, sitting at just about half health because you know your comp is so strong at this early stage in the game that you need to commit, and works out pretty well for them. A lot of extra gold to them in this early game, which is what their comp needs.
And now they can start getting very proactive, you know, now that they've kind of leaped ahead here in this game, they can exert their force over this Drake. You can see they're getting some deep rewards on in there. So far, both junglers have just ignored the Drake, so not really going for those objectives just yet. I believe that was also mirrored in the stats that we saw earlier on today.
Yeah.
Just kind of going for Rift Heralds, going for money and early gold rather than just the Drakes for both of these teams. This is what I'm talking about. You got to be careful if you're portal jumping. See you later, Bay. No flash. Goes in, looks harmless, and then you just get clapped.
And it wasn't an accident that was the timing that they were able to make this happen, because Vista is actually keeping Peanut busy over here.
Oh, and they're not wasting any time getting in there once again. The Magnet Storm does come in. Deft in a little bit of an awkward spot as in goes Peanut, and Duckdom's able to get the kill now. This was looking so good on the invade for Homolife, up a member, but at the end of the day, it's actually Duckdom who picks up a kill.
Yeah, Duckdom is now going to get so fed potentially in this game. That's a huge problem for Nongshim. They had the advantage when they got that kill in mid, so they felt like they could actually force the issue here, but it didn't really need to be done. I mean, he'll take that win. The amount of posturing we saw from you know, Vista in the jungle there around blue allowed that play to happen in the mid lane. Look at where they are right now. Actually, he's continuing to make sure that he tracks where Kellen is, and they have total vision control. And this is the first time that the gank is successful because they actually removed all of Nongshim's vision before this, and Vista was in such a good position. Then they commit here super hard, but look at Duckdom. I mean, this is the kind of power I'm talking about with the Alistar. You just have so much free damage actually during that pulverize, and then Peanut's able to turn things around. Really nice True Sharp Barrage combo there from Duckdom. He just put it all on the line. He said, here's all my damage, you're going to take it, Def. And at that point, you can't push the issue any further as Homolife. You don't have your damage anymore.
Yeah, that's one of the issues with the Callista as well. You have to get a little bit closer to the fire, and Alistar loves that. The second you get anywhere near him, he'll just be able to combo you, stop you from hopping around, hold you in position so that Ezreal can just blow you up. And, you know, even though Homolife definitely in a good spot here in this early game, the carries on the side of Nongshim still getting scarily fed. I mean, 2-0-1 Ezreal. He's down 10 CS, but, I mean, this is a game that Duckdom can carry.
Yeah, it certainly is. Like, I mean, and this is the kind of thing that I didn't think was really going to happen, right? I was like, well, I mean, Deft has so many champions who can play very well. A lot of overlap with Duckdom's champion pool as well. And, you know, we saw the Senna ban coming through, which gave over, you know, a lot of control of the draft to Homolife. They got the early Renekton pick. But, you know, in this game, Duckdom is, because of that early kill, so able to get a nice lead. Now he has 2 kills. And, you know, the dream of Duckdom actually carrying NSㅅ might come true in this first game. And that's not something I thought we were going to be saying, you know, in our first game or at all in this series necessarily. Turret plate gold, you know, here, massively in favor of Hanwha though. Stat comes up.
Yeah, definitely able to get some nice value out of that early Rift Herald and some of those early plays around that objective. And you can see that the CS numbers in every lane are actually in favor of Hanwha Life. So kind of overall, the team performing better here. Just, you know, in the little things in the laning phase for the side of Hanwha.
Yeah. You see the gold across the board is, you know, advantage Hanwha at the moment. A lot of that is from the CS.
He doesn't know that Kellen's in this bra. Oh, no, that wasn't Kellen.
I think it was
Peanut, actually.
Peanut.
I knew it was a tanky animal type of figure, but it ended up being the horse and not the cow. The bull, I guess.
Well, you know, the gold leads we saw there, like you mentioned, a lot of CS it being the main factor for that, but hold that thought, Kellen is up there. I was going to say, this is how the comp is supposed to be working for Hanwha Life Esports. You know, they should have a gold lead across the board. That small lead that Duckdom has is actually going to be a big problem later on as he does it again.
Oh, not again. And at least he's able to hop back this time with his flash. Didn't have the flash last time, but you know, you always like to talk about Azir and forcing out flashes. This is another way to do it. I mean, Renekton and Italy is just going to have their way with your laning phase, and there's not much you can do about it.
Yeah. Especially with a champion that guarantees spear hits. You know, every time you end up doing those teleports, you're going to have to really be careful. And honestly, probably just don't do it. Don't trade that aggressively when you don't have vision of where Peanut is. Second Rift Herald. Oh, we're going to have a little bit of a pause. A little bit of brief interruption in the action. But Rift Herald being taken here as NSㅅ rotate towards it.
Yeah,
Peanut issue.
I thought that Kellen was going to engage there with the Alistair onto the Rel, but they didn't have any vision up in the top river, so maybe just waiting for that. Peanut taking that time to say there might be a small issue.
Yeah, you know, I think one thing that really benefits some of the nerves that NSㅅ would normally have in a series like this is that they are playing from home. Something I wanted to mention earlier, this is very unique scenario that's happened obviously because of the pandemic that's happening globally, but that is going to give you at least when I see this, you know, big camera shot of Peanut in the ref, I'm like, yeah, they are at home still, in fact, which can definitely make you feel more comfortable. There's no fans screaming every time you, like, imagine if you're Bay, you're nervous, you do that portal jump, you get ganked, you get killed, the crowd screams, and it's like the next time it happens, you lose your flash. It can be a very demoralizing type of thing. The crowd is a huge factor that we don't have in this playoffs.
It's very true. It seems like Peanut has some lag, so that's one of those pause issues that you don't want to hear because not always the easiest thing to fix, can't always be easily detected, so may require some testing. But
this is a terrible,
100% sure.
Terrible time for a pause, by the way. You know, if you're Hanwha Life Esports, you're about to go into this fight, and you are not allowed, the pause is resolved. You're not allowed to talk or discuss anything during these pauses, so you can't be like, all right, I think Alistair's going to engage, like, what are we going to do? You're, like, trapped in this weird moment where you're, like, cannot actually communicate, and and you're like, okay, this fight's about to happen. It seems to be resolved.
Yeah, I caster blessed it. I'm like, no, this is generally a really long issue that might be really difficult to solve, and then they solve it immediately.
Did you just curse it because
no,
you haven't gone in game?
No, I would never do that. I believe we're ready to go.
Yeah, it might just be that the lag issue was resolved, but he's still loading into the new lobby. And here we go. Fight breaking out.
Yep, here, okay. Just getting right on in there. The damage on Atobi is enough. Actually, the kill will go the way of Kellen. Fate's Call has to be used, but look at this! Justin Johan just getting bullied on the other side of this wall. That's going to be a second kill now in favor of NSㅅ. As now Kellen looking for more. He wants depth. Nice interrupt from the Rel, but actually just ends up dying himself. Heal is used by Duckdom, but he still actually goes down. but still a massive
4
team-fight
kills.
win for Nongshim.
4 kills here in this game, and this is the stage of the game where Hanwha should be dominating, and to lose a fight so decisively, and I'm sure we'll have a replay of exactly how it went down, is so troubling. And this is going to be one of those moments where that pause really starts to get on you. You get into your mindset, right, if you're Hanwha, because this fight could have gone very differently, and there could have been a lot of different things that happened. Let's see how it broke out, because we're going to have to go back quite a bit here in time. So you can see Hanwha Esports had the advantage here in mid, and we're going to try to turn this into a Rift Herald. And then Chovy is just completely collapsed on. They didn't have any vision, but didn't respect where Kellen was there. There was a Nidalee trap, and that's it. The Peanut ult here through this choke is so nice. And you stay way too long, you know, in this fight. I think everybody should have gone out here further. And then actually, like, they are going so deep on this one. They know that their comp has really hard engage, and it was so well played. Hanwha, you know, is going to end up losing Peanut there, but they end up, or rather, Nongshim ended up losing Peanut there, but they got 4 kills worth of gold here, and have evened up that gold lead nearly. And this is a terrible, terrible situation now for Hanwha Esports. Their comp is going to struggle to scale later on outside of this Vladimir.
Yeah, if you're taking fights like that already as Nongshim, you're feeling really great. Again, Chovy kind of just got caught, right? He stepped up to a control ward, no vision over to the other side, and just got straight up comboed by the Alistair. He wasn't able to do anything in that last fight except run away, get stunned, and die. So Hanwha essentially playing a 4v5 in that last fight, and I'm sure they can kind of clean things up before the next one. As Hanwha's comp, you want to be the ones engaging. You send your Renekton Rel forward. You're throwing him in.
Your comp is a dive comp, basically.
Yeah, with the Fates call, you've got Vladimir that has great access to your back line of the enemy team. That's what you want to do. You don't want to be kiting back, because you're not going to enjoy your time at all.
And the game gets so much easier for Nongshim if they end up getting this Mountain Drake as well. Like, they're going to have a lot of extra defensive tankiness, and there's just no way that Hanwha Esports can actually contest this right now. Morgan does not have teleport. He is rotating over. They're again going to look for a potential steal. They're wrapping around. I don't know about this one, Hanwha.
All right, they're going to go in. That's a nice little combo from the Rel. A lot of damage does come out, but the Mountain Drake taken right on time. Bay now looking to turn it on to Chovy, but he gets stunned up, and now he's being bullied over here. Will take a ton of damage from Death, and Morgan, actually, who will pick up the kill. But the Mountain Drake, at the end of the day, does go the way of Nongshim.
Yeah, Hanwha Esports had a really nice engage there from Vista. Without that, I mean, this fight looks completely different. He comes in with a Magnet Storm, and they're able to get a ton of damage done in the early exchange there. And Peanut's ultimate didn't really connect with anybody, so it was kind of an awkward fight for Nongshim. And we'll watch the replay of it in a moment, but they still end up trading back a kill. They still are able to take this Drake. So you can see Vista is waiting on the other side. This is such a beautiful collapse, right? He comes in, flashes, drops down the Magnet Storm. Chovy gets knocked away, which is pretty massive. A lot of that damage on the Duck Down was missed because of that. Really well handled here by Kellen. And you see Peanut's ult was a little bit awkward there. They're able to trade it back. Morgan doing a ton of damage, as you mentioned. I mean, that is going to be one of the big threats. One of the things that works really well with Hanwha's comp later on is he's a scaling champion that works extremely well with dive. So, yeah. I mean, you could see if he was in that fight from the beginning, that could have looked very differently with the Magnet Storm to start off.
Yeah, and that's what they're going to be looking for later on in this game, no doubt. But at the same time as Nongshim, I mean, trading 1 kill for a Mountain Drake against this kind of composition, feeling pretty good. You're going to be able to have some tanky items. I mean, in their comp, they already have Hecarim and the Gragas and the Alistair on top of that. So even the Ezreal and Zoe can potentially build some items later on. It's not a Mountain Soul, but it's definitely going to make things a little bit easier for them to survive against a lot of the damage that does come out from Hanwha.
Yeah. And, you know, the group ups that you see here from Nongshim, they're just trying to get any gold they can.
Oh, wow. Actually engaging here is Rel. And you just used 2 ultimates to get nothing.
Nothing.
From Nongshim. Nothing.
I mean, I think they wanted to maybe try to defend the turret there, but that was just never going to work. I mean, it's Duckdom. He's got his empowered auto with his W on the turret. Like, that's going to go down so fast. That was an extremely risky fight, and they had to use the ultimates in order to not die there. That's rough here for Hanwha. There's no objective fight right now, so at least this is not like happening right before a Drake fight, which would be disastrous. But still, it's not something you want to have happen.
Yeah, definitely a pretty awkward one there, but as you mentioned, they have some time to try to recuperate those ultimate abilities and be ready for when the next fight actually does break out.
Yeah.
For now, we're just going to be farming it out here. I actually like throwing Duck Dominant in the lane against the Renekton. You see that Chovy is now going to go top and avoid that. Lots of MR going to be built to start off from both the Hecarim and the Gragas. Need to deal with the Nidalee Vladimir, who just bring tons of straight up magic damage.
Yeah, we do see, you know, despite the nerf, that Strybreaker is going to be built here again for Chovy. It's only a small health nerf. It's still viable for what it's for. I guess you could have arguably seen the Prowler's Claw, which we do see a lot of Renekton's build in the mid lane, but standard build here, nothing out of the ordinary. He's got a Cleaver and his Phage coming up online. We do see a lot of heal deny, 2 Oblivion Orbs bought actually in this game, which is going to be really easy to apply for Morgan in a lot of these team fights. Very important. Duckdom, you know, doing the standard Essence Reaver build. Very quick Horizon focus, by the way, at this stage in the game. And I'm not entirely sure exactly when he bought it, but he's had it for a little while here, and that's an item that if you get early, it's a huge spike for Zoe.
Yeah, and it's good he got some kind of item because he is nearly getting Flame Horizon by Chovy.
Yeah.
I like how this just casually happens pretty much every game that Chovy plays.
Exactly.
It's just the Chovy buff that's going to come in. But realistically, what has happened is he got behind in the lane, lost some waves, fell behind pretty decently against Chovy, and now in the mid game, they're going to give a lot of this farm to Duckdom. I mean, he's definitely their win condition right now.
Sure.
You've got the tanks that can build around him. The Zoe is not going to be the consistent late game damage. You're going to want a lot of that gold onto the Ezreal and the player of Duckdom. So
Yes.
feed all the gold to him if possible. That's what you'd love to do if you are Nongshim, as we do have an engage here once again. And again, it's Nongshim that are pushing into Hamalife, which is what they want to do.
Yes.
And deny Hamalife from doing that to them.
They're going to get some vision control here right before this Drake. You can see the win rate at 25. The gold lead is 100%. They have never lost this season, 22-0. And this might be the first. This might be the first time we see that change because, you know, Nongshim in a really nice position here. They don't have a comp that can rush this Drake down just yet, so they actually don't get to sneak away with it.
Teleport, flank coming in. This is exactly what they want. A huge Magnet Storm comes in. Duckdom has to flash away. But where is the damage out of Hamalife? They finally get that kill, but Duckdom able to trade one back. Trying now to get on top of Bay, as Chovy is just a menace. Nobody can stop him. Kellen is able to do it for a while, but Duckdom gets totally left out to dry. And now there is no front line for Nongshim. Chovy just able to make a huge play and win this fight essentially for the side of Hamalife.
Peanut looks like he might just barely get out of here as the damage was ticking down. He does escape, but that was exactly how this comp is looking to engage, right? You have the Magnet Storm with the, you know, engage that you're going to see from a Renekton. Last time it was denied, right, by the headbutt, but this time he's able to flank with the teleport and has an amazing angle to get through there. Duckdom was able to get away from a lot of that damage early on and got a kill, but after that, he couldn't actually close the gap, and Bay just had no escapes anymore. Looks like Rich is actually going to contest this.
This
is kind of insane.
Pretty interesting. Okay, he's got Peanut nearby. And we have another teleport committed to here. Nongshim wants something off of the back of giving away an Infernal Drake, but they, this time, will get nothing. It's their turn. Because Rich is going to go over the wall. Got to be careful here. You've got Vista nearby. But Rich a little bit too tanky at this point in time to take too much damage. But Infernal Drake over to Hamalife, that's exactly what they want at this point.
Yeah, and you know, I appreciate... I really will say it. Like, I feel like I appreciate Nongshim trying to make plays like this. It shows a really good confidence in their composition, but just confidence in general. To make a risky play like that, they don't actually get anything out of it, but it would have put them into a huge lead in this game. And to see this team making decisions like that, even though this one didn't work out, to try to slow that Drake down, you know, Peanut was coming, they had Smite, is actually really good to see from a team like this going into a first game of a best-of-5. And Sleep.
Okay. Thinking about the cask here, and that's a huge amount of damage coming out from the Ezreal. Big knockup comes in, but Zoe immediately goes down. Duckdom is too far away. He cannot join the fight. They do get death, but look at the rest of the team. Hamalife just cleaning up. Now a double kill for Chovy. As, again, no objectives that they can just rush down at this point, especially without depth, but still another one of these team fights that goes the way of Hanwha Life.
Yeah, and you basically just walked into Hanwha Life's team fight win condition with the way that Nongshim decided to engage. I mean, they walked right into the Rel Renekton. I mean, they face planted into the fight. So it's pretty easy for the value of that Magnet Storm to go off. As we're going to go back to the Drake fight itself. Go way back here, and you can see that with the teleport, the Magnet Storm combo here is so perfect for Chovy. He gets in. Now, he does not actually get on top of Duck Dom, which is why Duck Dom is able to throw Fuse over this wall, but he's not in position to do a consistent amount of damage. Then the later part of this, like you said, he got left out to dry. He's kind of over here on the left trying to get that kill on Morgan, and that's what cost. Yeah, that's what cost you this this life there.
He eat over the wall. I mean, you arcane shifted onto Vision in a corridor against Nidalee. You're not going to enjoy your time if you're Ezreal. He had already blown his flash.
You know, they just didn't know Chovy was there, it looks like. And Vista is able to set up the Magnet Storm just based on the vision we had in this replay, because of course you're not going to take this fight if you know that. You shouldn't be if you're Nongshim in this case. And so being a 1-for-2 for them, as Baron being postured for you. Don't know about this one at this stage of the game.
Yeah, you can potentially do it because of your Kalista. You don't have a huge, like, super frontline tank, like a Scion, like a Gragas or a Cho'Gath or something, so you're struggling a little bit to tank up that damage, but you've got pretty good turn. So you can always try to threaten it and see if Nongshim coming to you, and maybe you just get a nice team fight off of that.
Yeah. I mean, you can play around this vision, force Nongshim to come to you and make a mistake. Nongshim's comp is all about poke, right, and slow engages. You don't ever want to approach Hanwha Life Esports comp if they can help it. As the first man to the objective is going to have a huge advantage between these two teams with the comp that Hanwha Life has in particular. And vision control, as I love to talk about with Zoe, is basically everything. And we've seen a huge upswing of Zoe recently in the LCK again, and a lot of that is paired with Udyr, who has insanely good vision coverage. The Hecarim is pretty decent at this as well. And you can see it's really easy to clear this vision out and no longer be afraid of this Baron potentially being taken anymore. Yeah. It's really important vision control.
We got a little bit of a scuffle over here. Chovy's already level 17, and now we have a fight breaking out in the mid lane. Bay is just isolated alone, but so is Chovy, so we'll see if they can actually kill him here. A ton of damage is coming out from Duck Dom. They're going to blow 2 ultimates to get it, as actually the Ignite from Kellen, thankfully, was onto Chovy, thankfully for Nongshim. As he will go down, creates a 4v4 scenario with this Infernal Drake coming up.
Yeah, this is actually pretty significant too. I mean, a lot of the damage is gone for Nongshim. That's the really important part. Bay will be respawned, and he does have teleport, so that's pretty massive. I'm not 100% sure about the teleport for the Renekton. I don't think he has it yet. And this is a fight that they forced because they know Chovy's in trouble, and it was a really good engage. Bay is just a little bit too far out there, and Chovy actually almost escaped, which is incredible. He gets the second dash. He has his stopwatch available, but he does end up getting taken out here with the Ignite. But if he escapes there, it's an insane value trade for Hanwha. And actually, Chovy does have his teleport. So we'll be able to rejoin for this Drake fight along with Bay. Yeah,
the potential, if he didn't have teleport, would have been so nice for Nongshim, because they killed him so late, right? Much later than Bay, who was able to respawn on time. So, still is the case. He's looking for a teleport here. He's not going to be able to get a flank, but because he didn't do it right away, actually Nongshim able to just rush down that objective. I mean, and steal away an Infernal Drake.
It's 2 for 1. I mean, you get the teleport too.
Yeah, true.
And that's actually pretty massive in terms of what this Renekton's going to be able to do in a lot of these fights, because as you pointed out, part of the power of the Renekton is the ability to teleport flank. He didn't have the opportunity to do that in this case, but that's part of his engage tools, and that's also why having deep wards is very important for Hanwha Life Esports. And Nongshim are posturing around this Baron, but with, I mean, the positioning here of Hanwha Life Esports, I think it's pretty hopeful at best. Zoe can teleport in, and here she comes.
Yeah, we'll see if they go for a turn or if they want to try to make the rend play happen. It looks like they're just going to back away. They say, this time, we get your teleport.
Exactly. That was the whole, I think, game plan there for Hanwha Life Esports, because, They were not thinking, well, I guess we're going to win this 5v4. They wanted to force the teleport in, prevent the Zoe from getting all that side lane value. As soon as the teleport happens, they walk away and reset. So teleports on cooldowns for both mid laners now. And this has been a very, very close game, despite what was an amazing start for Nongshim. And it feels like HLE Esports might actually be able to pull this off, despite the fact that we've gone to a later game stage here. The Cosmic Drive's up, the Void Staff up for Morgan. Like he's, you know, hit his 3-item power spike, whereas that's where Vladimir can do a lot of damage in these upcoming team fights. And I'd be amazed, to be honest, to see this happen. And I think Nongshim just really need to be grouped up for most of these engages. They cannot be losing Bay, you know, off on the side before these crucial team fights.
Yeah. You mentioned Morgan, just another great teleport flanker potentially. You come in from behind, you have fantastic backline access. He's got phase rush. Doesn't have Ghost, but with the phase rush, he's fast enough to, especially if you get a flank off, you get into that squishy backline onto Duck Dom specifically. I mean, look at his build. It's no survivability. It's all the most amount of damage that he could potentially pull out. And you get a combo off on him as the Vladimir at best, or at worst, you're pushing him out of the fight, which is going to be a big win for you. So we'll see what Morgan can do in these fights. He's about to get his flash up here again as well.
Yeah. Really long-range attempt there on the sleep. It's going to delay the rotation, in fact, over here. Valdez, I feel like this game is really on a knife's edge right now. Like the next team fight is going to be extremely important because it's going to really open up the first Baron of the game. And we're at 35 minutes of the game. It doesn't feel like we're that late into the game because it's just been non-stop rotations all the time. Like this game has kind of flown by because it's so action-packed.
What is going on here? Johan is going to have to flash away. The follow-up comes in, but actually because of the Rel, they got pushed back just a bit. Vista didn't even have to blow anything there, and Nongshim a little bit hesitant to pull the trigger. They had a very squishy Nidalee with no flash knocked up into the air, and they did not commit on in, or at least they were not able to here. Chovy, they're looking to turn now onto Peanut up on the top side. The Magnet Storm is going to be used as he tries to ghost away to safety, but flashing on in. Here comes Chovy. He will pick up that kill, and they do take away the jungle of Nongshim.
I mean, this should be a Baron. I mean, you can't smite steal anymore. There's nothing you can do whatsoever here to stop this, and it's Kalista damage. You talked about it earlier. They can clear this so quickly. Nongshim are just going to try to commit to this anyways, but I don't think you win this fight.
Yeah, you're going to have to kill Johan. And good luck with that. I mean, they're trying. They're really trying, but Johan's positioning is great. And follow-up here by Morgan trying to get on top of Duck Dom, but now he's a little bit isolated. They turn back on the Baron. He does go down, though.
The Baron's still alive here. Or actually, no, it's taken.
Yeah, no, they get the Baron, and now Chovy getting really low, and they have fantastic chase with the Ezreal, with the Gragas, the Zoe. They're going to be looking to pick up as much as possible. Nongshim get 2 for now.
They don't deny the Baron, but they might deny these buffs.
Oh, the teleport is even coming in here from Chovy. I don't know if he's going to be able to try to turn this 3v4. I don't know if he's got the damage. Death is going to be able to turn around, and maybe they do. Vista does go down. A huge knockup comes in from Kellen, and may just save the fight, but Chovy's still alive.
He's got a res.
Goes into his GA, and this provides so much space for Jeff to just hop around, but now Peanut's able to join into the fight. Everybody's getting into this one. As with the Horsey coming on back, that's going to be another GA that does get popped down. And Deft is going to eventually bite the dust. Chovy will survive somehow. But so much blood has been spilled up in that top lane.
I mean, he committed to a stopwatch earlier. Now he's got the GA. That was such a beautiful engage from HLE Esports. Their decision-making actually has been so fantastic in some of these clutch fights where Chovy is doing so much. Remember last time Chovy got caught, they were able to turn that into a pick onto Bay. They're just really decisive in the playmaking that they're doing here. And they are going to posture around this Drake right now. This is not something Nongshim wants to give up, but unfortunately with the backs, the timing of this is really tough to contest.
I don't know if they can actually, okay, well, the
Nice
two-shot
try.
barrage comes in. That's a lot of damage, and now the smite going to be used on Chovy. Trying to slow them down. Duck Dom eats a huge spear to the face, and that's just going to have to be HLE taking the Drake and Nongshim not committing.
This replay, this is going to be okay. This is where the Baron actually went down, and I thought it was reset fully. You can see Peanut is over here on the side, right? Caught, ends up being pushed away. And then in the upcoming fight, actually, NSㅣ are able to do quite a bit of damage, you know, and decide to commit in. Look at Duckdom, like he's so far forward, but there's no, all the ults were used in that previous skirmish where they caught Peanut, so he can actually stand there like that. Visto with a really nice stopwatch here, but it's like actually insane how much damage Duckdom is able to get away with here. And they commit to the Baron, they get it, but getting out of here is the biggest issue. Meanwhile,
well, not sure why Rich is up there with zero vision alone
whatsoever.
You know, we talked about having veterans and experienced guys in your lineup. Rich has played on some big stages, but here in the League of Legends playoffs of the LCK is going to make a bit of a mistake. And keep in mind, HLE were able to keep one Baron buff alive. Toby still has it. So they're able to get this Baron push in and take an inhibitor down.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see the replay as to how that happened, but it just looks like a huge overextension from Rich, and this is going to really turn the map control 100% into NSHE's favor. And with this inhibitor down at this timing, that gives you such, especially the bot inhibitor in particular, it gives you such a good amount of control over this Infernal Soul. And it's going to be 3 Infernal Drakes to a composition that does struggle in the later parts of the game, but with how HLE have been playing this now consistently by doing these engages, okay, this is just an extended trade with a really long rotation. We can forgive Rich for this one a little bit more, but sadly.
I mean, why is he there, though?
Yeah. I mean, you know, Rich, as you mentioned, I said Rich is the biggest stage for LCK that he's ever been on, but this guy's been to more BlizzCons than Mike Morheim at this point. He has a lot of stage experience, that is for sure. But, you know, it's definitely a bit of an overextension there. Ooh. Nice little steal.
Steals the big raptor.
Duckdom's all about raptors right now.
Okay.
Except not this time, actually. Never mind. He's like, look, you can take this one. I got the other one with my true shot.
Yeah.
Let's make it even. Let's split them.
You can see in the gold that, you know, even though he's supposed to be the big-time carry here, he's not even that far ahead. Johan now is going to be the one that's in an awkward spot, but the teleport may just be able to save him, as now Rich is going to get jumped on here. Once again, the dominance is going to be used. They're trying to get on top of Peanut here, but now with Duckdom around, not going to be easy for HLE to engage into this one, but now the huge Magnet Storm comes in. Vista gets the big engage.
He survives.
They do survive, though, and now Toby's going to go down. Duckdom smited him down, and Morgan stays alive. That's going to be so key for keeping this ahead for HLE.
Oh, it's so crazy that Vista lived there. Then he gets into the Fate's Call. And, I mean, this composition for HLE is just working out, it feels like, every single time. And it feels like the MVP, the most valuable champion in this game, has definitely been the Rel. Like, Kalista, you know, is great at setting up some of these engages, but Vista is where he needs to be every time. He's always setting up incredible Magnet Storms.
Oh,
Johan,
man.
he does not have True Shot, but wow.
Yeah, you can see the damage. I mean, Duckdom's full build right now. He could potentially swap out boots if he wanted to. Not sure that he will, as Lucidity boots are pretty good, but either way, you can see how this fight did start.
Yeah, I mean, Johan is caught here by himself, but he's able to escape with his Zhonya's. And you can see, you know, the chasing power of this composition with HLE is so empowered by the Rel, right? And Vista decides to press the go button. He goes in, he flash engages and sets up a 4-man Magnet Storm, and then he gets on top of Duckdom and sets up a stun. Now you can see this is a really sad moment actually where, you know, the True Shot Barrage does not finish him off, but the fight is already over, you know, at this stage. Peanut's just trying to turn it around, but this is not going to happen. Such a great engage once again from this Rel.
Yeah.
13 assists right now, 14 out of 16 kill participation here for HLE Esports. I think I know where my POG vote's going if HLE take this series.
We'll have to wait and see how this game concludes. This is the first game of the best
rather,
of 5. It's 42 minutes in. We're about to have potential Infernal Soul. NSHE cannot let them get this.
It's going to be insane how much value you get out of that with all these items completed. Yeah. Like, that scales up big time.
Yeah, the scaling of Infernal Drakes and Souls, it's pretty crazy. Not to mention this Vlad is just going to be running all over your team.
Yeah.
Not much you can do about it. His positioning right now is actually pretty nice. I believe he's still around that little hill. Yep, they spot him.
NSㅣ handled this very patiently. I really appreciate how careful.
All right, well, they're just going to give that one away. Big engage does come in. NSㅣ looking to take the fight afterwards. Big spear onto Duckdom. Peanut in an awkward spot. Will have to ultimate over the wall.
And this is going to be such a hard fight now to take with the soul up.
And look at the base.
Look at the damage.
The base push that's coming in is pretty huge, and NSㅣ have to get back to that.
Caught between a rock and a hard place right now.
Yeah, I like the posturing here from Homolife. They're not able to force them into a fight, which would have been nice with the base push, but still able to get a Nexus turret, which is definitely still nice.
I mean, this with the damage and at this stage of the game, you know, if Deft actually is able to sneak in here or something like that, you know, I mean, he can actually just kill a Nexus. Like, this is a very, very backdoorable situation here for NSㅣ. You know, if they try to clear out some vision or grouped up too far away from the, you know, from the Nexus, like, it's just going to be a really hard time. Now, I mean, they have to try to fight this.
Yeah. I think as NSㅣ, you can't really give it up. Homolife will respect the engage, actually. I think you can kind of still hang around and put pressure on, especially with that push that was happening down the bottom side. Thankfully for NSㅣ, the inhibitor is going to respawn right on time for this Baron play.
Yeah.
It's going to take a lot of pressure off.
Watch where Vista is in this fight, because it is going to be him who sets this up once again.
Oh, look at this. Deft is, he's kind of all alone here. He is going to have to flash away.
Oh, Chobi's coming.
We have flanks from every direction.
How are you getting out of this one, NSㅣ? Okay, they don't actually get enough. They can't follow through with the minion wave there.
Yeah, the question is, like, who's trapped in here with who?
Yeah.
Deft doesn't have flash anymore. He's going to have to be really careful with his positioning. And you can see that Peanut is being annoying with the minion wave. Vista once again looking for the engage, but he's going to have to get Fate's Call before the fight even really begins.
Still has his ultimate.
He does. He's very low, though. Chobi with the Dominus looking to potentially engage, but they're pushed away and zoned away. Homolife not able to find a good angle to get an engage in this fight.
Yeah, you could see that when everyone's grouped up and you don't get that teleport flank off, it's much more difficult to utilize the power of this team fight composition. You know, you really need that flank.
Oh, man. This game is just so crazy
It's delivering,
right now.
Valdez. It is absolutely delivering. If our whole best of fives are going to look like this in the playoffs, sign me up.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people are expecting a straight-up 3-0. This is not what we're getting here.
Not in this first game. It is definitely not looking like that. The series is going to look like that. Is Peanut trying to look for this engage. Ooh, got to be really careful about using a ghost like that.
Yeah, talking about a guy who's been on many, many big stages. Peanut trying to pull his team over the line right now. He had a really nice disengaging ultimate actually down on the bottom side with the 4-man Magnet Storm that did come in. May have even kept them alive and kept the game alive.
Yeah. You know, the power of this full build Ezreal at level 18, you know, at 45 minutes of the game, even he's got one Infernal Drake, you know, is so deadly for Vista. Like, that's Vista's biggest enemy is actually the Ezreal, which is why you have to have a flanking Morgan or you have to have a flanking Chovy in these team fights in order to set up the Magnet Storms, because otherwise Duckdom is just going to kill the Rel as she tries to go in, as we saw in that last fight. So, I mean, not only that, but if she gets slept, for example, it is really hard. Like, if you watch this game, you might think, wow, Rel is so easy peasy. Like, why are these fights like so one-sided because of the Rel ults? But actually, to get into a position to do that is very difficult. It's a lot harder than it looks to set up the fights the way Vista has. Talking to the Ezreal damage.
Duckdom is in such a position to carry here, but there's so much pressure on him to do it because, as I mentioned before, you know, the Zoe can't do it alone. She's got some nice bursts, but late in the game, in the super late game, it's not going to stick that well. You need the Ezreal to do the vast majority of the damage here, and Ezreal can be kind of feast or famine. If you miss a couple of Qs, you're not doing damage. You hit a couple of them, you might just kill someone. So. Can Duckdom actually get it done? Faye is going to eat a massive spear to the face.
Oh, they're in big trouble here, Kellen.
That's going to be the go button here for Homolife. Kellen is going to have to use that Unbreakable Will, as now they have zoned away NSㅣ from the Baron, and they might just look to burst it down.
I mean, Bay is backing. He has teleport, but Homolife has such a quick clear time at this stage in the game, too. Like, you know, it's just going to go down so fast. You have to be decisive. You cannot be slow if you're NSㅅ here. Not this time. You can't be patient.
Pool is going to be used here by Morgan, and the engage is not good for Vista. He does follow up with the flash, though, but again, Chovy's not here. Oh, Bay, he overstepped He's just gonna go down just like that, but Duckdom gets a massive ultimate and then the back line.
This is not fightable for Hanwha Life anymore. They need to get out of here.
So many ultimates have just been popped. Morgan still has his, though.
Johan looking for the flank potentially here. If he hits a spear onto Duckdom, they can turn it, but he does not get the opportunity to do so, Valdez.
Elder is about to spawn to 45 seconds. Def now
No,
looking
they
to
don't
get
have vision. They don't have vision here.
They
know.
Okay, they know. They're pushing in. They don't know about Toby here, but they might. They might have seen him go in there. Gonna spot him now as they're a little bit split up here. A lot of the damage has to come out from Duckdom, the E forward. And can they actually take the fight? That's a big ultimate coming in from Peanut, and he forces out the one from the Vladimir. So much damage comes out from Deft on a Duckdom as he is going to E away, but he gets the kill. The GA goes down, and they should be able to get on top of Duckdom now. He cannot get away, and it looks like Hanwha Life have just barely done it. They may have pulled themselves over the finish line here at 48.5 minutes.
Rich is just trying to delay in this game, but the Elder Drake is up. It will be taken very easily here. And with the Elder buff and everything else, I mean, how do you not walk down the finish line and win this game? Rich is buying some good time.
Rich actually did some great stuff there. No push is going to come into the mid lane. Elder will be free for Hanwha Life, as you mentioned.
Uh-oh. I was a little bit worried that Chovy might overextend there. Really nice trouble bubble. Sad that it's not in a crucial moment here, but they do end up getting the Elder buff. And now they're going to turn their eyes towards the Baron, and with Peanut down for 25 more seconds, I mean, I don't know how much I can overstate. The timing is pretty bad here for Nongshim to have any sort of chance in this ensuing fight. Rich loses his flash early, and Rel is able to get a little bit of value out of that, but at this point, I thought the fight was going to be over. And then Chovy has this sick flank angle once again. Vista gets taken out, but that's not who you really want dead in this team fight. He already did his job. And you know, we roll it forward here. You can see Peanut is just so zoned out of being able to contest the Baron. They do force a reset here, but look at the damage that comes through from Kalista actually onto Duckdom in a second. Like, Kalista is so fed, and if Kalista can get into range, it's just insane how much she could do. Like, Duckdom's basically getting two-shot by him.
Yeah.
And like,
and that's it. Deft gets the job done.
You know, if you don't die as Duckdom here, maybe you can actually sneak another kill away, but
yeah.
It's just too rough. It's the range problem when it's actually solved for the Kalista. She does way too much damage. It's too easy.
Yeah, you get a couple of those spears into the back of that Ezreal, and you might just be able to solve that problem. They take away all of the damage from Nongshim by taking him out. And now, for at least another minute, they have to deal with the Elder. This is kind of the game-ending push that Riot has designed for the game.
Minions win this one, I think, Valdez.
After 40 minutes, you get Baron, you get Elder, you're not supposed to lose, and they're just gonna try to engage straight up here. They're gonna get on top of Bay. He just pops immediately. Executed by the Elder. Down goes Rich. Peanut just barely is going to survive. But it does not matter because the game is done anyway. Hanwha Life, it wasn't easy, but it looks like they will be able to pick up the game at 51 minutes. They come through and make it happen.
That's definitely top 5 longest games of the season, and it's how we start our playoffs here at the LCK Spring, and what a game it was. I think it's a game that if you're Nongshim, you still feel very good about this. You handled the early game very well. I'm not just talking about those two first kills that were fed over, but they also were able to defend each and every gank attempt, right? Peanut was always where he needed to be. They played very well around Hanwha Life Esports win conditions in the game, had really good vision control for a large majority of it. Bay had some critical mistakes in positioning, you know, which unfortunately at this point in time is something that, you know, we have criticized him for a lot. But even he played pretty well in the early parts of the game. Like, I feel like for Nongshim, yeah, you lost the game. It was a grueling one. You're exhausted. But I think you should walk away from that one feeling pretty good about your chances of making this a competitive best of 5.
I mean, it's clear that Nongshim are good enough to take games off of Hanwha Life. The question is, can they come back from a deficit and take a best of 5? We don't know. I mean, I think that the draft from Hanwha Life was very interesting. Start off a game, won a best of 5 in that manner. Very aggressive. Your level 1 Gambit fails, and you're still just barely able to claw over the line. It's a good sign for Hanwha Life that they do eventually make it happen, but we were expecting cleaner wins from Hanwha Life as well.
Yeah, no, that was definitely much closer game than I think anyone expected to see at all in this series, right? Like,
For sure.
I think that most people thought if Nongshim was going to win games, they were going to do it in their own one-sided fashion, right? Where they have a really cool draft diff, right? But we haven't talked about it too much. We talked about in the Pog State. This is, for Nongshim, a series where you're very likely to actually see a crazy, weird pick because it's so important to hide strategies for every other team. But if you're Nongshim, you just have to win. Like, you're so the underdog. I think we will see some crazy stuff later on in this best of 5 for sure.
Eventually, they'll have to pull something out. We have the post-game breakdown ready. We can hop into that and see some of the numbers from this game. 51 minutes.
Look at the damage from Duck Dom.
Oh, he almost hit 666.
Oh.
Not quite. He got 667.
We rounded that one up.
Yes, probably. Yeah, he almost did double the damage of his opponent, AD carry. And again, it was all in his lap. The second Duck Dom died, the game was over.
I mean, look at the damage numbers across the board for every player on Hanwha Esports. The Infernal Soul plus 3 Drakes stacked on top of it really makes this comp work out a lot better, actually. It makes your dive composition actually succeed. Like, Renekton does more damage than he's supposed to in some of these exchanges because you have all those Infernal Drakes. So it ended up being very fortunate for them that they were able to have that as the soul and also were able to get all that Drake control. Very good start to our series here, man. I'm hoping for more.
That was a crazy game number 1, guys. We're going to take a quick, much-needed break for the teams and for us. When we come back, we will have game number 2. Don't go anywhere.
해봉 들고 타워 쳐. 헤카림 뒤에.
오케이, 알리콘 빠졌고. 지금 못 써봐.
타워.
야, 지금 볼게. 들어와.
나 이거 헤카림 패는 중. 천천히 해.
들어왔고.
타워. 슈.
미달리 엄청 잘 컸거든요.
이렇게
와! 할 거예요.
이른 쪽에서는 다른 모습이 없어.
와와와와와
저도 맥.
초비!
아니 이게 몇 개가 나섰는데.
위에 아트록스는 안 죽어요. 위에 아트록스 비사실이에요.
그래서 거기서 빠지죠.
네, 그러면 그냥 이거는
팽도. 초블로킹.
비슷한 얘기하고 있었어요.
와!
초비! 정렬이 말이 없거든요. 이거 약간 서로 지금 아니 이거 이렇게 약간 파에 나가면 난리 났는데요. 방어 이하에 찍히는데요. 그렇습니다. 이거 이렇게 되면 끌어서 무리를 잡아도 별 의미가 없죠. 비스타가 이거 난리 났어요. 트리플 킬. 이거 비상입니다. 비상. 자 보고 있어서 지금까지 그렇죠. 도망요 초토화 로켓. 이건 안돼요. 웨이브도 들어가고요. 아래쪽 싸움에서 지금 대각선. 그래서 여기서 킬하면 김각선이에요. 잡았습니다. 잡아요. 생명. 지금 받았고요. 근데 낙한. 비스타가 지금 몇 명을 배운 건가요? 피력까지 다 같이 들어갔고. 비스타. 쪼이명 크리스타나가 이거 쪼이명
강력했고요. 끝나기는 되군요. 날카로운 소용돌이 그리고
그래서
이거 나머지가 문제가 크죠.
캐넨을 녹이려다가 오히려 찝질을 당했어요. 그러니까 칼날머리 털고 돌거북 먹다가 이쪽까지 올라온 이쿵 피했어요.
그런데 그 다음 리치가 물고 있어요.
이거 구도가 이상한데요. 와 더블킬인가요? 리치. 자 지금 아틀리오스가 없는데
인원이 이런데
해보나요?
괜찮나요? 대립이 안 되는데 들어갔고 술통.
아트록스가 그래서 들어갔다가 캐년이 나오고
겼어요.
자 그리고 와 농심 랜드포스 그렇죠 해야죠 한 점이라도 한성구 옆입니다 재우수도 있어요 가면 그 다음에 세트 진입 모아놓고 내 들어가고 돌고 여기서 세트 쪽으로 돌아버립니다 타소에게가 예술입니다 농심 역시 한번 달려들어서 드디어 베이가 개발됐어요. 베이. 와, 겁이 좋은 베이. 그렇습니다. 에이스. 이게 싫지 않나요? 네, 일단 버스트. 위치 한번 체크해봤고요. 그냥 아래가 와서 저기 앙코를 대박 그리고 데미지가 들어 사이온 위치도 너무 좋아 그렇죠 자 번코르가 사이온 연계 들어가면서 여기서 도발 안쪽으로 피너치 돌파하고 적당히 멀쩡하면서 베이가 적당히 멀쩡하면서 위험해요 적당히 이렇게 되면 어그로 핑퐁이 지금 한 명씩 그쵸 그래도 안전방면 그래도 와 피넛 와 에이스 뛰었습니다 서로 핑퐁 진짜 살벌했는데 맞습니다.
그래서 그냥 갔습니다. 1분 때인데 또 하나의 포탑을 노리겠습니다. 기습적으로 잘리스를
오!
노렸는데 조스가 위험합니다. 조스가
와! 덥다! 그래서 이거 농심 진짜 확실하게 플레이한다라는 생각이 들었는데요.
네.
Hello and welcome back everybody to the LCK Analyst Desk for the LCK Spring Split Playoffs and brought to you by Subinyon and Victory and Kuro. Hello. And this is Season with the translation. We only had one game and it was a banger already, and it was a match between two teams with their first playoff stage, and Hana Life Esports was able to take game number 1. Hana Life got B1 Runakton, and then their last pick was Vladimir. And then they were rotated towards mid and then top. With that flex pick Renekton, Hana Life Esports was able to complete their dive comp with that Vladimir coming in the end. Renekton can exert pressure during the laning phase on the mid lane, and Vladimir was also able to do a fantastic work up against Gragas. Whereas Nongsin Red Force, they do have some dive ability, but still their main focus was the poke coming out from Ezreal and Zoe. I could feel the pressure that the players were feeling, because I think the players were not having the full potential and full performance on those picks, especially looking at the Renekton first pick. I was pretty sure they can flex it for Chovy, because Chovy is a champion that really likes to play melee bruiser champion on the mid lane. And then seeing the Renekton pick, we had Hikarim and Zoe, a mid and jungle comp from Nongsin Red Force, which is a comp that cannot really put up a good fight into Renekton. Still, Renekton can exert his dominance on lane. Maybe Nongsin Red Force could just make Ezreal the only poke kind of damage carry on their side, and then they maybe could have focused on the lane power on the mid lane, which could be a lot better for them. We can see that Nongsin Red Force was trying their best to counter the dive comp coming out from Hana Life Esports. And then that Vladimir coming out in the end was really smart in order to allow more flexibility for Hana Life Esports. However, there were some moments where Nongsin Red Force was able to come out on top. So let's take a look at this first highlight. Ezreal got too fed at this point. He almost finished his upgrade on the Manamune. So by poking down some of the abilities, he was able to upgrade an item, which means he will be doing too much damage onto the opponent. And then, now let's take a look here. He dealt 400 AD on that Renekton with just one Mystic shot. At that point in the game, Renekton didn't have any armor item because he was laning up against Zoe. He also took the MR rune, which means Ezreal can freely land his abilities onto that Crocodile. You could see the amount of frustration on the side of Hana Life Esports. They kind of looked a little bit flustered at this point, because Vladimir, even though he was late to the party, he still insisted to take that teleport. I think he was not able to decide whether to just push the lane or whether to join that fight. Dokdam did more than 60k damage in a 50-minute long game on Ezreal. I think Nongsin was able to show their power around this AD carry player. However, now let's take a look at the second highlight, where we had a huge dragon fight opening. We saw a great setup in order to capitalize the Hana Life Esports dive comp. So Nongsin Red Force, they rely really hard on their poke abilities, so Hana Life Esports prepares for this Drake fight very early. Even though the jungle camps were really clear and empty, they still stayed there in order to get some vision around that blue camp. And also they placed the ward on the bottom lane as well, and then they rotate to the mid lane in order to draw the attention of the opponents. A strategy that counters the poke comp is actually just going in and diving onto the opponents before they can chunk down the opponent. So even after they got the vision control around that Drake, they actually stay around the red buff camp because they wanted to make Nongsim to overstep. And then after Nongsin Red Force were trying to gather up around that river, they called Chovy for a perfect flank TP angle. Chovy was able to find the opening, and Hana Life Esports was able to clean up all the kills. it was a really nice counter strategy in order to punish the poke comp on the side of Nongshim Red Force. Very impressive and very intelligent. We had a lot of fights and skirmish throughout this game, and there were some moments where the abilities and skills were going wide and Vladimir was not able to find the perfect positioning to win the team fight, but still, with the power of a fat Redacton, Hana Life Esports was able to still take away the win. We had a very close and long game in game number 1, but still Hana Life Esports is the one winning the first one, and Chovy will pick up the POG as well. And Renekton, there were some moments where Hana Life Esports was definitely very behind and playing under pressure, but Chovy was able to play for his team and carried his teammates. I think Chovy, he has the personality of a top laner because he's so good at melee AD bruiser champions. He also plays a lot of tank champion as well, for example like Cyan. But for Renekton, I think this pick is one of the most OP picks in the current meta, and the fact that their mid laner can rotate this to the mid lane is also really a good kind of strategy for Hana Life Esports. And then in that last highlight, he was able to sidestep all of the ability from Tokdam and then re-engage in order to get that kill, and a very split votes. However, Chovy will be the one picking up the POG. And let's take a look at this prediction from the fans. 87% of the fans are predicting Hana Life Esports to take away the series and advance to the second round. This also reflects the amount of support and love from the fans, you know? But looking at the stats, it's really impressive to see that actually we had a very close series between two teams, you know? And also we could see the power of experience by the veteran players as well. This is the first playoffs after the new format adapted to the LCK. I'm pretty sure Nongshim is so desperate to pull off the upset, so let's head over for game number 2.
Thank you so much, G-Sun, once again for the wonderful translation of the analyst desk as we are heading into game number 2. A very close POG vote there. I was surprised that Johan even picked up a couple, but it was certainly kind of the Chovy Vista show this time around.
I mean, Vista can't make those plays without Chovy, and Chovy definitely is not making them without Vista. So, like, it is, they were definitely tied. The real kind of bond in the game was not between the Kalista and the Rel, it was between the Rel and the Renekton.
Yeah, and I feel like Def didn't have a very obvious game, but I feel like the Kalista was suffering a lot in that series, or in that game rather, just as a pick in that comp.
It's really hard to pull off, and as we head into this second draft here, I expect the Hana Life Esports, I mean, I don't think they need to throw any more curveballs, and especially when you try to go so all in on a comp like that, it goes so poorly. I think you probably stick to what's standard. You know, the stronger team. And I'm not trying to say like the comp didn't work. They forced it to work and they actually played around it very well. But that was a closer game, I think, than it should have been and needed to be for Hana Life. And we'll see how they change things up. So we'll see the Tristana ban again. I think the Senna ban is going to be permanent against Deft. Not even necessarily just in this series, but also maybe for the rest of Hana Life's playoffs. Redacted not coming through this time, though.
Yeah. And keep in mind, I believe the way that we do it is the lower seed gets side selection on games 2 and 4. So I think this is Nongshim selecting red side.
And that's going to be great for a Thresh left open here. As I was expecting to see the Udyr come through, you know, with this setup here over the Renekton, or the Renekton's here over the Hecarim. And this means that you can grab the Thresh here and see what Hana Life
pick.
I mean, that's an old Duckdom favorite, right? Graves actually a pretty good pick for Peanut, I think, but he's going to go for the Nidalee instead. It looks like. I mean, this is actually that makes me nervous when you're debating. This is actually like a pretty standard choice. Like if you pick red side, you need to have a plan in place. Deft once again will get Kalista. You can't ban everything.
Ooh.
Nico with it though this time. See if Vista can have another top tier performance on this support. Assuming that's where it goes, because it can be flexed.
Yeah, I mean, if Chovy wants to hop on the Nico, I suppose he could.
What's 20 champions?
Could also go to the top side. But most likely, as you mentioned, down in the bottom side, kind of popularized by Keria alongside of Teddy down there.
We'll take the Jinx instead of the Aphelios here. And I think that the margin of error is much lower with the Jinx in terms of her power, her ability to actually affect objectives, for example.
She's now a Baron stealer.
Yeah. And she also has a lot of potential to really dominate lane if you have a good lane. It feels more than Aphelios can necessarily. You know, he's obviously, a lot of what he can do in lane is based on his ammo type, whereas Jinx is just going to be consistent every trade on the bottom side. With the Hecarim pick, could even see some resources given down to the bottom side to try to get this Jinx fed early. Because again, your win rate, or your win condition for Nongshim, I think, against HLE Esports is just to get Duckdom as far ahead as possible. He got it for free last game. This time, I don't think he's going to have an early kill in the jungle. You know, he's not going to have that defensive invade kill.
Yeah.
Silas banned away here again, and they'll take the Scion, so really thinning Morgan out here quite a bit.
Mm-hmm. And we'll see if they just ban away the Gragas here, right? When Rich doesn't get to pick his champion in the first phase, you can take away both of his picks, right? He plays two things. It's Aatrox and Gragas, but they're going to leave that available. I think that would be a nice pick to just go ahead and snatch up here.
It's very good blind. You save Bay's pick for last.
Didn't help him too much in the last game,
no,
unfortunately.
But, I mean, look, he had some big issues in some of the later parts of the game, but I think he did still play lane very well. And, you know, it's range versus Renekton. There's things you can do with that. And set here, actually, into potentially the Gragas on the top side of the map would be really interesting to see. And, I mean, this is assuming Nico is going to be support. We don't know 100%, but it's very likely. And they will lock that in. So, HLE Esports really just throwing some curveballs in this first best of 5 that I feel like is just not absolutely necessary. There's the Victor that should confirm where everybody's going. And now the question is, what's Bay's counterpick to the Victor? Azir is open, and I think would be a pretty strong option for their composition right now. Give him a little bit more engaged with the casks. You know, Syndra has been his most played champ, if I'm not mistaken, yeah. And he actually has his best win rate on it as well. But it's a really... I feel like the thing about Bay is you put him on a champion like Syndra, and he does fine in lane. Maybe some of the early skirmishes, he rotates in on time and everything's okay. But in the late game, he's not going to have the same amount of power as a different Syndra player would, just because he's not that type of player. And I don't mean to say that he's a weaker player. I mean to say that he doesn't actually take initiative sometimes in these fights. Like, he waits for other people to set up fights for him and then try to kind of sit back and plays consistently like that. And that's why he likes to play Syndra so much, because she can play like that. But the best Syndras, the Syndras who are going to get into round 2 of playoffs, like, they play aggressive. They actually take chances. And I feel like Azir is just so much more straightforward. And I feel like that's where my concern is with this composition for Nongshim. I don't think the Syndra is bad in a vacuum, but with Bay in particular, I am concerned. I feel like the HLE Esports comp just plays itself, right? I mean, you have really strong engage with the set. You have a really good lockdown with the Udyr to follow things up. It's, again, almost dive like they played in game number 1. It feels very similar in how it's going to be played. They have so much consistent engage, and the scaling with the Victor is, you know, really what I was expecting to see more of in the last game.
Yeah.
But this works out very well. They give the Victor instead of Vlad, put the Renekton top. That's what I expected. This time they go down that path, and it feels very straightforward. I think for Nongshim, Duckdom really needs to be the carry here once again.
Yeah, I don't think that will change ever for any draft that comes in here, but especially, as you're highlighting here, when he is on the Jinx. So, wasn't able to quite pull this team over the line in game number 1, but maybe here on the Jinx, kind of that hyper carry style that is a little bit more straightforward. It's not as feast or famine like the Ezreal can be, like I was mentioning in game number 1. If you get ahead, you get excited, and you can just win team fights by yourself in the extreme late game. So we'll see if he can do that. I kind of like that Victor last pick from Chovy. As you mentioned, the comps are pretty similar. Nongshim's, they lose a lot of their poke that they had with Zoe. Ezreal, they replace it with Syndra. Jinx, which is just more team fight oriented, right? It's not looking to poke them out before the fight really comes in. They do have an okay amount of poke, but not as much. And you know, a little bit more dive with the set coming in here. You don't only rely on the teleport flanks to sometimes engage if you don't have the rel. And with the Victor, with a massive front line like that, that's kind of just going to be diving in and taking a lot away of the pressure away, you can get insane damage numbers and actually carry the game yourself if the game goes long enough.
Yep, definitely true. Just notice on the player cams, Peanut and crew actually looking in pretty good spirits, Duck-Om especially. And you like to see that going into a second game like this. Like I said, I think you overperformed in game 1, and you've got to be feeling good about, you know, not the result, but actually how the game was played. If you're Nongshim here. The Vista's first Nico of the tournament. We've seen on a few supports this season. I think Life was the first to play it, but it's definitely getting a little bit more popular. Chovy is just doing Chovy things here in the mid lane. Not missing a beat, and also getting a lot of harass done.
Yeah. I think it was Keria though, right?
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, it was Keria.
Yeah.
Keria has played like a little bit of everything and has looked very good all season long.
Yeah. Vista, you know, he doesn't really get a lot of the highlight on this team because you're on a team with Chovy and Deft.
Yes.
That's going to naturally happen, but he's been pretty good. You know, I think I was pretty pleasantly surprised in the beginning of spring. You know, when we first started, we were still remote casting from home. Vista was one of those guys where I was actually a little bit impressed because we didn't expect, you know, crazy stuff out of this player, but he's been pretty consistent. I've liked this play all split.
Yeah, no, he's been very good. Chovy is just, I mean, this is, I mean, it's actually sad because for Bay here, we talked about this matchup being like the most one-sided one across the Rift, and
in the entirety of the playoffs,
yeah,
I would say.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. Like, it doesn't get any more than this. Like, if you think about the remaining teams, you know, no one's going like, well, Cuz is just like way better than Pyoshik. No, it's what? But you know, it's like you look at this and the observers are just highlighting and showcasing the gap, right? And I don't think that's what they're trying to do. I think they're just trying to show off Chovy, but like, you can feel it. I mean, this is a standard Victor versus Syndra matchup.
Yeah, there's no secret. I think even Nongshim fans can look at this and say, well, this is just going to be a thing we're going to have to fight through. And was a bit exacerbated in game number 1 as well. The Zoe was kind of invisible. And that can happen sometimes if the enemy dive comp gets really good engages. And as the Zoe, you're given no room. So it's not only a Bay issue. As we're having a nice amount of trading down there. And actually, gonna force the flash out. Here's Rich up in the top side. Nicely done in the 1v1.
Yeah, very well handled here. And that's actually gonna be a nice little start. Potentially lead to a bit of a snowball. Hard to do against the set. You see Johan is really trying to make a play happen here with Chovy. Now the Bay is trying to turn this lane matchup around. And I think we see a little bit of that hovering because we know Bay has overextended several times today and historically, but also, as you can see, it was Keria, you mentioned it earlier, 2-0. It's also that he picked up a Dark Seal early on in this game, which you very rarely see on Victor. Especially to pick up like this at this stage in the game. So they were really trying to get a nice lead for Chovy, and I appreciate Life Esports trying to get value out of their top player. I mean, there's a pretty good chance, it's a bit early and votes were decision, but there's a pretty good chance that Chovy actually picks up League MVP, especially if Life, you know, somehow end up taking the whole thing. But like, this is it's a type of player that's getting more and more resources from Life in this series, whereas previously, you know, sometimes he was just left to his own devices and not even properly utilized, I feel. Definitely trying to get that Victor value this time, a little bit sped up.
Yeah. You know, the Callista can kind of do her thing down on the bottom side. You can see there's already a 10 CS gap down there. Things are going swimmingly in the early game as they should. Whereas getting your Victor fed for the later stage of the game is going to be quite nice. And Jinx also on an 8-game winning streak. Lots of players liking to play this champion, and it is winning a lot nowadays, and especially with the Thresh. The priority that this champion is seeing nowadays, it makes picks that are a little bit weaker, less mobility types in the early game at least, be able to survive if you have that support.
It's also just so good at saving anybody from any situation. It's like a get out of jail free card. You make one mistake, and it's a fairly short cooldown ability that you can just toss out. And you know, if Bay was standing too far forward, you know, in that moment, maybe he gets out after the combo goes off onto him. You know, like a stun comes through. Not gonna get you out of the you know, Pop Blossom situation that we could have later on very easily, but okay, this is very aggressive.
Wow.
Forcing a flash.
Yeah, Peanut was coming in for the follow-up, and Rich is level 6, and he's here first. So Chovy did not want to take any chances. He's going to throw out the Chaos Storm. They're trying to take a fight after the fact. As the Rift Scuttler will go the way of Nongshim. Rich is going to try to flash away. Here comes Morgan. Nice scat of the week. And no laser will be in range. So actually, Rich is able to get out of there unscathed.
Yeah. Ends up taking a ton of damage there. A trade of flash with the Udyr. Except being alright.
Uh-oh. Okay. Nice try. I mean, but when you miss the play, it's definitely not a good feeling.
Yeah, that's one of the less good feelings for sure. If I put a list, like those tier list good feelings, that will not be it.
Yeah.
It'd be definitely towards the bottom.
Sure.
You can see the lane is going very well on the bottom side of the map for Deft and Vista. And, you know, the CS lead reflects that.
Ooh, trying to set up a play here. That's a really nice combo that does come in. The fat wall flash not available as Morgan does not have his flash. He's trying to trade it back onto Rich, but he is just dead. Really nice setup here. Rich just dunks him and sets it up for Peanut to come up and take that kill.
Yeah, I mean, this is Rich playing very well in the second game. Game number one, you know, was definitely a little bit less successful, but this has been a great start. I mean, he was pushing Morgan really early on under turret, got his flash, which is, you know, still not back up. And you make a play like that, really nice cask. Peanut's there to catch the ball, man. It was very well played, and
yeah,
they give the gold over to the Hecarim, which means he can be a little bit more aggressive around the map. And Peanut is, you know, we were talking about how Duckdom is the carry and one of the big focal points, but Peanut is shown to be invaluable already in this series. His early game last game, how defensive he was, his game knowledge, his game sense is just so high.
Yeah. It's kind of like the old Tarzan effect.
Yeah.
When he was just always in the right position. As that's a really nice hook here, but they're looking to turn it around. The amount of damage that comes out from Death is pretty insane. You can see the Ignite is coming in. Vista looking for that kill. Will he tick down? Looks like the answer will be no.
Just barely not. Refillable potion.
That's why you always pop your pots.
Yep. Never miss them, especially when they're refillable. You can get another one back right away. But still, I mean, this is the story of the Kalista. Last game, you know, Deft wasn't able to dominate this well because obviously they gave over an early kill to Duckdom. He got very ahead. He got a second kill early too. And now, I mean, you could see just how good Deft is at this Kalista. It's drawn so many bans throughout the regular season, but Life Esports just have such a unique drafting style. They play so many odd and unusual champions. Every player has a pretty massive pool. So you ban a lot of things, but you still let the Kalista through. You just don't have a choice. And that's one of the really big strengths of Hanwha Life here. And Deft is really crushing this early game now, and that's what Kalista needs to do. Imagine last game if Deft was ahead. It would have looked very different, right?
Well, certainly makes it easier now that you didn't just invade at level 1 and have 2 of your bottom laners die. So able to have a much more kind of straight up fight.
Yeah, this is the cast play. Morgan is just trying his best to turn this one around. But Rich hits too much health. Very simple there. It's a nice cask.
And Nongshim, they're just going to go for this. As Rich is
in trouble.
Yeah, he's in trouble, but he actually is pretty tanky at this point in time, and they immediately blow up the 2 of them.
That was so well handled again from Peanut. And he just runs right over. They made it look planned the whole way through.
Yeah, and so casually done with that play.
Like it was actually a really hype play, but it just the way they executed it so confidently was massive. But this is going to give over a ton of extra gold. I'm not entirely sure
what is this?
Why Duckdom is not here.
TP is not available just yet for Rich. It's like 10 seconds off. That's a massive wave that they're losing there.
Yeah.
And the Rift Herald leashed.
Like, I mean, they are getting a lot of value themselves on the top side. You know, with Set just now returning. So it ends up being okay here, but it feels like they got robbed a little bit. Like, this definitely didn't need to be this successful. They're going to get the whole thing. 11 minutes, full plates.
Yeah, they're even threatening Rich. They're denying all of this gold.
Yeah, he's not getting any CS.
All of the XP as well. It's just going into the void. Oh man, that's really huge for Life. But as you did mention, with the Rift Herald, at least they're able to trade turrets up on the top side. I'm more just concerned about that giganto wave that was just essentially thrown away.
I mean, not to mention that they had to use the Rift Herald to get this, whereas Life was like, well, I don't even need it.
Yeah.
Getting another flash here from Morgan. It's going to be, it's not the end of the world, but certainly limits your options quite a bit. Look at the gold leads, actually. Pretty dead even, in fact, between the 80 carries at the bottom, despite the 20 CS lead. So that kill earlier, and
oh boy, Johan going a little bit too far forward. He is going to flash, and he is Udyr, but Bay presses his gameplay button, and down goes the Udyr. And I'm not sure why he was all alone out there, just trying to get some really deep vision down with no priority, and he just got punished.
Yeah. I mean, a very aggressive play. The thing is, he is Udyr, as you pointed out. They were able to, trade a flash for it. But like, he's definitely the type of champion that can get away with that a lot. This is the type of move that you can make as Udyr oftentimes, and you'll just be totally fine. So I can't hate that move too much. He got greedy though. That was a nice punish from Nongshim, who take a significant gold lead in this game now. As Rich is just trying to get one more turret plate here.
Looked a little bit silly, and now he's actually going to be run down here a little bit. Takes a nice trade, does Morgan.
Yeah,
without his flash.
I think he was 2 autos away from it too. That was just kind of a weird move there. To like posture as if he was going to slap that plate. Ends up being really nice. Actually, it's going to force him to back. We're going to watch this play once again. Johan gets the stun, follow up. Peanut is here. Perfect ultimate. Really easy. Rich just kind of walked back towards the right side to guarantee that he could actually get that off.
Duck Dom helping carry from screens away.
I mean,
this guy is really trying hard.
Look at how deep he was. I mean, you talked about going deep, and I didn't see where he was at the beginning of that. He was like on wolves deep.
I mean, the 2 wards that he placed were just way in there. Yeah,
I mean, he's trying to get a lot of extra information about where Peanut is at all times, but there are consequences.
Yeah.
No consequences here, though.
Yeah, they're going to be fine here, just trading back and forth, very even in the top lane. The difference being is that Rich has he's baited out a lot of flashes. He's been able to set up really advantageous plays. Now we're going to have a 2-on-2 here. Peanut going very deep. Note that depth is around, so it's actually a 3-on-2. Bay taking a lot of damage and is going to be able to help set up the kill, but he goes down. Now Peanut's just going to have to run away from that one, so nice amount of gold handed over to Chovy.
Yeah, definitely could have been a little bit cleaner there, fortunately, but they do trade 1 for 1, and now, I mean, we're at the state of the game where it feels like, Nongshim's composition is working as intended, right? Like, Rich has had several good plays on the Gragas. He's going to be a very stable engage tool for them later on in this game. So watch this one more time. Bay has to go very deep in order to secure this kill. And I feel like he definitely should have just considered dropping it, but he decided to go all the way in. Like, Peanut's going to be able to get out of there by himself without your help, so just pushing the issue, unfortunately, a little bit too far. But the composition for Nongshim is, scaling up as intended, right? And it's going to really be about the execution of it later on to see if they can pull this off, because the one thing that we have seen consistently from Top Set in the spring split here is that he definitely falls off a lot in the later parts of the game. He has one combo, and then he's just not able to do a whole lot, whereas Gragas is going to be able to be a lot more consistent, can help you peel. Like, he has a lot more functionality in a longer team fight.
Yeah. Keep in mind that Rich this time around is going AP, so
yeah,
a little bit different. As you can see, he's going for the Everfrost. Makes sense. And, casts are going to be able to do some crazy damage to that backline. So while they don't have as much poke with the Zoe Ezreal, they gain some back with AP Gragas.
Yeah. And it's definitely going to be difficult again for Def to get in there and do the damage that he needs to.
Yeah. Kalista against this comp is again, it's just insanely hard to make work. see what he can do as Rich is just dead.
Couldn't be more dead.
Yeah, I mean, there's 3 people here, and he's trying his best to do as much damage as possible. At least Bay is getting a solo push on the top side. That's really all you can say here for Nongshim.
Yeah, and you know, he's actually going to get away with it here too. You can see very late rotation over from Chovy, and in fact, this is kind of premeditated by Nongshim here because they're trying to actually set up for this. Okay. I had to do the like almost throw to play-by-play.
Yeah.
Like, oh! Because they're actually we're putting a lot of pressure on Chovy, so he actually ends up losing all of that wave. Still up 20 CS, you know, just Chovy things, but.
Yep. And, you know, because of that pick on a Rich, he doesn't have his teleport, so this should be pretty free to take the Cloud Drake here. You can see Peanut's hanging around. Actually, a little bit of a rotation is coming in, but not hard committing to this just yet.
Yeah, Nongshim really like to fight over these sometimes, but they don't have the tools.
Peanut thinking about it, but that's going to be a miss on the death sentence, and he will just get away. Mountain Rift this time around, so definitely going to be pretty massive for the side of Nongshim if you consider it, but already down to Drakes. We'll have to wait and see if they can get any.
I called Riot, and they said we used all of our Cloud Drakes in the regular season,
yes.
Cloud Souls, so they said there's not any left. There's no more left for playoffs, so just want to tell you guys.
Thank Faker. I'm glad that's done with. No more Cloud Souls here.
Well, Hanwha Life are going to actually get away with this double objective here. The Drake and the second Rift Herald here. Very much in control of this game and in control of the map. And I think that's partially because Udyr is just so great at making rotations difficult and unsafe. Makes it difficult to get vision control. And you know, Nongshim are just, unfortunately, just one step behind in terms of trying to get to these objectives. They're going to get the consolation prize here. I mean, it is the second Rift Herald. It's not the end of the world, but
yeah,
it's still significant. Nongshim just aren't able to even team fight.
Yeah, that's okay. Still waiting. And, you know, just hanging out, scaling up.
Yeah, that's
getting Jinx her items, you know, not wasting any time with that.
That's the name of the game for this comp. As we're going to watch this from quite some time ago, but this is actually the play that prevents Nongshim from being able to contest the Drake because he died and have teleport, as you pointed out. And, you know, this ends up being pretty significant. You can see in the mid lane, like if you look at the minimap, like they were ready and actually blocking the rest of Nongshim from rotating in. It was a really nice play, and the timing of it was massive for the Drake. And Udyr just allows you to make plays like this, and it was not risky at all because they knew where everybody was on the side of Nongshim, including Peanut. And that's the vision advantage you're going to get. I wasn't sure how to feel about Udyr early on in the season when Joshi picked him up and he got popular all around the world, but I feel like the more I've commentated it, the more I've watched it, you know, even in other regions, like, Udyr pick is so strong for so many different reasons. His ability to clear vision, set up consistently in team fights.
Tank.
Kim Tank, yeah. I was just saying, tanking, yeah, you can do a little bit of that.
It's a great item. It's finally getting some nerfs.
Yeah, a little bit. Maybe a little late on that one, but, you know, we got there eventually. I mean, I think it's a really fun item. I've been a huge fan of it myself, personally.
Yeah, it's just the games where we had like 6 chem tanks being built where I was just like, okay, yeah, you might want to look at this item. And they did. As Morgan really looking to press the issue here. Just taking aggressive trades against a Gragas that, of course, going AP, is not going to be able to withstand so much of that damage as he would have been able to in game number 1.
This is a really nice position here, actually, for Hanwha Life Esports. They can clear more of this vision. Like, look at Johan do it, man. He's just in there, he's clearing it away. This is an uncharacteristically low ward score, in fact. They're going to steal the blue away. And, you know, I mean, if you're Hanwha Life Esports, like, you do lose out on this, and you grouped up, and then you had a nice position to maybe get a pick, but you didn't. So now you lose a turret for nothing. So, unfortunately, although it was a nice setup there, and they got a lot of vision removed, they did not get, like, Nongshim are actually just getting turrets for free on the map right now.
Hanwha Life are just giving turrets away, it feels like. Nobody was in the top side. Nobody was here in the middle lane except the Callista. She can't ward away that pressure by herself. So, interesting. The turret does not go down, but I feel like the macro team of Hanwha kind of failing them a little bit there, maybe falling asleep as this game has slowed down in terms of the action.
Yeah, this one is definitely like, you know, last game when we hit 50 minutes, and even when we were hitting like 35 minutes, I didn't realize how much game time had passed because it was so action-packed. Sometimes when you get to a 50-minute game, you're like, well, this is really dragged on. Can we move on to the next one? But that was not the case for last game. But this game is definitely way slower. With Nongshim having a pretty significant lead in the kills, and their comp scales very well, so they're in a really nice spot. The fact that they don't have the Drakes, you know, I feel like is a really huge boon for Hanwha. As he caught the Udyr, so you know.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, this is kind of the moment. Okay, Chaos Storm is going to be baited out there for a flash. A fantastic cast is going to force the flash away from Johan this time around. And now Nongshim have gotten some pressure, and the Scatter of the Weeks have been really great. This is what you were talking about. Bay has to be kind of in the front, landing Scatter of the Weeks and pressuring the enemy team away, and that's going to work.
Yeah, and that's exactly what he's doing. You know, I didn't have faith in his ability to actually play these you know, aggressive positions and actually take those chances, because you do have to be like out in front in order to make this happen. Look at him try to set up another one again. Oh, actually, I got baited by the clone there. I was like, whoa.
Here we go. Good flank coming in from Morgan. He doesn't get the ultimate he was looking for, but he pulls everybody in. Duckdom takes a massive amount of damage, and down will go Bay. Big rocket, though, comes out from Duckdom, trying to carry this team as well as he possibly can. Peanut now frontlining, as Deft is going to get pretty low, and the Jinx has a great angle here. Chovy doing his best to try to zone him away, but the Lantern is so huge as it gets Duckdom into position to do the damage. Peanut goes for a bit of a run, but look at Duckdom. He has so much room, but he's not able to get the damage onto Chovy. Chovy just outplaying them there just a little bit too much.
Yeah, and Chovy actually needs to be careful about this Drake aggro.
Yeah.
They don't have enough health to actually secure the Mountain Drake, so they're going to have to reset. But it will go to Nongshim at the end of the day. What a crazy fight. I mean, it starts off very well here, you know, with Morgan at the backside, but he actually gets pushed into the wall. Like, the wall actually prevents his showstopper from actually being top tier. And then notice Deft's positioning actually in this fight. He's so extremely far forward, but isn't punished until very later on. You know, he's actually able to get so many autos off here on Peanut, then still survives, and does so much damage that he shouldn't be allowed to get away with because of all the damage coming out from Chovy. Everyone's health bars are so low. And then
the Lantern was so clutch.
The Lantern was super sick. And the stopwatch is perfect here from Vista. Johan does go down.
And just one more auto on a Chovy, one or two more.
Yeah.
Or a cask on the Chovy. It looks like he probably just barely got that cooldown back up.
Yeah.
But man, that was really on a nice edge. And as you mentioned, this should go the way of Nongshim. Bay had teleport, and Chovy was going to, you know, he had to go back. He couldn't exactly teleport right back into the fight. So he just went up to the top side. Hanwha are going to give this away. And this is actually really good for Nongshim, right? Yeah. You deny a lot of damage from that comp, and you've got the tankier comp on your side.
Yeah, for sure. And this is you know, this is the first step of many they're going to have to hit to close this game out. But you know, part of the reason why these early 2 Drake leads can be, hold that thought, Peanut is really really deep, but they do respect him. But I was going to say that the 2 Drake advantage here means that, you know, losing Drakes like this is not the end of the world for Nongshim, or rather for Hanwha Esports. So it is significant that Nongshim get this. Nongshim have the ability to get 4 mountains, and that would be insane. But we'll see how this plays out.
Yeah, if they got 4, would be pretty nice. I mean, as we mentioned before the game's even started, the Verdant Barrier nerf on 11.6. You know, that's something that maybe one of these guys would have built. Neither of them are going for it. So we're just getting like pure damage in here, plus Merc Treads to kind of like fulfill the same role that the Verdant Barrier was fulfilling. So you don't have as much MR on your mid laners that you could be potentially enhancing through Mountain Drakes, but at least the tanks on the side of Nongshim are still going to get a really nice boon from that. Obviously, the tanks on Hanwha this time around, they've got Udyr and Set as well, so it's not half bad for them either.
Yeah, no, true. It's a very significant Drake. I mean, you're going to be fighting over this one every time. For Nongshim here, I feel like the engage tools that they have, if they can execute them as well as they have been in these last few skirmishes, and there's a lot of really ways that this can go very wrong very quickly for Hanwha Life. Chovy is going to be the one doing majority of the damage in this game, and then Deft can help clean up. It's crazy that Deft was able to get away with what he did in that last team fight on the Callista.
Yeah.
It's like, that should not be happening. But Nongshim's target priority was a little bit off there.
Yeah, it's really rough to play Callista into Jinx Syndra. I mean, you can even get cast by the Gragas, you can get hooked by the Thresh. It's not easy.
Yeah.
Trust me.
I mean, the thing is, like, you really are reliant on Morgan's initiation. And you can see even last time when he had the showstopper into the wall there, it ended up allowing so much damage for Chovy and Deft in that choke point. But
yeah,
later into the game we go, those types of engages become weaker and weaker. And oftentimes Morgan will even just be punished for trying to run into a team fight and setting that up.
Yeah, might just get Scat of the Week and then blown up.
Exactly.
In one rotation, so you got to be really careful and pick your spots well.
He might even not get the showstopper off, you know, with all the CC that Nongshim have. He didn't go ghost, you know. It's like he's got some CC to get through, but if he can set it up consistently, I mean, that is the role of Set in these team fights. He presses his combo, has a showstopper, and then he just looks at people.
Yeah.
Kind of what he does.
Chovy just bought a Rabadon's Death Cap.
Yeah, I mean, he has 300 CS, why not?
And 4 kills.
Yeah.
He's definitely got the most gold in this game.
And he, remember that early Dark Seal he got earlier?
Yeah.
Getting some value.
8 stacks already. Maybe with the stopwatch, we just see a Medai's picked up here.
I think so, yeah.
I don't think it's a bad option because you win one team fight and then you're just doing too much damage. Like, it's just way too much. This though is the power,
right?
the power of AP Gragas that Everfrost is barely missing depth.
The shield,
the shield bow comes in, just barely gonna save him, but like, you can just throw some of that poke out, and the more I watch this comp, I'm like, actually...
Nongshim have a way better comp, I think, in a vacuum, right? At this stage of the game.
Yeah, but also the poke, I thought they were, like, losing a lot, but actually, they have an insane amount still.
And they have a vision of this, Han Life Esports do, but with no flash on depth, it's really hard to take this fight. Look at the Lantern positioning, too, potentially here.
Kellen put the box in a perfect spot. And he is able to deny any hope for Hanwha Life to get in here. Chovy, you can see he's level 16, 4 kills, over 300 CS. He's got 8 stacks on his Dark Seal, and he's just trying to carry.
He's like, I would like to play the game. I would like the team fight. He's like, are we going to go in? Because I can do a lot of damage. And you know, at this stage of the game, he is very fed with the death cap, and Rich.
He's a little bit of an awkward spot, but as you can see, able to do a nice amount of damage, and Morgan might just be able to save him. Chovy able to take down the Gragas. What poise to just sit there and be able to do that.
That was amazing. That was so well played. He's like, nope, I know how to chase him. Very well played here from Morgan. And Peanut is now here trying to potentially stop this Drake, or rather, he's rotating over, but he's just not going to be here in time. Nice try, the Duck Dom. That's the
the Jinx thing.
Good old Jinx special.
Yeah, that's a thing now.
Your second smite. It definitely is a thing, and it has worked before.
Yeah, the Baron buff's still here for Nongshim. You can see the power play is pretty meager right now, right? It's 400 golds. It's not really what you're looking for. The average Baron power play of both of these teams is very high.
Chovy dodges the Everfrost, doesn't get hit by the cast, drops his ult down. By the way, Peanut is here. He knows Peanut is there. He has a perfect stopwatch, and then just is able to mow him down.
After casually dodging 7 skill shots, Chovy takes down the tank.
Yep. And, I mean, that's his stopwatch gone. But he also finished his Mage Eyes.
Yep, Mage Eyes comes in. Definitely the item you're purchasing now.
Chovy, you know, last game I felt like Chovy robbed Vis a little bit, you know, in the POG. But in this game, he is definitely outplaying everybody on the other side.
Yeah.
And in that last exchange, like, yes, he killed Rich, but he styled on the entirety of Nongshim by himself.
Yeah. It's great to see, by the way, side point, that every single time we see Peanut on camera, he's smiling.
Yes.
It's kind of the Peanut thing, but you can tell he's really enjoying his time here in the playoffs, regardless of the result, what happens here. Not saying even that they're going to lose. I mean, a lot of this gold right now for Hanwha is in Chovy, and if they don't have that, they're relying on a Kalista that gets super outranged and can just get one rotation. So, again, it's kind of like Duckdom in the last game. This is all on Chovy kind of to carry in this later game team fight scenario. Unless Def can get like the 500 IQ positioning and dodge everything, which is an option, but again, it's not easy.
Yeah, no, it's very difficult. I mean, there's just so many ways for him to get destroyed. And what happens with good positioning with Kalista sometimes is that you just don't do anything. And you said it last game too, we saw the stats, the score, the damage stats at the end of the game, post-game breakdown, like the damage was significantly lower for Deft because of the difficulty in a longer game of actually doing that consistent damage. And in this game, it's such a compounded issue because of Nongshim's comp. And Nongshim are just grouping up and taking turrets off the map, and it does feel like Hanwha have been a little bit slow to respond to this style of play. And there's so much of the map that's removed and opened up now for Nongshim. They have a lot of good vision here because of it.
They also have some really great siege on the turrets, right? With their composition, they have the range advantage, especially if Chovy's not there. It's like, well, you don't have much wave clear at all. You're going to be relying on like Nico and maybe an Udyr to step forward or something. Yeah, it's going to be rough if you don't have Chovy there. And I think Nongshim are doing the right thing. If Chovy's not there, push the turret, and there's not much they can do. You're just going to get a lot of map gold very early on in this game.
Yeah, that's really putting, it's really pushing the issue for Johan as well. Like, he's unable to consistently get super deep value on the enemy side of the map because all these waves are pushed, the turrets are being taken down. Well, that's one of the weaknesses of Udyr is a grouped up team. It's just really hard to actually do anything with that. In team fights, you can, you know, end up getting some value, get into the backline, harass, set up some stuns, but look at the damage in this game. Chovy is 5,000 ahead of the second most, which is Rich. But also, look at Deft's damage. He's 4,000 behind Duckdom.
Yeah, and then Bay is below him. I don't even know how that's possible, to be honest.
Well, I wasn't going to say it.
Yeah, Syndra has to be doing more damage. What we saw in the river before was actually very nice. We got to see more of that. But yeah. I suppose the teams right now for the last 4 minutes or so, they've just been waiting for the objectives to spawn here. As you can see, the teleport is going to be used. They're grouping up now for the Mountain Soul that could potentially be taken here by Hanwha. And Nongshim just gets zoned out of the mid lane casually by a nice little gravity field.
Rich is in a really nice position here.
Oh, Johan, he's going to flash away, and that's what we were talking about. The set just gets blown to pieces.
He disappeared.
He goes in and he dies.
Yeah, that's the damage output that Nongshim have at this stage of the game. You showstopper your life away. That was pretty insane. I think that Hanwha needed to respect Nongshim a lot more in this moment. Yeah, they had the wave control, they had Prio on the push, and there was a whole wave of minions, but then just a seemingly random engage from Morgan there, instead of just trying to back away. Oh, that's
look at this Pop Blossom. Double Zhonya's used as Duckdom has to blow his stopwatch early. And that's going to be real nice. They can just back away from this one, but the engage on a Chovy. Rich tries to make it happen, and he just dies. The amount of damage that they have is just way too much. Even Deft is getting value here. As Peanut tries to pull him forward, nearly gets sniped, but is not able to go down. Peanut forced to ult back from the fight.
Deft has his GA, and he feels very confident to actually step forward and do that damage. And in this team fight in particular, once Rich is gone, it's very easy.
Well, Vista is dead, but the Mountain Drake is going to go the way of Hanwha. That's a trade I would take every day.
Yeah, they don't have ult for the Jinx to actually try to steal that away. Would have been a huge opportunity to get value out of that this time around, but not going to happen. Mountain Soul completed, right? This is not just any Drake they get with this. So this is actually very, very strong now for Hanwha Esports. If they didn't have that early Drake control, then this would not have been possible. So you know, those are some of your ways to come back and win this game as Hanwha. I mean, also Chovy, who, by the way, he bought his Zhonya's outright from the broken stopwatch just moments ago. And now it's even more difficult to deal with him.
Yeah, I mean, he is basically on full builds already. I mean, he's got him at dies, but he'll be keeping that. As here we're going to see this once again, this engage.
Yeah, I mean, he was dead before he hit the ground practically. As Vista, you know, in some of these fights too, like, he's actually got really nice flanks. Like, this is the Pop Blossom that gets two Zhonyas, as you mentioned. And he gets face called back in. And Hana Life Esports here staying a little bit long. Rich sees an opportunity, but he's just blown up so quickly. There was not enough follow-up damage there. A little bit of a miscommunication
He
there.
didn't even get to cast his cast.
Yeah, no, like, I mean,
Died so quickly.
there's just so much damage on both sides. If you're in there alone, you're in trouble.
We're seeing some significant stuff happen in live, by the way.
Yeah.
Peanut is denying all of these backs. 3 members of Hama Life not able to back. And most importantly, Toby is not there to stop the push. They have Baron buff right
Yeah,
now.
this is actually huge. Oh, he's going to get another interrupt.
Oh, what?
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 Not interrupt.
I don't know. I guess maybe he had a shield or something. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
Chovy is able to go back, though. Or not yet, but still able to stop the push for now. Johan is getting on in there. The hook is glorious from Kellen. And now the front to back for Duckdown might be good enough, but look at the damage coming out. They're able to kill Vista, though. That is exactly what they need. And maybe they can get on top of Duckdown. That's what they need to do in order to have any chance to win this game. Chovy is still alive in this team fight. And I feel like, oh, they get the hook on the Chovy. I think that might just be it, but they get the kill on the Duckdom. Who is going to win here? Chovy goes down, Duckdom survives, and NSㅣ will be able to push in and take the game.
They're going to take the game. They got 75 seconds of Baron buff left. What a turnaround. You have to be a little bit critical of Hana Life's map awareness and their macro in this game. They gave away several turrets for free, and they let NSㅣ steal the game with some interrupted backs and a Baron buff. This late in the game, NSㅣ were able to force a victory that you very rarely see at this professional level where, you know, it's just simply a macro win. You know, they're playing 3D chess here, or 4D chess, whatever the term is. They're like not playing 2D chess on the computer. That's but they end up playing the macro beautifully, and unfortunately for Hana Life Esports, they were just a little bit delayed in some of these responses. They got a little bit too deep into some of these heavy pushes into the jungle, or they're trying to catch players, and that was just a very, very calm, clean, and collected team fight cleanup when Hana Life had to spill back in to try to defend their base. NSㅣ bringing us to a real series here, and after game one I thought, okay, this could potentially be, maybe it's still a 3-0, but some of the games are closer. The second game, there was a huge draft difference for the late game, and the macro was so good.
Watch this again.
Yeah, look at this interrupting the Bucks. The Jinx ultimate coming through first. Bay comes over as well.
Deft could have got in back, actually, the first time around, but he stopped his back. And let's take a look at this. I think he's got a shield, so...
Yep.
Yeah, that's why he doesn't get interrupted.
He had the shield from the Mountain Soul. And
yeah, and Bay dies, but I mean, that's worth.
Yeah, and then this fight is just, I mean, you handled this so well, Duckdom. Like, he actually is in perfect position. Take out the Udyr first, and then, unfortunately, Chovy is trying his best here to do anything he can, and Vista's burst so early. And, I mean, what a great game of League of Legends here.
The hooks from Kellen, they keep Duckdom alive, right? Because Deft just kind of gets blown up here, as you can see. And another body slam on a Chovy, another hook, and he's still able to get the damage down with the laser the second half, and it's so close.
I mean, Chovy is really making a case for being, you know, the next best player in League of Legends, right? Like, he's not at Faker's dominance level yet. Everybody put your bone jaws away, okay? Like, no chairs coming out, but like, the guy is just on his own such a fantastic player, and he's really breaking the game. Like, he's doing things that no one thought were possible right now, but it's still not enough in this second game. And now we're tied up 1-1 here. What a crazy, crazy turn of events. I think almost any analyst would have predicted the 3-0 for Hana Life. I mean, I didn't officially predict that. I, of course, predicted them to win. But now we're looking at a series where NSㅣ could actually take this. They could upset Hana Life.
And I think that, okay, so we're going to have the post-game breakdown here, and we can take a little bit of a deeper look. But I think it starts with the draft. I mean, take a look at how little Udyr and Set did in this game. And I'm not only talking about damage, okay?
Yeah.
They got dominated from minute one, and then when it came to late-game team fights, they just didn't even really do anything. It was really rough for them to get any value. A lot of the team fighting on the side of Hana Life was basically just Chovy and Deft and Vista.
I mean, like, the damage output for Chovy in this game is insane. I mean, he is Victory, just naturally does a lot of damage, but you can see that the rest of the team just isn't able to pick up the slack. Like, he set up several almost kills, is almost able to get those picks. but the comp had so little range, right? You have to walk so far forward if you're Chovy or Deft to actually do that damage. And every single late game teamfight is so reliant on the set engage. And once those stop working, your team comp falls apart. Even though Bay did very little damage, he hit the Skylar of the Weeks where he needed to, oftentimes, and sometimes that's all you need.
He delayed Chovy's back. That's all he had to do. Keeps Chovy off the rift for just the right amount of time. But guys, we're going to have to take another break, and when we come back, we're going to go into game number 3 and see who will take the lead.
오픈.
이거?
천천히 빼면서 해야 돼. 징크스 지켜. 징크스 모델부터. 할만해. 비트 오픈. 파이프 노브.
어이구야.
밀어줄게. 비트 노플로. 할만해. 지키면서 해. 그때부터.
팔진
야, 징크스 지켜. 키우. 노플로. 들어가서 징크스. 나 패치기 돌아.
끌었어.
맞아. 야, 레이저. 나 궁 있어. 나 가만히. 예. 야, 저거 버그야. 아니, 저 형 레이저 그냥 사지절단이야, 진짜. 아니, 나 아까 2차에서 받고 싶어도. 근데 이거 우리가 너무 많이 줘서 그래. 머리가 잘했다. 여기서 내 킹게 해봤어? 좋았다. 나이스.
we're back after Hana Life Esports versus Nongsin Red Force, game number 2, and it was another intense game, and Nongsin was able to even out the series with this win. Hana Life Esports tried Kalista and Nicocom, and Nongsin was able to take away that jinx. Kalista can empower Nico really well, and they are really strong during the laning phase. You know, Kalista takes some time to hit the power spike, and Nico can actually compensate the lack of damage in the mid and early game. Hana Life was able to bring a great preparation for this matchup, and Nongsin was able to also counter their strategy really well. Hana Life, they always prioritize the lane pressure on the mid and bottom lane. Nico and Kalista together is really good into Thresh because Nico can actually interrupt the hook coming out from Thresh. So Hana Life, their main theme is playing really strong and hard on the mid and bottom lane. However, Hana Life Esports was not able to get very ahead of Thresh and Jinx during the laning phase. They were actually scaling very evenly. And then they were trying to play a little bit proactively on the top side of the map, which ended up coming down on the carry potential of the DPS players on both teams. So let's take a look at this first highlight where Nongsin Red Force was looking for a kill onto Chovy. So they did have vision on the Hecarim, and Chovy kind of predicted the rotation coming out from Hecarim, and Hana Life Esports insisted to raise that outer turret. So Chovy overstays on that lane. However, he sidesteps away from every possible abilities from Gragas, and then he absorbs and neutralized 2 ultimates with just 1 stopwatch. And then Morgan was able to go in and re-engage to save Chovy, and Hana Life Esports was able to turn this fight around very effectively. Also, that Stride Breaker found the best value, which enabled Hana Life Esports to pick up a kill and then save Chovy. It was a fantastic outplay by the players on the side of Hana Life Esports. However, when Chovy's Victor was getting fed, Jinx on the side of Nongsin was also getting super fed as well. So let's take a look at this second highlight. So we wanted to kind of figure out what was the beginning of this kind of a base race. Hana Life Esports wanted to take and steal away the blue camp, which kind of cost them a game. Nongsim had this information that they were around this blue camp, and also Jinx saw that Deft was finding a reset over there, so he threw his rocket, and then it was actually able to spot Chovy in that brush, so it stopped both Deft and Chovy getting a reset back to the base. So the rest of the Hana Life Esports players were trying to save some time for them to recall. And Chovy was able to find a very good kill onto Bae, but it was actually worth for Nongsin Red Force because they could once again delay the back of Chovy, and then Dokdam's Jinx was also already a monster right here, and Vista's Zonias was a split second behind to get that cooldown back up. Victor was finally able to come back to this fight, but Victor used his ultimate to take away the Syndra prior to the teleport. However, he had enough damage to take down Syndra even without that ultimate, but because he used that earlier, he didn't have that damage to finish up that kill on to Dokdam. Headed for that ultimate from Victor, maybe could have turned this fight around. Considering the fact that Hana Life Esports had the Dragon Soul, maybe they had the edge over Nongsin Red Force in that team fight, but Nongsin made a very smart decision over here, and also we saw the power of Nongsin Red Force in terms of the team fights once again. Dokdam will pick up the POG. He was the one carrying a huge rocket and also carrying his teammates. And this game represents the power of Jinx in the late game. This champion is on a huge winning streak here in the LCK. Her range get incredibly high in the late game, and the range is all about that AD carries need in the late game. They really need to pop that Jinx with one combo in the late game, but Kalista and Nico was not able to get into her range, and also Thresh was there to always save that Jinx. Indeed, this one was a very close game, but Nongshim Red Force was able to close it out very victoriously. So that Kalista Victor comp for Hana Life Esports was not the ideal recipe for victory, so maybe they should find a little bit of an adjustment for game number 3. Dokdam was able to pick up 7 votes out of 9, so let's find out whether they can connect this momentum for game 3.
Thank you so much once again, Ji-sun, for the translation there of the analyst's desk, as we're all tied up here. I don't think this is the scenario we were expecting to find ourselves in, but here we are. Dokdam able to carry this game the second time around.
Yeah, and I mean, I think there's been serious drafting issues for Hana Life Esports. Their late game comps are, I mean, they're not drafting late game comps, you know, and the late game has been an issue. In game number 1, there were a lot of problems, and they brute forced their way to victory. And in game 2, you know, they almost were able to pull it off. You know, Chovy was playing extremely well, and the rest of the players too were holding their own, but compositional issue started to really rear its head every time Morgan looked for engages, you know, past the 25-minute mark. It was just not going to happen, and I feel like we need to see a move away from this low-range Kalista style, because yes, it's one of Jeff's most iconic and best champions, but he doesn't need to pick it this early, and he definitely doesn't need to draft it every time when there's a lot of other options available. So I would like to see a move away from that, because Nongshim are clearly very well versed at outranging that style of play, and we're almost able to take that first game as a result. And game 2, we all just watched what happened.
Yeah.
These bans seem to be the same. There's the Thresh ban, though. Not going to see that one anymore.
Yeah, and once again, Hana Life are on blue, and they first ban Seraphine. It's clear they don't want to play Seraphine. Let's get that out of the way. But this is going to be 3 times in a row now. We're having the same sides for these teams. So it seems like both teams just want to stick on these sides. They don't want to mix anything up.
Makes casting a best of 5 kind of interesting when both teams stay on the same sides every time. It feels like there's like an identity almost on the Rift. As everything else will look the same here. Probably see the Renekton ban once more for Nongshim. I don't think Udyr is warranted at this case. I will let Hana Life have the opportunity to first pick that potentially. I wouldn't mind seeing Johan on the Hecarim instead. They will actually take the Rel, so putting the focus on the bottom side of the map very early on.
Tristana,
yeah,
very notably was not banned this time around, right? They replaced that Tristana ban with the Thresh ban. Thresh was banned by Nongshim in game number 1, but they're still gonna go for Jinx. They say, okay, we're gonna play Jinx, we're gonna play it with a different support.
Wow, if Peanut went for the Nidalee here, that would be very much a specific Peanut pick here. No strong pairing with it at the moment. They'll take the Hecarim though, and this feels very familiar for Nongshim. The problem is now you've given, I don't mind not picking Tristana. I do mind not picking Tristana when it's Rel Tristana bot lane available now, and it solves all the problems that we were talking about. For Hana Life Esports, it's actually just putting Deft on a stronger, more top tier bottom champion where he can carry the game and scale up very well. Sylas to be picked here potentially very early. It'll be the first one of the series. Been buffed on this patch.
I was wondering when he was going to start climbing the draft tier list here. And you're already looking at Hecarim, which is a fantastic ultimate to steal. Jinx is alright, but you're looking for more. You're probably expecting Alistar to be picked as well.
Yeah,
so
definitely.
That's a couple of ultimates that you'll be really happy to steal.
It definitely makes the Alistar pick feel less powerful in this case. You already don't have the Thresh. Tahm Kench Jinx is something that I think we should see more of. I wouldn't mind it here. Feels very safe. And that's the alternative option to the Alistar pick here. I'm not going to just stick it back to the standard Alistair response, though. What's really interesting about taking the Udyr here, I mean, yes, you're going to, it's going to be banned away if you don't, but now you're in a position where you don't get that Tristana anymore. I mean, you shouldn't. Nongshim should definitely ban that. They're going to ban the Callista.
Callista, Tristana, that's fine.
Yeah, I think that's where you go here.
I think you even could have left the Callista available, but again, it's a very kind of bully, like early mid kind of composition if they do go for Callista once again. But it's, again, extremely low range. They're already having that kind of issue with the first 3 picks, and they're going to ban away Ezreal.
That was the other champion I was thinking. I would have rather seen the Ezreal Tristana here and just leave the Callista open, because this comp, you know, again, just becomes extremely transparent if you pick the Callista here, and Nongshim have already dealt with it very well twice. And they do ban the Ezreal. And it may just be that Deft doesn't want to play the Tristana. I mean, not every player in the LCK is actually prioritizing it right now. Deft has played 3 games, but he's 1 and 2 towards the later part of the season. Sion here for Rich was banned away from him before, and now he's going to have that opportunity to pick this one blind.
They finally banned his Gragas, which I think is a good idea.
I was a little bit disappointed with that last game, and it did end up coming back to bite Hanwha quite a bit. He actually picked up 2 of the POG votes in the last game, and the real question is, where is Deft going here? The Kai'Sa definitely feels very dated right now. It's not as powerful in lane as the Tristana, and it's much more difficult to execute in terms of team fighting later on. But it is. Oh, there he is! There he is!
What did I say on the POG state? When are they going to play the Urgot? And he gets picked, as you mentioned, on the first day here. Very nice to see. We are not going to be seeing any of these champions. We need some ability power damage on the side of Nongshim, and it is going to be Orianna that does come through.
This is really interesting, this Urgot pick. I'm very excited to see how this gets played out. It does really feel like a Morgan champion, you know what I mean? It feels like a champion he can actually play very well. Seems to be really strong with the Udyr. This is our first time seeing it in the LCK. It's been played quite a bit in the LEC. It's been banned a lot there. We were a little bit late on the Urgot hype train here.
The Urgot's nice. It's another one of these stable top picks that can be really annoying for tanks to deal with, right? You just slowly tip away. At the health of the Sion, you have kind of an execute within your ultimate ability as well. The one thing I'm worried about, again, here for Hanwha Life is there's like no ring. Okay? If Nongshim do the same thing again, where they kind of just peel and allow Duckdom to do a lot of damage, they've also got Bey onto one of his best picks here. I'm kind of liking Nongshim's chances once again when I just look at this draft.
Yeah, when I think about it, I think, well, how do you ever deal with Duckdom with this composition? A lot of the pressure is going to be on Vista to pilot this Rel once again very successfully, have good Magnet Storms. I mean, what Kai'Sa can do very well is just straight up front to back and shoot at Rich. When you have Kai'Sa and Urgot just chipping away at Rich's health bar here, then if he goes down, then you can play that front to back team fight. The Sylas, I think, is going to be, you know, later on very great at this as well once he steals those ultimates, especially the Unbreakable Will. But I do feel like, it feels like the identity stays the same here in a lot of ways for Hanwha Life Esports. Later on in the game, it's going to be very difficult to front-to-back team fight against Duckdom, who scales up so hard later on.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see what happens here as we do hop onto the Rift for game number 3. And I think, you know, once again, we might just have to watch Chovy try to hard carry this one. If they can get a very good lead in the early game, then it might not matter. Obviously, Nongshim's composition is very much, let's settle down, let's team fight at like 30 minutes.
Duckdom's going to get a little excited before then, but...
Yeah.
But yes, otherwise.
They'll just look to scale it up and look to play front to back and deny anyone from getting into the back line. The Kai'Sa, I mean, unless you're getting backline access, you're basically doing nothing. So
I mean, there's a... I mean, I think you can also front to back into the Sion pretty decently with this Kai'Sa later on too, once she builds up, you know, a lot of her items later on. But the big concern for me is like where does the Urgot Udyr duo, like how do they play into this? Because you aren't going to get backline access very easily. There's so many peeling tools here for Nongshim. Uh-oh.
This is so much critical damage very early on in the game. Although, you know, it is the Silas, and he does have a Dark Seal with refillable.
He is going to get zoned out of quite a bit of experience here, potentially. Bay really does not want him to come in. He's just going to have to eat that damage.
Yeah.
Ends up missing some CS. Does get the experience, though, critically. It's actually Chovy's first game of Silas, so that puts him up to one more new champion. I think it was 20 that he's at now. Because he has played the Renekton mid before. That's not his first time, and it's certainly not his first victor. He's at 20 now, so dings a new new teens number.
Yeah.
Or breaks the teens, rather. I don't know, he gets another 10. There's not a word for this, I don't know.
Figured it out at the end there. Yeah.
Bay's having a great start here, but Yohan wants to break it.
Early gank, that's really cute, and that's one way to get into the head of Nongshim. First blood, straight over the Udyr. Would like to have that gold onto Chovy, but you're still gonna take it, and just not respecting the potential level 3 gank that does come in. Teleport again, and a ping onto him as well. Flashes down on Bay.
Yohan has it.
Oh,
and he's going for it.
Yeah, flash stun. I think he might just die here once again. Easy kill. And
well, Valdez, I mean,
that's a huge mistake.
3 stacks going over to the Dark Seal that he started here in this game. And this is once again something we've seen Chovy do before. I mean, this is how you give resources to Chovy, right? You build him a Dark Seal, you stack him on that early, you feed him over a ton of early gold. And this is exactly what, I mean, this is how you use the big gap that we have in this series, to be totally frank. I mean, not even one person is going to be, oh, I think Bay is just as good. And unfortunately, right now, like, you make a critical mistake, then you give a second opportunity like that. And now, I don't want to say this game is over from here, but Bay is going to have a hellish time in this early to mid game. And Chovy is going to be online way faster than you're ever supposed to be.
Yeah, and oh boy, I think Rich might die here too. Not quite. He's actually just going to take pretty critical damage, but he does get away. But you can see how rough this top lane matchup is, at least. The Urgot is absolutely a counter into this lane.
Like, I mean, harder than, you know, the Cho'Gath we've seen in the past. I feel even it's just...
Aurelia, we've seen.
I'm going to watch this again. So Bay actually flashes into Yohan because he has no vision. He actually has no idea he's here. And then he gets, Yohan's like, cool, thanks for the free stun. So Yohan does not have to follow flash or anything like that. So he's here for this flash on the second time. And, like, Bay knows what's up, but he just, there's nothing he can do, literally. He even gets body blocked there a little bit by Yohan. So well played. And that's that. I mean, this lane is over. He did not get both kills critically. So,
yeah,
that's the light at the end of the tunnel, or a little consolation prize, I guess. Now the wave is put in such a rough spot for Bay too. Like, he actually can't even farm. And like I said, it's going to be hellish.
It's a really rough spot as the Orianna. No flash against an Udyr and a Silas that both have tier 2 boots. You don't get to you don't get to lane.
Nope.
You could ward one side. You got to play extremely passive to that side. Try not to get ganked from the other. You just sit there and try to survive. Urgot's been 269 days since he has come out. Keen was the last time to play it in LCK summer of last year against Smebs.
I miss Smeb. You can see it's actually not a positive win rate here, but again, this kind of we're looking back in time. We're looking at this stat. Very aggressive positioning here once again from Yohan on the top side of the map, but Rich is being very respectful.
Yeah.
Like, he has no ward on that side of the map either, but he just knows.
There is the one that he ran over right now, and Rich should see him.
Yeah.
They did just both get cleared out, though.
It's the second he sees it, he moves back in and gets the experience. He's like, okay, I'm good.
You can see that with the lane pushing here. They're trying to fight over the Raptors, but Vista is here.
Yeah.
It's level 4, so kind of just have to let these go. If you are Nongshim.
He's actually, I think, even going to get the big one.
Oh, there you go.
I mean, the thing is, if he stays there like that, Bay is, you know, unfortunately, losing out on being in lane. Chovy is being so frustrating. He got this wave frozen in such a bad spot for Bay. And, like, this is a game where some of the main issues we talked about in Drafter, you know, it feels like might just not matter if this game snowballs and steamrolls out of control.
Exactly.
Like, every single game that Hanwha Life have played has been very strong in the early game. This one is, like, especially so.
Uh-oh.
I don't know if Rich survives this one.
We have the ultimate available. He's going to just totally whiff. And now with the ultimate coming out here and the flash already used, Morgan is just dead. They're going to hand that kill over to Peanut, and that is fantastic news for the top laner of Nongshim.
You know, I mean, it has been an uncharacteristically weak day for Morgan. You know, Morgan is definitely one of the players I've been trying to get people to watch out for because he's quietly been one of the most consistent top laners in the LCK this season. And just some small mistakes, you know, like this, and also in laning against Rich in Game 2 as well that have really stacked against him. And Peanut is always there to help Rich out, and they're high-fiving when this gets committed to. Got to be careful about getting an early lead onto this Hecarim. It could really mess up how your tempo is going to go around some of these Drake fights. First one does
little
on
fight here. Def taking insane amounts of damage. He got CC from 100 to 0 health there. There was nowhere for him to go. He couldn't even flash, guys. A duo kill, 2 of them in the bottom lane already, and once again, Duckdom is getting fed.
I mean, this has been kind of a meme today, the Duckdom versus Chovy series, right? And, like, that's what's happening. And this is a huge mistake from Def to try to trade that one out like this. And this keeps happening, it feels like, with Kai'Sa players nowadays, where they just try to come forward and trade, and then you get CC'd like that, and you're just going to die, like, straight up. I'm going to watch it again. We're going to watch this first, so missing the ultimate, kind of a big deal here. And then right afterwards, Peanut is there. Like, Peanut's was always on his way. Gets knocked up, and then that's the end of the story here.
Yep.
Even flashes, as you mentioned. But the bot lane is just actually...
Watch the CC on it.
Yeah, like watch Def not do anything, sadly. He is rooted, and is
stunned again.
Stunned again. He gets one auto off. And you just don't want to put yourself in that position against a Jinx, and you definitely don't want to get Duckdom fed. You know, it's funny, I was talking about how, like, okay, Def Senna's got a really good Senna, he's got a pretty wide champion pool, he's a dominant player, and Duckdom is not going to be able to have the power that he would like. He's not going to have the opportunity to play the champions he would like in this series, but Hanwha Life have not been respecting him in the draft, and Deft has been very low impact in this series, and it's in fact come true to be the opposite of what I said, and that Duckdom has been empowered in all 3 games.
Yeah, I feel like, well, we're going to have this fight here before I get into that. Chovy having a very nicely timed gank, although the flash is available. And so Rich will escape very crucially. This gives some time for Bay to try to come back. He gets a nice push in, probably a good back, or maybe even a rotation down on the bottom side. As you can see,
That's here.
Some pressure being put on. Bay is just going to go back. He doesn't have much mana.
He decided not to.
Okay.
He's being very indecisive, but I mean, you got to make something happen now. But I think this is just really ill-timed.
Yeah.
Silas is already back in mid.
Bay has his teleport, so
he's going to definitely want to use that. He actually, well, you know, I mean, he actually just put himself into a less advantageous position with that rotation.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. And he's going to lose even further CS.
Yeah. Having Johan there certainly helped push the wave back real quick, so there wasn't any kind of chance at a dive. They were thinking about setting up kind of a 4-on-2, 4-on-3 scenario with Chovy, no TP, and on the top side of the map, but didn't quite work out. Nice try, I suppose, but the execution wasn't there. As the push with the Rift Herald is going to come in now, they're going to give some of this gold over to Deft. And Johan going to split that up. And look at Duckdom, how confidently he's playing this lane now. He's got Kellen with the Moby Boots as well, just owning the front line there. And what I was going to say is kind of like Duckdom is climbing the Mortal Kombat ladder, you know? It's like every spot he like takes out another 80 carry.
Yeah.
As, okay, we're actually going to have another dive here on a Def.
But late.
Really fantastic block comes out from Vista, but it's not going to matter, and Kellen will survive.
Just barely. He had to tank a ton of turret damage. Ooh, Vista gets slowed.
Uh-oh. He has to flash away, and that's another summoner taken away. Duckdom, though, no summoners of his own. Johan, again, can't do anything.
Yeah, he's not able to do anything here. That was a very scary moment, for sure, for Nongshim. especially because Kellen had to take so many shots, but they still made it happen. Still get another pick, so a lot of extra gold down in this bottom side of the map. Once again, the kill goes to Kellen, but still, I mean, that's a lot of assist gold. And if you're a Nongshim fan right now, I mean, this is overperforming, right? I mean, there's often nerves that come into a series like this where, you know, a team like Nongshim just get crushed in the first game and then they fall apart. You know, start to see some weak plays, you know, and maybe some people get caught out of position. They get a little bit lazy because they're frustrated. But this has just not been the case for Nongshim in this series. And in fact, that close first game, I think, did motivate them. And we're going to watch this one more time. Like, there's just a ton of CC. Deft actually gets away here, and Vista with a really nice Magnet Storm to pull back, but it's still just not enough. And by the time Johan gets here, you know, there's just no way to turn this around. He's a new deer, so there's a really good flash from Vista.
Yeah.
I mean, pretty self-explanatory, but the reaction time was good there.
Yeah, and a good trade for Peanut. I mean, he goes Lucidity Boots every time, so he's getting his ultimate back very fast. His Ghost back, he's able to get those ganks off, whereas the Flash is going to take a while for Vista to get that back. So just a really good trade-up overall from the side of Nongshim.
This gold graph, I mean, really tells the story of this game. This gold comparison, right? Like, mid versus bot, right? That's where the success has been. And that number could be a lot higher, again, if Kellen didn't get the kill. And if it was given over to Duckdom. This is just, you know, this is how these trades go.
Peanut's up here again, and what did I say about the ult cooldown? It's back up, and it's available. Morgan is going to get knocked up and feared from over the wall. See you later.
Wow.
Yet another fantastic gank timing comes out from Peanut, who is now 3-0.
I mean, you can't be taking trades like that when, I mean, look at the items of Morgan here. He's got a Tiamat and a Cull and a Giant's Belt, I guess, you know? Like, you're not actually going to be doing enough damage in this moment to actually trade that out. And then Peanut is just like, well, I'm here because, like, Rich starts taking a trade, and I'll hold that thought.
Chovy is up here. He's stolen the ultimate, able to deny the knockup. Does he have the damage is the question. Rich doesn't have anything. Udyr is here, and that's just going to be the kill. They hand that one over to Chovy as it feels like he's the janitor trying to sweep up all the, you know.
Chovy is like, Chovy is 1v9ing in this game, man. Like, it feels like he is.
Feels that way.
He is just doing everything right. He has not made any glaring mistakes. He's playing almost perfect. Like, mechanically in some of these team fights, we've seen him almost turn things by himself. But I feel like the Silas isn't going to be quite as impactful as a Victor, you know, in terms of the lead that we have here later on in the game.
We'll see. I want to see a late game fight with Unbreakable Will and see if he can actually kill Jinx before Jinx kills him. I think it's just, again, going to be one of those, like, Chovy versus Duckdom games here.
The only advantage that Morgan had in this exchange was that he had vision, and he knew that Rich did not know that he was standing there, so he got a few autos off. But, like, Rich actually almost does this by himself. And, you know, Peanut is there. Without Peanut there, you don't secure the kill. And then Rich gets a little bit greedy on this ward. Meanwhile...
Okay, more trading down here. Peanut is in position again. This time, Duckdom's going to get the kill. And Chovy with the Unbreakable Will. That's not going to last forever. Can he survive? He's trying to turn back the damage. And finally, it does come out. Ellen is going pretty deep here. It's a lot of damage on a Chovy already. Look at how much damage these rockets are doing. Going to be able to dodge the ultimate that comes out here, but...
Part of the blue sea.
Yeah, they're just owning this bottom lane.
I mean, they are just, I mean, this is, I feel like a team that is understanding, finally, very late in the season, that Duckdom is actually their carry player. It's not Peanut, it's not Rich, it's actually Duckdom. And this is something that I've been saying forever, and I know that, you know, most people are starting to kind of get on the Duckdom hype train here recently, but, like, he is playing so extremely well. He went under everybody's radar because Nongshim had a pretty bad win rate, right? They ended up barely sneaking into playoffs in 6th place. But he is just so good. And you could see that they're actually spending all their resources to empower him game after game. Yeah, because, I mean, look, Peanut's doing a great job of also helping Rich out. I mean, you have to give credit where it's due, but...
Yeah, Peanut's had a great series as well. Like, over the course of the... regular season, the both of them kind of, you know, put their heads together and have been the driving force of this team to get it to where it is now.
Yeah, and I do very strongly feel that Life Esports are not playing to their strengths, you know, and they're drafting, like they're with all the champions available and all the deep pools. Oh, this is just Vista, like way out of position, hoping for he was not going to be noticed, but all of the champions that Life can play, like, and then they try to reinvent the wheel in such a weird way in the first 2 games, and in game 3 as well. You know, you prioritize the Sylas super high. As we know how this goes. I mean, Duckdom is just crushing it. And it's just not working. I mean, he stole the Hecarim ult.
Yeah. Denial actually with the chilling smite onto Johan means no stun comes out.
Yep.
And Chovy can't follow up. He probably was just going to ultimate away anyway, but still pretty cute there.
Like Chovy, I mean, look at his items. He got the stopwatch early again this game. He wants to be the carry that we know that he can be, and he is still doing everything right. It's just unfortunate that there are limits to what he's capable of. I mean, not as a human, like we haven't seen his limits yet in that regard, but there's limits to what his champion can do with the stats it has in game, right? Like, and if Duckdom starts to get even more fed, he's massively ahead in CS now even. Sylas is going to struggle to actually consistently do damage. You know, you talked about him getting Unbreakable Will. It's like, well, let's see what he can do. But if he just gets killed early on in the fight, before he can really get the maximum value out, it's going to be a problem. And they don't have, like, Morgan is not doing well enough. They don't have a great, consistent tank either to frontline against Duckdom's damage. That's going to be some extra gold to Morgan, though.
Yeah, you can see Ritz is just trying to play weak side here. Smite going to be used to deny that from coming in. The Gromps, remember guys, have some extra health that you regain and also some extra XP rather.
Pretty huge that he gets the Unbreakable Will right before this Drake fight. He was just able to come in there and rob Kellen. It's actually massive that he's going to have that for this upcoming team fight. He doesn't have to try to get it in the middle of it.
Yeah. This is going to be the first real back-to-back 5v5 team fight, I think.
Yeah.
And this is going to be a huge test for Life. Can they actually access that back line and get the damage done? Well, they're just going to try to break in through the front door. A massive engage comes through from Vista, and they get onto Duckdom. They take out the carry, but does it matter is the question. 2 of them will go down. Chovy is taking actually a lot of damage, and remember that Peanut is incredibly fed as well. 3-0 does the most damage on his team in that team fight, and NSㅣ will take the Infernal Drake.
Unfortunately, Kai'Sa's just not at a point in this game where she can really do enough damage to get through that Scion. We saw the Killer Instinct come through, and if you go back and watch Deft in that fight, he does very little. I mean, yes, he does 2,000 damage, but a lot of that damage is into a Scion that does not die. And sure, you execute Duckdom there, but the comp is so tanky and it has so much staying power with the Peanut Hecarim here, who is fed, as you mentioned. The engage was nice, right?
Insane engage.
It was an insane engage, but the Peanut just defensively ults and ruins the whole combo here. And sure, you do get the kill onto Duckdom very early on, but look at Deft in the backline here. Like, he's not actually really doing a whole lot, you know? Like when no one's running at the 80 carry, you know it's a bad sign.
They're all just ganging up on Chovy. He's the real threat.
Like, but when nobody's running towards a Kai'Sa, you're like, well, if that's how these team fights are going to look, I'm very concerned for Life Esports.
Yeah. I mean, as you mentioned, they need time, but like, the more time you give to Kai'Sa, you're giving the time to Jinx too.
Exactly.
And Jinx is massively ahead right now. 3 extra kills, 4 extra assists, 30 extra CS. Duckdom is just miles ahead right now of where Deft is. And he's already hitting some spikes, and he's on 2 items right now. And the longer this game goes, I think those team fights are going to look even more in favor of NSㅣ. Even after the perfect engage ends taking out Duckdom 20 minutes in, they still weren't able to win the team fight for Life, and that is not a good sign.
Yeah, I mean, this is... I mean, you couldn't have really put it any better. Like, I just don't think that could have been a better situation for Life Esports in terms of the start of the fight. Vista off on his own. Chovy's trying to win the game by himself.
Chovy, he really wants it, and he will get it. He will take the kill onto Duckdom, but they are pretty deep in here. So much damage is coming out from Chovy, but now we have Peanut, who is nearly legendary, actually, I think, in this game. And now he is the horse that you have to respect. Look at him just run at Deft. Deft is like, yeah, I'll take you out. No! No, you will not take him out!
Johan's in trouble here too? Oh, he's gonna scoop him.
Yeah, Peanut's looking for more. Are they going too far is a legitimate question, but I don't know. Doesn't look like it. Sion's too tanky. They're
Everybody's
tanking
too
the
tanky.
turret.
Everybody's too tanky.
Yeah, Chovy went so deep and he gets the kill again onto DuckDom.
7-0 and 4.
Matter.
7-0 and 4 is Peanut in this game. And you know what? I'm going to say it. I really do. Oh, it's not that. He's not that low. But
yeah.
I'm going to say it. Like, it was a really cool play from Chovy, but you could see the frustration. And this actually shows a lack of discipline. Because in this situation, you feel like you see blood in the water, I can kill the AD carry, and you have a really nice engage. You get the attach there. He says the Hecarim ult to close the distance, and then he gets the follow-up stun. He does blow DuckDom up, but he dies. And when you're the one who actually is the only real source of consistent damage at this stage in the game, you can't make trades like this, because then Peanut is a champion who could chase you extremely well. Like, you can't actually get away anymore against this Hecarim. So if you actually make a call like that, it was a cool play and he doesn't get the kill, but your team is actually suffering, and they can't just let you do that on your own. They have to follow, and now it's like, well, NSㅣ just get multiple kills. It's not a one-for-one trade. And I mean, you have to understand that NSㅣ can chase so well, and I think this is the crack starting to show in terms of Chovy's mentality a little bit here in the series, where he has been, I mean, I think of the 10 players in the game, the one who's doing the most. Like, he's been the highest impact, but it just doesn't matter if the rest of the team can't keep up with him. And that's kind of been the story of this game.
Yeah.
In this series, in a lot of ways.
It's a real problem now, because the tanks are going to get tankier. Peanut, he's already got the Force Nature. I mean, he's sitting on so much gold at this point. 2 items at 22.5 minutes. And he becomes unkillable. So now he can dive and not die. The Sion already there. And, you know, even if you do take out DuckDom, they have decent damage with the rest of the players in their comp. Even Bay is performing pretty well. This is going to be a really nice engage, though. DuckDom is frontlining, basically giving his life away for the turret. That is not what you want to see. And Life will immediately jump on that opportunity. They're going to take down 2, make it 3. And NSㅣ, that was a big lapse that could actually make Life get back in this game.
This is turning into a fiesta a little bit, Valdez. No, I'm talking about NSHIM's Academy team later.
I was about to say, call him up.
Yeah, and while it might be time next season, but I thought it was time after round 1, but that's just my take. I think Bay has a place in this roster for sure, but this is going to be a Baron, and like the trades of kind of wacky plays and mistakes and overextensions here massively favors Life. You know, NSHIM was able to get a turret for their kills, but Life was going to get so much more. And DuckDom's positioning has been very greedy, and this is another situation where he's picked, but at this point, like, everybody's slowed and stuck here. Kellen tries to give his life to help Rich get away, but it's a Nudir, right? Both of these teams have insane chasing power, so you make a mistake like that, you're not just going to lose your AD carry, you're going to lose multiple members, and NSHIM cannot give this Drake up.
Yeah, they're going to have to try to fight here against Life with Baron buff. Now, again, they are still in, you know, a really fed position. Peanut didn't die. We didn't give any of that over. It's really just the Baron buff that they have to deal with. And this time around, they're getting some protection for DuckDom. Take a look at him. He's just kiting down Chovy, but actually Toby's able to get on top of him, and there it is. Morgan is able to get that ultimate onto that very squishy Jinx, takes him out, and now Life immediately are coming back into this game as Chovy picks up 2.
I mean, NSHIM need to be grouped up and actually use their comp correctly in a front-to-back sense. I mean, sure, Peanut can flank and he can get side kills. He was able to take Johan off on the edge, but you need to have this composition functioning where DuckDom can actually free hit because you have a strong front line for him. Silas should not be able to get in that easily to these team fights without taking tons of damage, and Rich was doing such a good job of it in the first few skirmishes where he was tanking so well, but later on, as we go through the game, the positioning hasn't been so great, right? Like, Bay is actually getting caught here, taking some damage. Like, where Bay was there was also very much under threat, and Chovy actually gets the flank angle here, but it's Vista who helps set him up. And Chovy is just so tanky at this point in the game. Like, as a mid laner, he just doesn't care. He actually pulls away from the ground ball.
Here we go again. The Fiesta does not stop as Vista is able to get in there and maybe try to force something down, but doesn't actually work. It looks like Bay teleported in and had to flash away immediately. That's not the best look. It's almost like NSHIM are falling apart at the seams here.
Yeah. I mean, that was another situation where you don't want to skirmish without your front line. You don't want to be in that position. You don't win that fight ever. And too many squishies versus Chovy, who's got 9 stacks now on his Mage Eyes.
Yeah.
And, like, the items are starting to come online for Life Esports, right? And you know, you even have the Dead Man's Plate finish. I mean, going into a little bit more magic resist here for Johan. I'm worried that NSㅣ have just kind of, I feel like, overestimated how ahead they were, and have gotten a little bit sloppy in this game in terms of positioning.
Yeah, I mean, clearly you can't just get caught out like that.
Like, where are you right now, Peanut?
Peanut, he thinks he's got a blast plant and he's going to be okay, but at the end of the day, he has to ultimate over the wall. He's going to have to wait for that cooldown to come back up here.
That's, you know, that means that they can't really fight right now. There's no objective on the map, but with Life grouped up like this, they could just take these turrets. I mean, they're playing as if they have Baron buff at this stage because NSㅅ can't fight aggressively. They can mostly fight defensively without Peanut. Like, if he had his ult here, maybe you can make a play, but they know he doesn't, so you just kind of have to sit there and watch your turret go away.
Yeah.
Every mini wave that crashes into it, you're just going to take a little bit more damage. This is the best way to play against the clock if you're Life, waiting for that next Infernal Soul to spawn. That was cinematic, but
yeah,
otherwise,
get the camera.
You know, otherwise not impactful.
Yeah, Joey just kind of with the cooldown on Silas's ultimate, as is being shown here, 18 seconds. You can kind of just do that whenever you want. So,
yep.
He knew they weren't going to commit to a fight. Decided he wanted to throw out a rocket. As now we're going to have a 2-on-1 up there. But this is more important. They're trying to take down Chovy here. Do they have the damage? That's the question. Peanut, I think, definitely underestimating what Chovy can do here.
He is in 8-0 and 4 Hecarim.
Although,
and
now
Chovy
we
said no.
Have Bay and Duckdom here, so Chovy is actually just going to back away.
Well, is he though? Well, he wants Bay.
He was thinking about it. Yep.
He's going to get the Unbreakable Will out of this exchange, which is really important going into, you know, the next skirmish that he may want to take. But the biggest enemy of Life right now is the clock, right? Like, they want this next objective, they want the next Baron, and I think Life have gotten to a point in this game where they feel very confident to take every single team fight that's there.
Uh-oh.
Deft.
Deft may have overstepped, but Peanut, I think he's realizing now that even though he's super fed and he's really tanky, like, he doesn't have to be the guy that, well,
I mean,
there's a lot of running around in this game.
Yeah, there is.
Hard work for our observers, I guess.
I mean, the second game was much slower paced. We're going back to game 1 levels of speed here. Chovy has this insane amount of lifesteal, you know, on the Silas that sometimes creeps up on you. He also has the Hecarim ult to get out, so he just turns around and is able to trade back a lot of that health. And then Peanut's like, okay, I already used my abilities. I cannot fight this anymore. And once Vista shows up too, you're starting to get really scared. And this is just, you know, Chovy being so far ahead in this game. He can do so much. And sometimes with Chovy, you know, you think, well, how is this guy so good? Like, why is he so ahead? And it's because he just has such a large amount of CS. But in this game, he's gotten 6 kills, 9 Magi stacks.
Yeah.
I mean, the team is drafting around him. And it's working for him. It's not necessarily working for the team in every case. But it's starting to work in this game. It feels like this game is very similar to game 1 in terms of the turnaround that we're seeing.
But even more egregious so, I feel. And, you know, we'll have to wait and see how this fight is going to go. Morgan is getting more and more tanky, and Chovy is quite literally 1v9ing. We're going to get this ultimate onto Rich, and the damage might just be there, as he's not able to get it. That's a huge ultimate that comes out from Bay, but where is the follow-up? Duckdom is zoned away, and Chovy is full health, and now it's Life who are front and backing, but we get Duckdom, and they're just piling in on him. They take away all of his front line, and everybody on the side of NSㅅ is going to be killed. Life sweep them in a big ace in 30 minutes.
And they want to win the game right now. They're going to push towards this inhibitor turret. They don't have the minion wave just yet. Chovy's going to find his own way into the base.
I'm going to go kill the Nexus. Look at me, I 1v9'd.
Oh, Chovy, you could tell that everything that Life are doing in their drafts right now, every item build Chovy has taken with the Magi's first, the Dark Seals early, everything in this game is about him, how fed he can get early, and how he can play around this Silas. And this was just a case of Chovy winning the game by himself. He's going to make a show of it as well. And Life Esports, do they bounce back strong? Not really. It was a very close game, very shaky. But one thing has remained consistent, and that is the mid laner, Chovy. And it feels like it's all that we could talk about in this series because he has just been so good and he is on fire and he's finding the right plays. You had that one overextension, right? That lack of discipline where he went in by himself to kill Duck Dom. But besides that, every single big play he's made has resulted in, you know, unfortunately for Nongshim, disaster. And I'm glad to see that both teams are really honing in on their star players, right? Because Chovy isn't always given this many resources, not given this many freedoms, and he's usually not prioritized in draft. But Hanwha Life Esports are really changing it up. I mean, the Sylas high priority was pretty unusual, but it ended up being very good. Nongshim banned the Sylas before in second banning phase. This time they get it early.
Yeah.
And it was really well played by Chovy. The amount of unbreakable wills he just stole away at perfect moments right before team fights was beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, clearly, it's going to be rough for Nongshim to deal with this player, and they had enough of a lead where they were at a point that maybe they were going to be able to ignore Chovy, but just a couple of mistakes, and that's all they needed. And immediately, Chovy and the gang get back into the game. I was about to say Hanwha Life, but then I corrected myself with their true name, which is legitimately Chovy and the gang. And
I mean, it really is.
Like, he's pulling the team up as hard as he possibly can. And you see in this last team fight, Bay gets a really nice engage, but
no one is comfortable to be anywhere near Chovy, and that's the problem.
Watch this. Later.
See,
sets up Def perfectly.
And he had like a max range grab on the Alistar ultimate. Hijacks it there, and he's just so good at so many champions. This is, by the way, his 20th champion this season. If you missed the earlier part we were talking about, this is his 20th champion this season. He had not played it before this. A Sylas
Look at that.
with 28,000 damage. He almost doubled Duck Dom's damage in this game.
Sylas almost got 1,000 damage per minute in this game. And, wow.
I mean, this is...
I don't know what you're going to do.
This is insane. Like, I can't believe it. Nongshim made a lot of mistakes well ahead. They lost this game, I feel, more than Hanwha won it. That is for sure. There were some serious positioning errors around the mid to late game there. And they just did not show the amount of fortitude that you need to have when you're ahead like this to just keep scaling up. If you end up kind of face planting into Hanwha Life in some of those fights, and Duck Dom keeps dying, or you end up losing your front line, you can't take the objectives. Then you give them an Infernal Soul they're not supposed to have with this comp, and then Chovy gets even more of a problem. So really need to see a lot more careful play while ahead. But Nongshim, they were ahead. I mean, I think that's the real story here. We're in a 2-1, you know, in this best of 5, but Nongshim almost won game 1, won game 2 very convincingly. In game 3, they ended up losing it in the end, but it still feels like they could come back if they could tighten up some parts of their play. Yeah. Maybe we could see the upset win still.
Certainly feels like a bit of a roller coaster here in this best of 5. We're going to take another break. When we come back, we'll go straight into game number 4.
나 이거 지금 뛸게.
오케이.
사이언부터
사이언부터 박수. 뺐다. 우리 하나 놓기.
백다리. 우리 하나 맞게 우리 하나.
야, 들어가도 돼. 들어가.
난둥이 묻혀놨어.
들어갈게. 지금 들어갈게.
패스 봐줘.
지금.
뛰어 남겨줘. 끝나자. 미드라인으로 살리자. 미드라인 살리자.
끝났어. 나이스. 아니야. 우리 어차피 너 잘 걸어서 역전했어.
왜 키냐고.
야 나도 갱 2번 당했잖아.
지현아 우리 기억을 되살렸어.
기억을 찾았다. 대나무에 놓고 가야겠다.
이겼으면 다음 판은 그냥 이길 생각하면 뭐야?
나이스. 그냥 버스 각도. 이거 릴리아 초. 스타 중. 올라가. 이거를 들어가서 저 얼굴 시뻘게 들어가. 그렇죠. 요한으로 기다리 엄청 잘 컸거든요.
이렇게.
날 거예요.
이들 쪽에서는 다른 모습이 없어.
와와와와와
저도
초비
아니 이게 몇 개가 나섰는데
위에 아트록스는 안 죽어요. 위에 아트록스 비사실이에요.
그래서 거기다 빠지죠.
네, 그러면 그냥 이거는
쟁도 초블로킹
비슷한 얘기하셨어요. 와 초비 전멸이 말에 없거든요. 이거 약간 서로 지금 아니 이거 이렇게 약간 파에 나가면 난리 났는데요. 상호 이 안에 뜯기는데요. 그렇습니다. 이거 이렇게 되면 끌어서 뭐가 무리를 잡아도 별 의미가 없죠. 비스타가 이거 난리 났어요. 트리플 킬. 이거 비상입니다. 비상. 자 보고 있어 너 지금까지. 그렇죠. 도망겨 초토화 로켓. 이건 안돼요. 웨이브도 들어갔고요. 아래쪽 싸움에서 지금 와 대각선. 그래서 여기서 킬하면 김각선이에요. 잡았습니다. 나가요. 생명. 받았고요. 낙한. 비스타가 지금 몇 명을 배웠 건가요? 피어까지가 다 같이 들어갔고. 와, 비스타. 쪼이명. 크리스타나가 이거 쪼이명.
강력했고요. 끝나기는 트레이군요. 날카로운 소용돌이 그리고
그래서
이거 나머지가 문제가 크죠.
케넨을 녹이려다가 오히려 찜질을 당했어요. 그러니까 칼날머리 털고 돌거북 먹다가 이쪽까지 올라온 이쿵 피했어요.
그런데 그 다음 리치가 물고 있어요.
이거 구도가 이상한데요. 좀 와 더블 킬인가요? 리치. 자 지금 아틀리오스가 없는데
인원이 이런데
해보나요?
괜찮나요? 대립이 안 되는데 들어가서 술통.
아트록스가 그래서 들어갔다가 캐년이 나오고 자 그리고 와 농심 랭포스 그렇죠. 해야죠. 한 점이라도 한성구 옆입니다. 재울 수도 있어요. 가면 가면. 네. 그 다음에 세트 진입 모아놓고 들어가고 돌고 여기서 세트 쪽으로 돌아버립니다. 여기도 타소에게가 예술입니다. 농심 역시. 한번 달려들어서 드디어 베이가 개발됐어요. 여기 베이. 겁이 좋은 베이. 그렇습니다. 에이스. 이게 싫지 않나요? 네, 일단 버스트. 위치 한번 체크해봤고요. 그냥 아래가 와서 저 뒤. 앙코를 대박. 앙코를 데미지가 들어. 사이온 위치도 너무 좋아. 그렇죠. 자, 벌써 사이온 연길. 여기서 도발 안쪽으로 피너치 돌파하고 덕담이 멀쩡하면 베이가 덕담이 멀쩡하면 좀 위험해요. 덕담이 이렇게 되면 어그로 핑퐁이 지금 한 명씩 그쵸. 그래도 덕담 안전받는 덕담 와 덕담 피넛 와 에이스 뛰었습니다. 서로 핑퐁 진짜 살벌했는데 맞습니다.
그래서 그냥 갔습니다. 1분 때인데 또 하나의 포탑 돌리겠습니다. 기습적으로 잘리스를 살짝 만들었는데 조시가 위험합니다.
덕담! 그래서 이거 농심 진짜 확실하게 플레이한다라는 생각이 들었는데요.
네.
Welcome back everybody, and we are after game number 3 between Hana Life Esports and Nongsin Radforce. Hana Life Esports was able to turn the game around after starting very behind. This time around, we had a pocket pick, Urgut, coming out from the side of Hana Life Esports. This is a decent pick. This thing has been actually taking off quite a while, but this is the first Urgut game here in the LCK Spring Split. And it was a really nice adjustment coming out from Hana Life Esports because Jinx and Thresh together was the menace in game number 2, so they banned away Thresh. But still, Nongsin Radforce wanted to get that Jinx as the first pick, and they added another protection, Alistar, because of that Thresh getting banned away. I think it was actually really smart to see that very early ban coming out from Hana Life Esports on that Thresh. I have to really point this out that Chovy is a player just outplayed on the mid lane up against Bay, and that was super crucial for both teams. You know, in this game, or in this series, Chovy started on the Dark Seal as starting item, a very off-meta kind of pick for the early game item choice, but still Chovy reflected his amount of confidence with this item choice. And Silas was super effective to empower the potential that Chovy has in order to carry the entire team. Hana Life, they did prepare a lot of things in order to counter some strategy coming out from the opponents, but I don't think the players are well versed on those new picks. For example, Morgan on Urgut. Yes, this is a decent pocket pick, and this thing has been climbing up the tier list, but still, Morgan was not able to show the amount of proficiency that was needed in order to execute this champion, but still, Chovy was there to salvage his team. Now let's take a look at this first replay where the mid lane was very badly executed by Bei, so Bei was in a very favorable position. Silas, his life was over after that early trade, so Bei had two options. She could just freeze the wave, she could even like give up some of the melee minions and just zone Silas away and deny his farming and XP, or number two, she could just push the wave really hard in order to capitalize on the lead that she had in her hands. But she didn't take any action. Bei, he didn't really pull the trigger for either choice. And then Chovy was able to comfortably just take the CS. And as soon as he took level 2, he called Johan to mid lane. And a very easy and effective gank was executed by these two players. And usually a lot of junglers these days, they go for a full clear path, but it was a really nice adjustment coming out from Johan as well. And Bei, even though he didn't have his flash, he insisted to take his teleport down on that lane, and Johan had his flash, and it was an easy boop onto that Orianna once again. Orianna definitely had a huge lead in level 1, but she did not push the issue further in order to capitalize the lead. That was super critical for Nongshim Red Force, but they were not able to capitalize it. But still, Nongshim Red Force was able to get ahead with the power of their bottom duo, but Hana Life Esports was able to pick up a huge comeback team fight victory. I think Kellen was not able to read the action coming out from Vista because Dokdam just died under the turret. Vista also found a great opening to go in because Kellen was not sure whether Vista is really committing hard to go for an engage or is he just gonna protect the turret, but Vista actually hit the gameplay button and he was able to find Jinx hitting the turret. And that was super critical for Hana Life Esports and also Nongshim Red Force in the end. After winning that team fight, Hana Life Esports started to come in line back to this game. We thought this game was out of Hana Life's reach because that late game hyper carry AD carry Jinx was getting fed, but she got targeted very effectively by that role. Chovy picked up another POG for today's series. It's gonna be the only POG on the side of Hana Life Esports in today's series, and it doesn't really make sense that Conqueror Silas can just outlane the opponent like this, and that DPM was just absurd. And with that Alistar hijack ult, this champion is unkillable throughout the entire teamfight. It was really smart to see the early Silas pick coming out because Hana Life read the strategy Nongshim had. They were pretty sure that Kellen would pick Alistar to protect Dokdam Jinx. So Silas was a very effective pick in order to steal away some of the significant abilities of the opponents. Silas is not a champion that can easily pick in the first rotation because he can be punished with the counter pick. He does have a very weak laning phase, but this was not the case because he was able to just get super ahead, even starting the laning phase with half HP, and Chovy is the unanimous POG for the game number 3 between Nongshim and Hana Life Esports. And now we're heading into game number 4. Hana Life Esports is one game away from advancing to the second round of the playoffs. So let's see whether Nongshim Red Force can stop Hana Life getting ahead on their match point, or Hana Life Esports can close out the series. Back to our casters.
Thank you so much, Jisun, once again for the translation. We are back here at the Uri Bank 2021 LCK Spring Playoffs, and we are getting into game number 4. Hana Life almost able to steal that game away on the backs of their main guy, Chovy.
Yeah, it was a very, very big comeback, right? And, you know, I was thinking about it in the break, and I feel like if you put any other mid laner in this position, I mean, I'd go as far as to say Showmaker even, you don't end up with the same result. I mean, you might not necessarily win that game, in fact. It's only Chovy who can play like that. He's the only person who could do it, and you could tell by his theatrics there and his crazy dive under turret, which, you know, I criticized him for pretty heavily, that for him, this playoffs is not about, it's not even necessarily about the team for him. It's about him, man. It's about him proving that he's the best player in the world, and that is what he is looking to do in this playoffs run. And so far, so good, as right now, this is the first time we'll see NSㅣ actually pick blue side, something that you and I were talking about in the break, is something we think they should definitely do.
Yeah.
It does force the Seraphine ban.
Which they were doing anyway. It seems like HLE just do not want to see this champion at
There's
all.
Silas, okay.
Yeah.
Speaking of not wanting to see champions at all, but this means they might leave open the Renekton.
Yeah. And I always harken back to one of Chovy's interviews. It was after his Yone game where they're like, aren't you worried they're just going to ban Yone every game now? And he's like, yeah, sure, you can ban Yone, Lucian, anything. I have so many champions that I can play that you can never ban me out. And it's pretty true. I mean, they're going to ban away 2 here, but who knows what he's going to play and carry on next.
Yeah. I mean, the crazy thing about it, too, is, like, we always think about Chovy on these kind of crazy, insane, fun-to-watch champions, but if he just plays Orianna, it's going to be okay, too. Like, you know, you
the Victor, right?
You just draw, if you draw so many bans onto Chovy, then the rest of the champions in the game, like the rest of, you know, Riot's cast just starts to leak through, and I think you absolutely have to ban the Senna against Deft, because it's not a champion that Duckdom plays very often, and I don't think you want to first pick it if you're NSㅣ. You just can't give that one away. And they're actually going to take the Renekton themselves, it looks like here, to deny that one from Morgan. But I am not confident that they're going to be able to pull this off.
Even Rich doesn't look confident.
Yeah, and I think HLE might just pick away the Nidalee here. Johan likes to play Nidalee quite a bit.
Yeah. We take the Rel. Oh,
they take the Hecarim instead.
Okay. There you go.
And, okay, it's Renekton mid, it looks like. No. I thought they were actually going to do that. I was like, well, that seems a bit, you're showing your hand a little bit early. I think you would definitely want the Nidalee here if you're Peanut. The Lilia is very strong and does work very well with Renekton. Doesn't work very well for the same reasons, but is still very powerful as a combo on the top side. Get a lot more consistent damage, but given Peanut's history on the Nidalee, I would much prefer to see this with the Renekton combo we already have. And I wonder if this will just be a Duckdom pick here early. I mean, the Jinx is still open. There's a lot of things you compare with that. I don't think they're going to take Tristana based on what we've seen so far in this series.
I wonder, you know, if you go Jinx and you already have Thresh and Alistair banned away from you, you might find yourself in a really awkward spot. So they're going to take the Ezreal instead. It's a little bit more flexible.
Yeah.
And, I mean, he was really carrying pretty hard in game number 1. They didn't win, but he was still doing his job, and we can say that with the utmost confidence.
And, you know, Kai'Sa, not as high impact, unfortunately for Deft, in that last game. Had a really rough laning phase, but still a very strong champion. And if the comp works correctly and you're not massively behind when we get to those skirmishes around the Drakes, like, I still think it's a very strong pick. See the Leona ban? That's where I thought we were going here in this game, whether it was going to be the Jinx or the Ezreal. So, like that option. Really thinning out what Kellen's capable of. As you mentioned, he's only played 6 champions this season. So, you know, he doesn't have a wide pool. You put him on, like, Seraphine's already banned away, his Alistair, his Rel, it only leaves him with, Leona too, like, it only leaves him with Rakan.
Yeah.
It's the only champion left.
Maybe they just ban it here, you know? I don't know if they would even bother, but
I think you're happy to let him play Rakan. He has had a pretty bad track record with it. Seems pretty weak right now, but they just don't even let him do it. 5 support bans. I mean, the Seraphine's probably more likely to have been played mid, but that's the 6th that he played.
Yeah. Look at his face. He knows it too. He's like, what am I going to play?
Rel is taken, and all 5 other champions he's played are banned. This is good coaching research by HLE Esports, just to have that knowledge of his champion pool right on a clipboard and say, you know what? You're not going to get it. This is going to force him out of his comfort zone, which is, you know, pretty small. And Kellen has been a pretty nice support, especially on the Thresh. But his support pool is so small that we're going to have to see him play something for the first time in a playoffs.
Yeah.
That's just what happens with these drafts.
And Braum would just be kind of I don't know. We don't
not
see
too
Braum.
exciting.
Yeah, we don't see Braum very often. Certainly has some really nice disengage, obviously. Pretty safe in lane. And can kind of get Duck Dom to where he needs to be. And I think that's pretty much been the role of Kellen in a lot of these drafts. To get Duck Dom fed.
Yeah, you know, I mean, see the Aatrox come through here, so it is going to be the mid Renekton. I was right all along. Okay. This is also very counter-pickable for Hanwha Esports. I mean, they already have the Gragas, by the way, which is very strong into the Renekton, but the Aatrox comes through, that goes mid. The Victor here is definitely a very Chovy thing to do. Say, well, I'm just...
It's not locked. He's got a smile. It's Victor. Okay.
It's Victor. I mean, it's...
you know.
low mobility champion in the mid lane. Very, you know, difficult to play that when Nidalee is playing aggressively around mid. I don't think he's going to go Darksteel first this time. But we'll see what he decides to build. I like Nongshim's draft a lot, minus the Braum. And I think this is Nongshim getting a little bit exposed here. Because even if, like, let's just say, even if Nongshim does come back and win the series 3-2 in a 5th game, you've really exposed one big weakness of your drafting, is that Kellen, and we saw the amount of time it took him to lock that in. And, I mean, he wasn't happy about it. You and I weren't really that happy about it. And it very clearly screamed, okay, well, this guy's champion pool is just as small as I said. He has about 6 he can do. And I'm worried to see, because this is, again, the lane has been where they've had, the bottom lane is where they've had all of their success. Duck Dom has gotten fed. He's gotten ahead early in each and every game they've played. And this Braum pick doesn't scream to me like that they could actually make that happen with the Ezreal this time. So it feels like the entire MO of Nongshim in the series all falls apart when those support champions get banned. And that's what I'm worried about here in this, what could be our potentially final game.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. I think, you know, they'll just try to go even down there, and we'll see how Nidalee Renekton works this time in the hands of Nongshim. Bei hopping onto the Renekton. This is definitely going to try to turn kind of the roles that are, you know, that have been kind of carried out throughout this entire best of 5. It's been Chovy and Johan that have been the aggressive pair. This time around, it has to be Bei and Peanut. We'll see if that works out for them, as we are hopping on the Rift here for game number 4 of this first best of 5 here in the LCK playoffs.
And I think it goes without saying, and our observers are highlighting it immediately, that it's first game career for Bei on the Renekton. So we will see if that's something he ends up playing well here, because, you know, I talked about it earlier when I was talking about his Syndra. He's normally a player who doesn't make those aggressive plays, and kind of passive mid laners like Bei are usually not the types to play stuff like the Renekton, right? And it feels like this draft was very much a flex because of the counter pick with the Gragas. And I'm not sold on the idea of Bei being the one who's going to actually have a very successful game of Renekton here. We'll see how he plays it. Because the Syndra, you know, I said, well, he's not the type to make the big plays, and then he did make quite a few of those. I want to count chicken for
about another late invade here. This is going to be spotted, but this time you'll note there are 4 of them that are pushing in. This isn't the 3 that Hanwha did in game number 1. Guys?
What did I just watch?
Okay.
Look at Rich's face, like...
We're just 5v5ing here in the enemy jungle. As Nongshim.
Who hit the blast cone? I actually didn't see, but...
Big time engage, right? No,
that just happened
no excuse.
Live on internet television. We all saw that.
Yes. So at the end of the day, the Hecarim kind of just goes over and solos his Raptors. He's totally fine to do that. He doesn't get a leash, but it's whatever. The Nidalee gets the blue buff, so sets up vertical jungling, which I suppose is the entire point of doing this. So at least Nongshim get what they want.
As it turns out, they didn't feed 2 kills, so that's a good start. They did, unfortunately, force Kellen's flash themselves, but, you know, we'll let that go for now.
Can we get a replay of that?
Yeah, I really would like to have one. Because I'm still not 100% sure who hit the cone, but, like, there might be something personal going on. Oh boy. Well, a little bit mistimed. No, if you're new to the LCK, you're watching because you heard about playoffs. Welcome. But Rich's most famed champion is the Aatrox. And anyone who is an LCK fan knows that for sure. So this is a specific champion that he has basically made the majority of his LoL career on after swapping from Heroes of the Storm. So if he does not perform on this champion, you know, I mean, it ends up being really weird, the drafting priority. But you expect big things in Bay. You have no vision, my dude.
Yeah, he's coming here. He's trying to help secure the Scuttle Crab for his jungler. And actually, Johan this time is the one that oversteps.
Peanuts Penguin. What up?
Oh, boy. Well, the fiesta never ends here, Wolf. Even Duck Tom's laughing. Look at him. Yep, definitely a nice win there for NSㅣ in the beginning of this game.
I mean, that's not supposed to happen. I really felt like it was kind of a very greedy play from Bay, but he ended up turning it around really well. Peanut did, of course, but it's really proactive. They're going to double scuttle off of this, of course, and that's going to give a lot of early gold over to Peanut, as well as some extra control of vision. And he's not done yet. Okay, this is what Peanut does when he gets ahead, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, he didn't go for the spear steal.
Yeah.
I thought he could have gotten that.
Maybe. Or at least some damage onto Johan. He's going to spot out this ward and just clear it out. Be annoying, be aggressive. That's what you want to do. He's even getting in there again. You'll note he's not going to Krugs and playing passively and farming. No, he's actually looking to be, again, the proactive pair. As I was talking about, as the flash will come in and Chovy is going to survive.
Wow.
And double buff goes to him as well.
That was a huge mistake by Peanut. If you're like, you have to trust your Renekton. Like, he did not trust him. And then you came in late. Like, you actually have to have that trust. Like, if you're going to play this composition, you really have to be on the same page. You cannot have a delayed engage like that. And after he didn't go, he definitely should not have gone in when he did. Unfortunately. I mean, Chovy's positioning was really good. You know, that was well played by him. Like, he was playing very safe. But the flash, when the flash stun comes in, you go or you don't. You don't go a few seconds later.
Yeah, we'll probably get a replay of that and kind of break down how it all happened. But definitely an unfortunate start here for NSㅣ. They were the ones that have to set up the play. We're actually going all the way back to Heroes. Johan kind of overextended.
Yeah. I mean, he didn't know where Peanut was, and I think at a certain point he thought he was safe there, but he can just get the stun, and then you're stuck. You went too deep. Yeah, there being an early lead. But watch this again. So Bay actually flashes for the stun. It's like a really nice flash. The spear comes through, and like he's just a little bit late on that. I mean, I guess they also didn't have. They needed one more auto, regardless.
Yeah, he just got flashed on. Didn't have the damage. Thought he did. As this time around, he's going to be able to clean up the kill up on the top side. So at least spares the blushes of the other play, although Bay is just going to die in a solo kill.
Still has the double buff. Yeah. Chovy again just trying to win the game by himself. And Victor is a champion, is one of the worst champions you could give over 2 kills too early. Like, the power level of Victor is much later on in the game when he ends up with 2-3 items, and if he ends up getting accelerated to that in the mid game, he just becomes a fountain laser. And like, NSㅅ do have a lot of ways to get on top of him, and he's not going to be able to just, you know, some of these games of Victor, someone uses their initiation and then the Victor just stands in the middle of the team fight and does damage. You won't be able to do that against NSㅅ's comp because they have a Aatrox and a Renekton, but still, I mean, he's going to have probably a very early stopwatch here too for these upcoming skirmishes.
Okay, so you don't have priority in mid, but you're potentially flipping over a Rift Scuttler. They are going to get it, using that mobility of the Nidalee to get over the wall to be able to escape. But man, you're playing with fire when you're doing stuff like that. After Bay just got solo killed and Chovy is 2-0.
Well, this is how this happened. Morgan just didn't have vision, tried to back there, and the Rich commits in, ults. No way out of here, unfortunately.
1 second on flash when he died.
Yeah.
1 second.
That's really unfortunate.
But, oh man.
Okay.
I guess he thought he was going to hit level 6 on that. That is the only way you can excuse that play.
But even if you do, like, I mean, you're gonna have to ult, and then I mean, you probably don't die there. But
yeah,
like, what are you doing if your whole goal is to like get level 6 to not die? Like, probably could have just played that a little bit safer. I mean, Chovy's like, managing these wave states really, really well. I mean, that's been something he's done in both games.
Yeah.
So the reason that Renekton had to go that far forward to farm is because the wave is so far pushed, and Chovy's got it frozen right under his turret, so it's very easy for him to actually punish plays like this.
Yeah. I mean, if you're trying to learn how to do wave manipulation and you want to watch someone, just watch Chovy. I mean, he's the best mid laner in terms of laning phase, I would say, by a pretty obvious margin.
Yeah,
I wouldn't say significant, but it's like, okay, this guy is the guy.
I think most people would agree right now, or at least we have to agree that the conversation needs to be had of whether he's the best player in the world individually, just because he showcases the whole package, right, in terms of his laning mechanics, his team fight mechanics. This is rough for Vista.
He's actually going to get the slow on a depth here. There's the concussive blows and actually gets really, really low. Has to flash and cleanse to get out of that one. And some of the early trading and the push coming in here gave level 6 to Duck Dom and Kellen first. Deft and Vista did not respect that, and they will get punished for it.
Yeah, I really actually kind of like how the damage was front-loaded like that too, because they knew that they were going to get summoner spells from both players probably if they did it that way. They didn't get the summer cells from Vista, but they got the kill, so I'll take it. And you know, you finally start to get a little bit of value. And in the bottom lane, not getting the kill by the way, but I'm gonna force it out. I'm liking the situation here for NSㅣ the more I look at it, but I don't trust this composition yet, Valdez, with the Renekton here.
This still level 5. Love to pick up level 6 before they forced a fight here. But he's got to hit the mid lane to do exactly that. See if he can pick it up before the fight begins. This is a very important timing here when the Infernal Drake is available and the Rift Herald is as well. As Kellen looking for a play potentially here, is in the front line, gets the knockup onto Vista, and he has to hop the wall, nearly dies. But he's able to, oh! He outranged it! Oh,
wow! Man. I don't think I've ever seen that before. Sometimes I forget that it has range, actually, because it usually just either hits something or just goes wide. You never see where it ends. I mean, that was, I thought that was going to be like one of the silliest things we ever saw, but actually it was really epic at the end. This Rift Herald is still being contested here by NSㅣ, but, but I don't think they can hard commit. Like,
Peanut's not even here, so
there's a lot of time wasted actually, kind of happy feeding around this here for NSㅅ. If they don't actually collapse and look for a fight, like what was the game plan from the beginning?
Yeah.
Like they stayed to kill a ward, sick.
Look at the wave in the bottom lane right now.
Yeah, exactly.
Duck Dom's missing all of it.
I mean, if you just go away early there, you know, Hanwha Life Esports, you know, they have to keep the majority of those people there to secure the Rift Herald. You can leave somebody to harass, but you can't have everybody sit there and watch. Peanut is once again trying to take this Gromp rotation, or Krug's rotation.
He's really loved the top lane in his Nidalee play this season. And you can see he's really putting pressure onto Morgan on the weak side, making it not just a free lane for the Gragas to trudge his way through.
Yep, just gonna take it back right now. And this has been a, you know, for Bay in the mid lane, he had that one mistake, but he's stayed stable. But I want to see how the team fights go. And it feels like we've been saying that a lot today for all three games, because you could see the idea. In this case for NSㅅ, it's usually more Hanwha that we're saying it about, but you can see the idea with the composition. You have a lot of ability to get on the back line. It makes Victor's life very difficult. You know, Chovy is going to have a hard time actually doing consistent damage. Positioning is going to have to be good, which we know that he's very good at doing. He is very good at positioning himself, but limits the power of the Victor. But I want to see how it's done execution-wise from Bay. Again, first career game on the Renekton, so let's see if you can actually utilize this, get on that back line, or if Hanwha Life Esports can just out-position him, out-poke him.
And remember, this Infernal Drake was never taken, so Peanut just kind of running at it. You can't just, you know, grab objectives without being challenged if you don't have the priority in the lanes. As TP is going to be coming in here. Follow-up TP from Rich. Seems like we're going to get down and dirty for this team fight. You see Death just waiting. He's pretty low, actually, so this might just be Hanwha Life looking to back away. They want to zone away the jungle, and they will do that. Vista gets caught by Rich here. Really nice ultimate from the Braum as well. That's 2 kills now for Nongshim. Death has to flash away once again. And Hanwha Life not really finding anything in this team fight. Even Chovy's gonna get caught out. He had to flash, and he's still going to die. That's 4 kills in favor of Nongshim on top of the Infernal Drake.
Fantastic fight for Nongshim here, and you know, I beg the question, like, how is it going to work in functionality? How's it going to work in actuality? Well, in the early parts of the game, there's just so much damage. I mean, Aatrox is very strong early on in the game. I mean, and so the same is true of Renekton, but I mean, we had a really nice Braum ult, you pointed it out. And early on, if you're Hanwha Life in some of these fights, you have to be a little bit more decisive, or you just have to decide to let the Drake go. And in this case, they decided to still try to slowly push in, then end up getting caught. I really appreciate the teleport coming through here from Rich and actually hard committing to this fight, fighting when your comp is at its strongest. Now look at where Depth is too in this fight. Because of that Rich teleport, it took him a really long time to actually come in. And
oh no!
What up?
Yeah, Chovy, you know, they've identified the carry of the enemy team, and now they're not going to let up.
I mean, this is starting to actually become too much of a lead. Peanut 3-1-2 in this game.
Yep.
6 Dark Seal stacks as well with that. Just comes with the territory, and we're going to watch this fight one more time. You can see Deft is just unfortunately not really able to get in and do damage. And then by the time he does come in, like, he's caught, he's exhausted, like, just not able to do anything. And then Braum hits his ult, and Deft is just pushed out. Like, Deft, this was essentially a 4v5 fight against a Renekton Aatrox comp. Yeah, as you mentioned, even Chovy is caught.
Yeah, they killed the unkillable. And we're going to see how this one happens. So Chovy was sticking around for the plates, got greedy, and gets caught out here.
And that was, like, if you're stuck out on the outside like that as Deft, you know, I mean, if you try to come in faster, you're just putting yourself at insane risk of getting picked by the Renekton, or the Aatrox, excuse me, in this case, that was over there. And if you don't come in, or you get zoned out like that, the rest of the team probably you should probably communicate that. I mean, it was probably in the midst of the fight they were talking about it, but the real win would have just been to not fight at all.
Yeah, it's rough though. You know, you give an Infernal Drake to this comp, and it's 4 guys that are going to be able to utilize it to such a high degree. But I absolutely agree. If you're not going to have a clean engage or a clean fight at all, don't fight, right? Yeah. As Johan is looking for this, trying to get on top of Kellen, but Stopwatch, really good item, guys. Yep. Buy it.
Pops his ultimate.
Yeah, look at the amount of poke damage they have as well with the Nidalee and the Ezreal on top of everything else in this composition. Now we have a one-on-one here. Bay didn't even pop Dominus. Actually, he's totally fine in this trade as the Chaos Storm was used, and now here's Aatrox. Oh, Toby, you still don't have your flash? Well, how about you die again? Well, they are going to trade their life for it, as Bay is going to just walk away, but Rich did go down at the end of the day.
I mean, they are shutting down Chovy pretty significantly, though, in this game. And that's half of the significant damage that Hanwha Life Esports is going to have in this game. You know, I mean, it is pretty huge to limit what he can do. And that is one of the powers of picking this Renekton, too, because, you know, the main reason I think they did it was because, you know, they ended up looking at the comp, and I'm going to watch this replay once again. As you come forward, you set up the stun, super easy. I think the main reason they chose to do this swap was because Rich didn't want to play into the Gragas with the Renekton, right? Like, that's a really tough matchup. Like, you just don't get the same amount of value as the Renekton as you would in a lot of other matchups. So they swapped it, but also its second functionality here with how it's been utilized is it just limits the amount of effectiveness Chovy can have. You know, he has built an Oblivion Orb in this game, like he didn't get the Dark Seal, it's just too risky, right, to do that. And so Chovy isn't going to be the 1v9 player this game. I mean, maybe later on he will be, but you know, it's crazy because even still he did get 2 early kills, and like it's like, well, is he really limited in this game? In some ways, yes, he could have been snowballing this even harder because they're giving so many resources to hunting him down.
Yeah, I mean 2-0 to 2-3.
Yeah.
Certainly, they've done their job. And, you know, we talked about Rich in the beginning, a guy that has so much experience on big stages. You mentioned more BlizzCons than more Hype before. We haven't really talked about him at all. He hasn't been like the main guy, but he comes in here on his Aatrox and he's like, yeah, remember me? Remember how you probably should be banning Aatrox against me? He's beginning to carry. I mean, he's 50 CS ahead on the top side. He was able to zone away 2 people on that very crucial team fight around the Infernal Drake. He's able to dive on a Chovy and help out in other lanes. He's been all over the map and is doing so much for his team.
Yeah, and this is going to be another free Drake. Hanwha Life Esports can't contest this at this stage. And Hanwha Life just having a really hard time figuring out what their game plan is going to be in this game to figure out, like, the team fights themselves haven't really happened on their terms. And, you know, the funny thing about the the draft, my biggest question mark was actually the Braum, but Kellen's played a very good Braum this game. That was my biggest concern looking at the draft, and he's actually pulling it off. He's actually been very impactful in the majority of these team fights. And what looked like it was a really rough start, potentially for Duckdom in this game with the Braum pick. I was really not sold on it. He's started to get fed, he's starting to get ahead. And actually looking for a red steal. That would have been pretty cool, but not going to happen.
At this point in the game, there's no objective, so you might as well just use it.
Yeah.
Doesn't really clear waves like it used to. You know, back in the day, you could just throw it to a lane where there was a massive wave pushing and clear all of the ranged minions in one go.
Yep.
It was so crazy and quite strong, quite OP.
Yeah, it was pretty good back then.
It needed a nerf.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the thing is, True Shot Barrage was not designed to be used as a wave clear tool and insane gold machine.
Ooh, actually gonna force the flash out of Chovy here.
And
they did their job.
Yeah.
That's it. That's all they had to do.
He gets his ult, and I mean, this is setting up a really nice, potentially fight on the top side of the map. They want to actually fight for it. Like, they were grouping up. I thought maybe they were going to try to get a pick there and then push for the top lane, but they just back away. So it is nice to get the flash. That's going to be on a really long cooldown. But they don't have anything they can take right at the moment. I do appreciate how NSㅣ are utilizing this time, though. Stop it back.
Yeah.
I mean, they're playing very aggressively. And their macro game has been good. They did not just sit back and say, well, I mean, we got that flash out of Chovy, but I guess we'll just wait for the objective. They're pushing through the top side like I was talking about now. Like, they actually are making that play.
It's
and
a
if
good
you
sign.
get a few kills, you get a turret here. I mean, this is what you need to do. And yes, it's a good sign. And it's a big improvement, really, from what we've seen from them throughout the majority of the season.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they've identified their composition that, again, it's like Duckdom is your only really effective late game damage, and up against Chovy Deft on Victor Kaisa, especially Chovy's Victor, as we saw in game number 2, you got to be careful about getting to that extreme late game. Not 100% certain that you can win there, so they're trying to push the issue.
Yeah.
And they do have a massive gold lead here. I mean, it's 7,000 gold
7,000
at 21 minutes into the game.
And to make it clear, you know, to everybody watching, like, this was of all the playoff matches, and including everyone's predictions, like, down the line. You know, if you expect Hanwha Life to be picked by a down 1 Kia, assuming they win this, right? Like, this is the easiest match to predict, I think, by everybody. Everyone thought this is going to be the most one-sided match we have in playoffs. And at the end of the day, I mean, NSㅣ is really taking it to Hanwha Life Esports. Don't forget that in game 1, they were very close to winning it there, too. And actually, you know, in the previous game as well, in game 3. But, you know, this is a team that is doing well when it matters most. I mean, something Chronicle likes to talk about all the time is, like, it doesn't matter how you play all season if you have your best performance where it matters most in playoffs. Maybe you could steal a season away, you know, maybe you could take out Hanwha Life Esports here for NSㅅ. You know, on the other side of the coin, DRX has recently been slumping pretty hard, right? So this is where it matters most, and it feels like NSㅅ are playing their best games of League of Legends we've seen all season right now. And they've changed how they play. They play a lot more around the bottom side of the map. They're trying to get Duckdom in power. They're drafting around him. And it's working. In this particular game, it's hard to imagine a world where they fall behind because they have that Drake lead. If they didn't have that, I'd be a little bit more concerned about their scaling. But I think they have enough of a lead now where it's kind of hard to mess this up.
It definitely is, and you can see the XP difference now as well for Rich. I mean, he is pretty massively ahead. He's got that Gromp down on the bottom side like 3 times in a row, and that's not insignificant. You're getting even the buffed Gromp XP. You're getting farther and farther ahead, as that was actually a max range Q.
Yep.
Hit Vista straight in the face right before this Mountain Drake fight. Mountain Soul. That's
it's Jovi too.
Man.
You're getting the screen shake, you know, or the health bar shake rather. That's where we're at for the damage. Oh man, I think Honda Life just can't even contest this anymore. And they're gonna try to stop some backs here.
Yeah.
True shot.
Kellen's been really good about that all game long, and
if he actually hits that true shot and Peanut spears over the wall, he actually dies.
Oh yeah, sure. Rich is just going to solo it down.
The macro game from Nongshim has been very good this series. They are maximizing value all over the map. Renekton pushing top, solo Baron, or rather solo Drake, and the pushing mid, threatening Chovy, stopping his backs. I was very impressed with macro play from Nongshim in the Kespa Cup. And at that point, it was a new season, all the items are new and stuff like that. Like, having macro as one of your strengths is going to put you ahead of a lot of teams in the Kespa Cup. And it seems like Nongshim actually cared about the Kespa Cup more than a lot of the other teams, as it turns out too. But
yeah,
during the first round in particular, I felt like, oh, where's the macro at for Nongshim? I thought like they really fell off in that regard. But today, they are playing very well. And he's 3 levels up. Like Morgan, he actually gets caught by the chains. But nothing exciting can happen.
It's pretty insane that he's already level 16. I mean, every other solo laner is 14 or lower. In the case of Morgan, who just picked up yet another wave and is still not 14. And this is another Gromp.
Look, he's almost got enough. He actually passed Chovy in CS.
He did the unthinkable.
He's done it.
The impossible.
He's outpacing Chovy. I mean, they're actually posturing Baron Vision right now. This would be a very early attempt if they do start it, and I don't think they will, but it does force a big reaction here out of Han Life Esports. You know, you see the ping come down as well, like the instant question mark ping from Morgan on the side lane. He's like, I mean, they could be doing this. I don't know where Rich is. He'd be right over there right now. We don't have vision.
Yeah.
So they have to come and clear this, because it's just, if you don't know and they're doing it, they get away with it.
And it's not the best Baron damage here from Nongshim, right? Even your AD carries and something like a Jinx or a Kalista. Ezreal does good damage, don't get me wrong, but you know, everybody else as well isn't really a big-time sustained damage dealer or anything like that, so
yeah.
It'll be interesting to see how fast they can get the Baron down, because they are so far ahead, but you still have to have the ability to kill it fast enough and not get punished.
Yeah, I don't think that we're quite that ahead, you know, if you're Nongshim. But they can threaten it, right? And that's exactly what they're doing. Because if Honda Life Esports just completely ignore this and don't send resources over here, then yeah, you do. Like, this is really brilliant macro play from Nongshim. Because, like, Rich is always going to win the side lane super hard. So if you're Morgan, you're uncomfortable over there. But no one can come help you out because you actually have to hover around the Baron. And if Honda Life just leave this Baron alone, then Nongshim can in fact do it and take it. So you have to stay nearby, and Nongshim are getting other resources on the map. Like they actually have Bay starting the top. See, I don't know if you should actually commit here, but they are going to.
This is on Vision, by the way. They saw this begin. Now they're gonna get a blue trinket in there as well. They're just trying to bully Rich out of the pit before this even begins. But look at that Braum ultimate slowing up 3 people. A huge engage comes in from Vista. But where is the damage? It is just invisible. Hama Life have no follow-up. They are too far behind. They're at least going to stop the Baron take. But you had to use Vista to do it.
Yeah, I mean, they the thing is, they can maybe even just potentially reset and turn and go do this again. Vista will be respawned, but Rich and Bay are side laning while they threaten these, right? They eventually start the Baron, which is, you know, something that I was a little bit concerned about, but they still end up taking the fight very convincingly. And look at Kaisa in this fight. Like, he shoots out a Void Seeker at Peanut and then does almost nothing else. Meanwhile, Duck Dom, it's a massive True Shot barrage. Vista gets blown up early in this fight. Chovy is forced to flash over the wall. This is the power of having 2 insane dive champions in the, you know, the Renekton and of course the Aatrox together. You can't play Victor into that comfortably. It's just so hard. And when, unfortunately, Deft is on the wrong side of the team fight to start picking away at and chipping away at those frontliners, there was a huge disconnect in the positioning there between Chovy and Deft. So, you know, one side's going to lose, and then Deft was just looking sheepish at the top side of the fight, trying to do anything he could.
Yeah. Even had to flash away at the very end. So, spending summoner spells just to stop the Baron, essentially. I mean, they were successful. 1-for-1 trading kills. I knew stop the Baron is actually pretty nice, but you know, a lot of guys barely got out of there. Like, it could have gone a lot worse. It was very much on a knife's edge.
And this is not a this is not a comp too for Hanwha where you go, well, I mean, it's okay because they're going to be really good in just a few moments here. Like, their comp's about to really come online. I mean, Victor already has a significant amount of items here. Like, it's not just going to get better suddenly, unless you actually get more than a 1-for-1 kill and stop a Baron. You need to do more than that. If the game state stays the same, the advantages stay the same, then you can't even contest this mountain break, right? Like, this is going to be so difficult for Hanwha Life Esports to actually pull off.
Ooh. Good job by Morgan. Blocks that spear. Could have been big on a Chovy. And this is Mountain Soul, right? So
I don't think you can stop this either. I mean, you just are not in a position to do it. And this is going to make this comp so much more difficult to deal with.
This is level 9. He can't even frontline. He can't check. And the rest of Hanwha Life is just trying to get out of there. Nobody actually wants to fight here, but the wraparound from Bay, he's thinking about it, but they're going to play it safe. They just got the Mountain Soul. No reason to try to throw this away.
And you know what? I want to point something out, too. This has been a very good game for Bay on this Renekton. He had that one kind of, you know, unfortunate moment there on the mid lane. Was otherwise threatened Chovy a lot, set for some kills. It feels like Bay is just meant to be on hard engaged champions, you know? And maybe he was a mid laner because he was strong in an assassin meta more than this control mage meta, but his set was also fantastic. He seemed as born to play these strong, tanky mid laners. And, you know, maybe assassins as well, we don't know because he hasn't played any this season. But
yeah.
I think maybe that's where he started his career, and now it's not a good meta for him. But he's playing good on the Renekton.
Oh, man. Look at the damage that they have. I mean, Morgan's really tanky, but still able to chew through about 80% of his health. They're denying... Oh, boy. Take a look at that matchup on that side. Morgan's so low, and he has to hold the wave. Bay, meanwhile, is taking the mid push, and they're going for the Baron.
That's the macro advantage that gets you a Baron, you know? I mean, you make plays like this, you take the right sort of skirmish in a lane, you have a side laner that's extremely powerful, and then you just take a Baron. Like, there's just no way Hanwha Life can even approach the Baron right now.
Yeah, Johan, he's even considering trying to run on in there, but you can't really get by Rich. He's a raid boss right now, as the Baron will go down to the side of NSㅣ. We're 30 minutes in, and they're 11,000 gold ahead in this game.
Yeah. I mean, I think that NSㅣ are in a position now where you force an inhibitor fight easily. You might even be able to get more done. Rich is just playing so incredibly well. But it's the macro game, and it's the decisions that NSㅅ are making with this advantage that makes it so beautiful. Because a lot of teams would just continually crash into the enemy and try to force fights. But NSㅅ actually win the game with minions right now. You know, that's actually how they're getting these advantages, actually having these two strong side laners. They're 1-3-1-ing, and then grouping up for these skirmishes. They've had such good vision control over the Baron with the power that they have in the 1-3-1. Then they group up for mid, push these waves in. Like, I mean, if you're Hanwha Life here against this Baron buff, I mean, you don't have any options. You don't have a comp that can, like, try to flank and hard engage either. I mean, Johan could maybe try that, but he'd just be killed so quickly. Bay is also level 17 in this game. Like, Rich and Bay are doing so incredibly well. There we go. I mean, this actually could be the fight to end the game. If Hanwha Life Esports botch this defense, and we go into a game 5, that happens.
It's really up to Chovy to try to wave clear here. That's a really nice true shot barrage.
And look at Rich. He's just like, oh, well, if you guys are going to kind of happy feet over here, I'm going to siege mid, and now I'm going to have a siege on top.
Yeah.
Like, they're going to lose inhibitors here, potentially.
Chovy has done, like, 4 or 5 lasers in the mid lane trying to get rid of those cannon minions. Now he's going to come up to the top side and try to do the same, but when he does that, you push into the mid lane.
Hanwha need to, I mean, they need to hard engage, or they're going to lose this game, actually. They're going to lose more than inhibitors if they actually don't clear any of these minions, but they just don't have an opportunity. They need to somehow Hecarim ult in or something like that. Otherwise, just sit back and lose. Like, this is going to be 2 inhibitors guaranteed. And, like, Nexus turrets are going down.
It's really rough. I mean, they're so far behind. It's 12,000 gold.
You got to do something, though. You can't just watch the game go away.
We'll see when they make their stand. If they do, Vista being terrorized on the right side as well. The turret will go down.
The minions are going to win the game, like I said, man. This is Nongshim's macro, and now they have a huge advantage. Vista super low.
Oh, he's dead! Just like that, one Mystic shot and you're dead. Big knock-ups from Rich, he's full health. And that's gonna do it for this one, you'd imagine. Nate's Chaos Storm is going to come out and do a lot of damage actually from Chovy, but they're just too far behind. Peanut comes in, swipes one time, and gets 2 kills. And we are going to a game number 5 as Nongshim will tie it up with their second win of the series.
No one would have expected this to happen, but it feels like Nongshim are just playing the games of this team's lives right now. They are playing extremely well around the macro, and it's an unusual draft. You have the Renekton mid for Bay, but he's a natural at it. He plays it very well. He minimized Chovy in this game. This is a Chovy who got 2-0 early on in the game. He had 2 very early kills, and yet still they were able to minimize the impact of him in this game. And then, you know, it feels like Honor Life Esports fall apart after this. And shoutouts to Kellen, very good Braum game. You know, I was really doubting what he was going to be capable of. But I cannot stress this enough. I mean, this was the series that seemed the most predictable out of all series in the LCK playoffs here for spring. And it's the one that goes to game 5 on day 1.
Yeah.
If this is what we're in for, we're in for a wild ride here for playoffs. And that's been the theme of this season. Every time you think something is for sure, every time you think something is true, besides Damwon Kia being #1 so far, we'll see what happens in the finals.
Yeah.
But every time you think something is a for sure thing in this season of LCK, reality just rips your hopes and dreams away, and we're going to a game 5. We might actually, we were talking about what team is Damwon Kia going to pick? They might be picking Nongshim.
Yeah, I mean, I still would, you know. Nongshim, they're outperforming, I think, their normal level here. But, I mean, Hama Life need to be good enough to be able to still win. It can't be only Chovy that's carrying you. And then the second that Nongshim win one fight and then are able to bully Chovy, it's like, that's it? That's all you had to do? And then you just beat Hama Life? Turns out, yes. And that, that can't be it. That can't be it for Hama Life if you're actually going to be good enough to win this series.
And remember too, suppose they didn't lock in the Aatrox. Like, then you're actually playing Renekton into, we're going to look at the post-game stats, but then you're playing the Renekton into the Gragas, and I think this game looks completely different. It was a really risky drafting choice by Nongshim, but they pulled it off, Valdez. They really did. They used the 1-3-1 extremely well with the lead they had. And I mean, let's take a look at the damage. Let's see how much we got done here, Rich.
Yeah.
Let me take a little peek. Okay,
it was
17.5.
And actually, it was Chovy that did the most damage. But again, trading against a melee champion as Victor, you're just going to get big damage numbers. Look at everybody else. Hama Life they got behind.
The damage.
Yeah, they got behind from the early game, and then they were just out of it. Look at 13 minutes on the gold graph, and that was it.
Yeah.
13 minutes happens. They win the one-team fight around the Drake, the Infernal Drake. You remember where Rich zones away 2 people, and then the game just seemed over. Hama Life had no way to get back in, and now we're going to a game 5.
Right, this is really, really exciting for me, Valdez. I really didn't think we were going to get this treat of a series today, and it's delivering.
Yeah. It's happening. We're going to a game 5, guys. But first, we're going to have to take a quick break, so we'll be right back, and then we'll go into that game number 5.
천천히 가 딜러들. 가만히 포킹하면 그냥 끝날 거야. 얘네가 먼저. 천천히 창 맞추면서. 야렉 컸다. 다 다쳐. 들어가지 말고. 나이스. 자신 있어 나. 들어가. 여기까지만. 픽스를 보자. 헤카림 보자. 빨리 들어가지 마. 끝내면 될 듯. 그래. 맞아. 됐어.
이거. 자, 무친 탑 주도권이었다 이 판.
are heading to the distance as Nongshim Red Force was able to show their spicy power and tied up the series once again. This time around, we saw Bae playing Brunacton, a champion that Chovy played earlier in the series, and Rich was able to get his iconic pick, Aatrox. So we wanted to break down why they were playing around the top side. They are always guaranteeing Rich to get that last pick, and Hana Life Esports as well. They were not able to play really well on the top side of the map, which means Rich can easily dominate the game. We are keep seeing Seraphine and Thresh getting banned away on the side of Hana Life Esports, and last time there was Nar on the list as well. Morgan, he's been doing a great job on tank champions, but if Rich gets to take that Sion, maybe Hana Life Esports can take some of the melee champion in order to match the side lane. So instead, Hana Life Esports wanted to set up a champion matchup where Rich cannot play Aatrox, and they wanted to punish the champion matchup based on their draft. But we saw the reason why Hana Life Esports has always been banning away that Aatrox away from Rich, and we saw a very old and classic duo on the bottom lane, Israel and Braum. A duo that is not really that strong in lane, but still they were able to outlane the opponents, which was pretty odd to witness. I think in all games, Hana Life Esports, their top side of the map and also their bottom lane were having a very hard time. They were relying really hard on their mid laner, whereas Nongshim at the same time, their mid laner was suffering really hard, which means both teams are now aware of the issues that they've got, and this time around, Nongshim was able to find a breakout. Braum is a really strong champion into a long-range picks, and Ezreal and Braum was able to have a very comfortable game down on the bottom lane, and Nongshim Red Force was able to take a very crucial game in the series. So we want to take a look at the early game and break down how this game got unfolded. Chovy was able to get ahead once again, even stronger than the Silas in the last game because he got double buffs. He got ganked by the opponent jungler, but he was able to turn it around and pick up a kill. And then, once he saw that Renekton's E got interrupted by Victor's ability, he just goes in aggressively and he picks up the solo kill. So at that point in the game, Chovy already got 2 kills, he got double buffs, and then because of the passive and Victor got, he was able to get the passive stacked. So with that minion wave cleared, he was able to upgrade his stats ray. So at 6-minute mark in the game, Victor was able to clear the caster minion with just 1 ray, 1 laser, and that's absurd. Kuro had 1 experience on, hitting that kind of power spike that early, and Kuro did carry that game, which means that Victor getting super fed in the game, well, it actually almost guarantees you a win. So we wanted to point out that Chovy was almost, once again, solo carrying his team with this amount of power that he had in his pocket. So we wanted to see how Nongshim shuts down that fed Victor. Chovy could, massively carry the game, but there was something more massive on the side of Nongshim Red Force, which was Rich's Aatrox. Now let's take a look at this second highlight. Rich teleported in a fantastic position, so his flank play came in clutch for Nongshim Red Force. So Rich went in with a TP, and then Deft was already down to half of his HP, so he was not able to participate in this fight proactively. Victor is a really good champion when you have a 5-on-5 team fight, but actually Rich coming in with that teleport split the entire Hana Life Esports players, so he was able to exert his dominance around that river. Aatrox is not a champion that can single-handedly carry that team fight, but Rich was able to, pick up the best fight he could. And after that, Rich was able to have a very easy time at the side lanes as well. So Nongshim was able to pull off a very smart macro around that fed Aatrox. And the POG will be picked up by Rich on Aatrox. As we saw in the prior highlights, he deserves this POG, and his Aatrox is something else. Aatrox is super good into a mage champion on the mid lane if the champion doesn't have any dash. And there is a reason why Hana Life Esports kept banning it away. So maybe Hana Life Esports can counter that Aatrox pick. However, that was not as effective as we expected, and then once Hana Life Esports let him play this champion, he just single-handedly carries the game. And Rich picks up 8 out of 9 votes for this POG, and at the end of the game, Rich said by himself, I had some crazy top priority, and he was acknowledging the state of the game right. I don't think everyone expected this kind of a intense and close series between Hana Life Esports and Nongshim Red Force, but I think Nongshim is actually the one chasing down Hana Life Esports. Now Hana Life Esports is trying out some new strategy in the upcoming game, so let's head over to the caster desk and check out.
Thank you so much, G-Sun, once again for that awesome translation as we are moving into our 5th and final game of the best of 5 here. Nongshim have brought us to it.
And it just feels like, Valdez, that this is the one-man show of Chovy for Hana Life Esports, and we were told this just moments before. Arthur will actually be subbing in for Johan. Now, you and I both are pretty against this decision because you're putting in another rookie jungler in. You're putting a ton of pressure on this guy. I mean, he's a rookie for LCK. He has played, of course, in other pro leagues, the OPLs, where he got his start. But you're putting him in a game 5. There's a lot of pressure. He seems very excited and happy to be back in and playing on the Rift. He's smiling. But if you look at the rest of the Hana Life Esports players, until this very moment when I was going to highlight it, they are not. It's a very stressful, high-pressure place to be thrown into in this 5th game that you didn't expect to be in. And
yeah.
And it also speaks volumes to the lack of confidence that they put in Johan right now. And it's a very, very risky call, to make this choice.
Yeah, well, maybe this is the guy that's been watching 4 games of Peanuts pathing, and he's like, you know what? I've got him figured out.
It's possible.
We've seen this before.
It is definitely possible that he is watching this game on the sidelines.
Oh, he definitely is.
and he's actually figured out a way that he thinks he can come through. Now, what would be really exciting, but it probably won't happen because generally these things don't, but what would be really exciting is he had a really cool pocket pick, unusual jungle, like Xin Zhao coming in on the 5th game. You pull that one out, and you didn't want to have to show this in your first playoff series, but you might have to. Very similar to when we saw the Reckless Seraphine in the bot lane in the first round of the EU playoffs. They definitely didn't want to show that against Schalke, but sometimes you go to game 5 and sometimes you have to actually show those strategies. We'll see if that does end up coming through here or if it's just going to be a standard game. We do see the same bans once again on the Sylas here, the Senna, and the Lucian that we saw last game.
First pick
Hecarim first pick, so I mean they're putting everything onto Arthur's Hecarim here.
Yeah, and it's a departure from what they've done in the past, right? Because, in another draft where Hecarim was available, they picked Udyr first. They also went for Rel first in game number 3 when they were also on blue side. So, and keep in mind, game number 1, they first picked Renekton. So they've kind of been messing around with different strategies as the best of 5 has been coming along. This will, of course, leave Renekton Nidalee available. Yeah. Peanuts Nidalee looks like he can't really clean.
Yeah, I mean, it was like, well, Nidalee's banned actually, in fact. But I was gonna say, I actually was thinking the same thing as you, and Peanut looked like really excited, so I was actually kind of leaning into that as well. But they did ban it, and that's, I mean, this is very clearly Hana Life being very concerned about Peanut, and he hasn't had the flashy plays, but he has actually not only helped weaken Chovy's efficiency in that last game, but also empowered Rich very heavily. And so, I mean, this is actually a moment where Hana Life pull in their jungler their sub-jungler and ban the Nidalee. Like, the tone of the series has really come to a fine point here for Hanwha Life. As they will actually get the Gnar this time, because they didn't ban it themselves. And they'll actually look towards a Zoe pick here early. No.
What's it going to be for Chovy? Are we picking for Chovy here? And yes, we are. It's Orianna in his final game of the best of 5.
And it's not a champion that, you know, outside of Shockwaves, you really have a lot of carry potential per se. I mean, you have a few abilities you toss out, you do some burst damage, and that's it. This is not a champion that empowers Chovy's playstyle, which is, you know, something I mentioned earlier. I almost Chekhov's gunned the Orianna into the series by saying, you know, he can play so many champions, but he can also just play Orianna, and he does do it here. But it is not how they've been playing this entire series. Hanwha Life Esports are going to show us a completely different look here. And they have Gnar for like straight up team fighting in the late game. Like, this is not an early game dive comp.
Nope.
This is very, very different.
A big departure. Again, you know, the entire draft, as you mentioned, is kind of shaped. The new jungler comes in, the new ban. And now the entire comp is conforming to something that they haven't really played this straight up, at least, in the entire series. So we'll see what else comes out here. Obviously, with a lot of AD carries still left available, they're going to ban away 2 of those from Deft to take away the Jinx.
I wouldn't hate a Camille ban here, to be honest. We know the Renekton's already in, but as we've already seen, they're very willing to flex it mid if they don't like the top matchup. And you take away the Gangplank. If you really want Morgan to be consistent on this Gnar and actually have the best time possible, I think that's the only other champion you're really worried about. I don't think you're concerned about Irelia here. They banned the set for, you know, arguably similar reasons here. And for Nongshim here, I wonder what support we're going down, because the Braum worked pretty well last game. I think it works well into Hanwha Life's comp again. And they're going to flex it, and Rich gets the Aatrox. He doesn't look too happy about it, but...
He's like, man, I got to carry you fools again. I mean, I actually really like it. It's obviously going to be a much more difficult matchup against the Gnar. But you also save your support until you see what the bottom lane of Hanwha Life is.
Deft has been very invisible in this series, which is, again, such a departure from what we thought was going to happen. What we thought was going to be the case is just, you know, potentially Duckdom isn't able to carry because Deft crushes him. And he's played the Kai'Sa now several games, and the 2 games he played on it, he did not look solid. And he just wasn't doing damage, right? And I feel like with this composition that has really strong frontline, again, the Leona's going to make it easier. I do appreciate the Leona pick, but I'm not sold on this Kai'Sa pick yet again. Almost would have rather seen a Jinx, you know, pairing down there. You know, maybe like Jinx Tahm Kench or something like that. But Alistar Ezreal is the response, and Valdez, I feel like with all the variants that this draft has added, it doesn't allow Chovy to carry per se. It doesn't allow, I mean, your Arthur coming back in for the first time in Game 5. And nothing about this draft screams, okay, well, we had Arthur for the sick Game 5 unusual pick, or we're going to completely change how the jungle is played. Yes, they changed how they drafted for the top 3 picks, you know, still we get the Kai'Sa on the bottom. But this doesn't feel like Hanwha Life Esports are making a statement in this 5th game. It feels like they've just kind of toned down the early game and looking for a more well-rounded comp. But Nongshim looked like they got everything they wanted again. And the only question mark for me is the Lilia, because she is not going to work very well with this comp, but she can be very powerful early.
It's the Lilia into Hecarim, and also she just got nerfed.
Her
ultimate cooldown by 20 seconds, I believe, even at rank 3. So
it's massive.
You're not going to have as many setups. You can't just throw bowling balls over and over and look for setups, you know, multiple times in a row. It is, of course, going to be a heavy amount of magic damage, at least, coming out of the jungle. They really wanted to have that here. But again, you know, it's Chovy on an immobile mid lane kind of carry, and you are going up against Aatrox Renekton again. You take away the Leona maybe as a steal-away pick, I would say, so that Chovy doesn't absolutely get dunked, because Ezreal Leona would have had a field day against him. Otherwise, I think the Alistar would have been nice for Peel. But either way, looks like we're going into this one in this manner. The comps are set, and the Rift is ready. Let's hop onto it right now for game number 5.
My other issue here is, you know, the side lanes, like the 1-3-1 problem that happens later on in the game. You're going to have a serious problem trying to deal with all that side pressure. If Rich gets ahead enough, you know, and starts solo killing Morgan if he tries to contest, like, that's going to be this is just something that you don't have a great answer to. I mean, you have the Heck Rim and kind of chase around and follow, but it is a little bit concerning. Always glad to see some Crab Raven.
Yeah. Also, mana flow ban stacks before the lane even begins. Makes me feel good as mid laner. We're going to see here some of the runes. Everything looks kind of standard, nothing too out of the ordinary from what I could tell.
Yeah. Nothing wacky here that I see either, just from glancing.
Yeah, there's a bunch of like life steal and life gain runes on the Gnar. A lot of that got nerfed, actually.
Yeah.
The Fleet Footwork and the Ravenous Hunter. Those were the two, so, you know, he's stacked them all, including the other one. I forget the name, the Feast of Blood or something like that. The top one.
Yeah.
And perhaps, you know, maybe that helps Rich a little bit in this lane if he can kind of make his trading stick a little bit better.
Yeah.
It'd be nice.
I am excited to see how Rich does because it felt like in the last game, you know, we didn't have a lot of focus on him in terms of the observing. It was mostly focused on Bay and seeing how that plays out. But in, you know, in the last moments of the game, you suddenly started to realize, like, wow, look at how ahead Rich is, and like, look at how much experience he has, and look at how much macro impact we're having. And Kai'Sa 0-5. Now, this is also somewhat of a part of the reason why this is the case is because Kai'Sa has fallen off very significantly in the later parts of the LCK, where Ezreal has also become popularized. This is not like a thing that has happened over the course of the season. It's very late that Ezreal's popular, and Kai'Sa is not doing very well right now. I mean, you know, the situation here too, I feel like you put Bay on a champion where he's very good, based on what we saw last game, and he's also just trying to put a lot of pressure on here with Peanut. But, you know, Bay is a player that we often criticize a lot, but on his set he was great, and on his, you know, on his Renekton last game, very good. So you're not actually worried about Bay as a liability, I don't think, if you're Nongshim here, like you have been in the past sometimes.
Yeah. It's all coming together, it feels like.
Yeah.
You're finding picks that Bay can survive on against Chovy. I mean, I say that, and again, he did get solo killed the one time with the greedy cannon play and the excellent wave manipulation from Chovy. But dying once is better than dying twice, right? He died twice the last time around the game before that. And, you know, as long as Chovy doesn't get absolutely disgustingly fed, you should be looking good, because a lot of Hanwha Life's wins have just come by Chovy hard carrying by himself.
Yeah. The Orianna, you know, is a champion that you can get solo kills on in other matchups. It seems very unlikely to happen to the Renekton. But, you know, Orianna is functionally a lot of the time kind of an ult button in late game. And it is one of the most powerful ultimates in the game. He's actually not having the best time at the moment, Rich.
Yeah.
But Peanut is coming up here. He's going to have Scuttle control. There's no ward. If he actually starts trading aggressively, they might be able to bait something, but I mean, it is level 4. Let's see.
He's just trying to clear out all of his camps as fast as possible. Arthur got the one on the bottom side. Morgan currently in Mega Gnar, so not going to be able to make anything happen there.
Nope.
And, you know, this often happens, actually, when teams get into a 5th game where they just kind of slow things down and they're like, okay, let's try to limit our mistakes as much as possible.
I mean, also the composition of Hanwha is just so much slower than anything they've played all night. You know, especially when you think about games 1 and 3.
Oh, Rich oversteps here, and guess what? You're going to be pulled back. No flash available, no dash. First blood given over to Arthur, the guy who subbed in game number 5.
There you go. I mean, that's the start of the game. There's your action. And unfortunately, Peanut just not nearby. He's going to rush down to the bottom side of the map and see if he can steal away these Raptors. Well, that's all he's going to be able to trade back. Timing of this works out pretty well. He had it warded. But unfortunately, you know, the timing of him being on the top side of the map does not coincide with the ability to save Rich there. So this is actually a really bad start for Rich. This is very different from the last game. In our matchup, again, not extremely comfortable here. And I think a lot of teams would have picked something else than the Aatrox, but Rich was very comfortable on it in the last game, and obviously it's his most played champion career. It's the champion that he's feared for, you know, can't overstate it. Overextends here, you know, Arthur's here, he's got the scoop, gonna grab him, and it's as simple as that. Rich didn't have flash, they knew it. Set play, they had to go all the way around from the lane, so there's no vision whatsoever. It didn't take any chances on being spotted. They 100% all in on that play, and it worked out. But yeah, he's not going to have the same sort of pop-off game based on what we're seeing right now as he did last game.
Yeah, it does feel that way. As
stole a kill.
Yeah. Hands that one over. Duck Dom looks like he didn't get the absolute best back, and Deft and Vista were able to punish a little bit, but that's okay. That'll happen. He gets a Sheen on his back, a couple long swords. Gonna make this lane a bit easier for himself. We got this first Drake Cloud, which, you know, doesn't always generate the most aggression onto it, but that does mean that it's not a Cloud Soul again. Where is Rich going? Okay.
Well, he doesn't have vision. I don't think he knows. He's actually just going to keep playing this like he's up 1-0-4. That's a bit concerning.
And they're just waiting.
Yeah.
Still no flash available. The World Ender does come in, but you're getting scooped again. He's looking for the dash over the wall. We'll see if the damage. Yeah, with Chovy here, absolutely. He's not able to get an assist, actually, which kind of sucks, but that is okay. Sleep comes in down on the bottom side, and they're looking for the kill onto Deft, and you know what? They will be able to pick it up here. Kellen not even level 6, and still is able to tank that very nicely.
Very well played here. You hit 6, you have to sleep. I mean, that's what you're going to look for here with Peanut at 6. You have an opportunity, especially when you know 100% that Arthur's on the top side of the map. You can actually make this dive happen very easily with the wave state that they had. And this is actually going to be a really massive pick. It's going to cost a lot of CS over to Deft.
Okay, he's fine.
Arthur is having a great game, though. And, you know, Red Buff's like, I'm just a really big Krug.
And it's like, wait, what? Okay.
He actually like reset it one more time, but anyway, Arthur's been having a pretty good game, you know, and this was one of our concerns, right? Is how well is he going to be able to play under the pressure? And you know, he has a control ward here, and he plays the long con on this one, and it was a bit puzzling to have Rich go all the way out there, and he gets punished for it. You mentioned Chovy doesn't get the assist, but down here on the bottom side of the map, let's take a look at how this happens. Peanut just bowling balls over the wall and actually just goes for the solo sleep on the Deft, who's just hits 5 as this is happening. Follow-up, you know, is perfect, and that's the end of it. Like, it was just a really nicely timed gank. Hit 6 right before, and knows that Arthur's on the other side of the map. So they're trading this back. Make no mistake, Honor Life Esports are in a massive lead right now, but, you know, it's plays like this that can get you back into the game, and Duck Dom is your guy. I mean, this series has been Duck Dom versus Chovy.
Yeah, it is pretty crazy how, without fail, Duck Dom has gotten fed in every game. I mean, even the last one, where he wasn't even necessarily the carry. Like, even got a vote for the player of the game from the Chinese broadcast, so you know.
Yeah.
Everybody's noticing this guy, even when he's not even the main star. Just gets fed time and time again. It's not easy to do.
And he's just been so consistent in lane. It's crazy, like how much his gold lead is. He has a pretty good gold lead just generally on average on the 6th place team, and that's like sometimes you see some of these stats that we have before the broadcast, and you're like, oh, look at look at all of Khan's stats. It's like, well, he's also 16-2, so
yeah,
you expect that, right? But some of the stats from like Duck Dom, I'm like, wow, this is a team that almost didn't make playoffs, and these stats look like that. As Peanut as Lilia is actually just going to solo this dragon. Okay, they do come over and help. And they don't have vision of where Arthur is, but they had the wave pushed so well. And he felt comfortable to do this. Even gets a little Alistair shield removal assist there. We'll have to see it. And that's a nice little steal away, actually, on an objective. And now they can look to maybe even push the issue and go double objective here. Grab the Rift Herald.
Yeah, they got it pretty early, which is good news.
Like with the Aatrox and the Renekton, I mean, you have a really strong Herald team fighting comp. As we saw, in the early parts of that the Infernal Drake fight, remember last game, like at that stage of the game, you're just so strong. Even with Rich being 0-2, just your kit is so consistent.
Mm-hmm. And you see that they're not really putting pressure on that objective just yet. They have a ward down there. They kind of question mark pinged it. Not going to get on that for now. And Homolife don't make any big moves towards it either. As we're taking a look at some of the gold, you'll see that even with the 2 kills, Arthur is only about 300 gold ahead of Peanut, and that's partially because of the awesome farm that Peanut has been doing in the jungle.
Yeah. Duck Dom currently sitting about 700 gold ahead, if I read that correctly, so has a pretty significant lead, but nothing that isn't recoverable, not at this stage for Deft. Oh, sad B also.
Perfect timing.
Well, you know, I mean, the next fight is probably going to be around this Herald, and you know we've talked about how Nongshim is. We're just missing CS everywhere, and that was Chovy.
Yeah,
that doesn't happen. But you know, Nongshim have a really strong comp to fight this Herald, but they don't have enough lane prio, and I think the problem and the main reason why this hasn't been started is because Rich is just kind of playing the game under the turret as Kellen gets caught.
Yeah, and they're actually going in on this one. They're going to trade ultimates.
Forcing that out pretty early.
Yeah, Arthur was there, so good respect shown by Kellen. Doesn't want to get caught out or anything like that.
You know, there's a lot of I keep seeing pings on the Rift Herald from everybody, but it's just they're not in a position. Like Nongshim's not in a position to actually take it. It's too risky because of the lane priority on top. And Homolife are like, I just don't want to fight Nongshim right now, so I'm not going to consider that either. Even though Chovy has insane prio too. It feels like the dream for Rift Herald for Homolife right now with the prio they have. They just sandwich in and take it, but it's just such a hard comp to fight right now that they're not willing to take it unless it's a trade. They do not want to fight for it. Chovy, you know, doing very well in lane. 25 CS up.
Yeah, just Chovy things.
Yep.
Even though he did miss that one ranged minion, we'll forgive him for that. It's okay.
Jonas Strong won't, but we will.
Yeah. I saw that zoom in. And yeah, you know, it's over 10 CS a minute, obviously. Going to be very nice. We're at the point in the game where we're kind of just watching Leona back animations.
Yeah, I was like literally about to say the same thing. I'm like, and this is the most interesting thing that's happening. Hey, Rift Herald actually gets taken. They're actually just quietly going to steal this one away. I think if Nongshim knew this was happening, they probably would have postured around it, but we had a free dragon for Peanut, now we're getting a free Herald for Arthur. No fighting allowed in this game.
Yeah, just the top lane is being pushed in, you know, Rich down a level. Chovy, same thing in the mid lane, so you don't really have the prio, and they had no vision in the top river, so even if they thought they were going for it, it's not much that Nongshim really could do.
Ooh, that's nice with the no minions there. They toss it down right away.
He can knock it back.
Yeah,
he can deny this.
They're
and
actually going to deny it, I think.
They might be able to get Morgan too. Red buff on Peanut. That is so much burn damage. And down he goes. And he even flashes as he's dying. And the Rift Herald goes down.
Did Arthur like misclick that? Like that was pretty weird that he would actually Herald there. They didn't have the wave. They didn't know where Peanut was.
It was so close to the plates going down. I think he just rushed it through.
Yeah, I think you're right. Because it was like, what, maybe at that time, 20 seconds away or so?
Yeah.
And yeah, I guess that's the reason he wanted to get the plates, but like that was completely botched. Had they, you know, had the Rift Herald a lot earlier, you're not concerned about that. But even at this stage, I think that was a little bit greedy.
And also the positioning of Kellen to be there. I don't think you would ever expect the Alistair to be there after the Rift Herald dies. They're like, oh, okay, they've kind of given up on this objective. We can just get free plates.
So Kellen actually is playing the long game here because he came from the base, and he didn't actually walk through any vision whatsoever, so they had no idea that he was here. Morgan Meganaris, as soon as he figures it out, but I mean, he gets so much value because he actually gets the Rift Herald knockup and is able to set up for this kill. It's actually just the best Alistair play ever.
Yeah, no, it's actually crazy.
In the history of Alistair, there was never anything more valuable than that Pulverize.
Yeah, and Bay's able to get out. Teleport committed to. Chovy gets in there, and now Vista's trying to make plays, but I don't know, again, if he can get the same amount of value that Alistair just did. So
I got very excited for Nongshim in the Keswick Cup. I know I was the one who was a big Nongshim guy. Mao never lets me forget it, but
you were right all along, Wolf.
But I mean, look,
you believed.
I thought about the macro mostly as they're actually going to give this Drake up.
That's okay.
I thought about the macro mostly when I was thinking about Nongshim, and I was, pretty high on Duckdom. I thought he was a fantastic AD carry, but they didn't deliver, through most of the season. The hype levels I expected. And for me, it feels like this series is a great, they're way overperforming, like you said. This is not Hanwha Life just like dropping the ball. They are a little bit, and their drafting has been very questionable, which is, it feels like there's been a lot of up and downs with Hanwha Life's drafting throughout the season. But for Nongshim here, I mean, for them to win this series, it was just an incredible upset. If you're tuning in for the first time because you're excited,
but Arthur is here this time, so that is going to be a nice little maneuver from Hanwha Life to make sure that they don't lose their top laner again.
This is the 6th place team about to eliminate the team that almost got second, one series away from it.
Potentially.
Yeah, and is third. That's how the seeding goes. So, of the teams in round 1, they are the strongest. And Nongshim have, in 2 of the games they lost, they almost won, right?
Yeah.
Like this is just a crazy upset. It almost feels like if Nongshim win this, they won this series like 4-1 more than they won it 3-2. Like, just because of the game they had such a lead in that they threw away, unfortunately. But I feel like the world is upside down right now watching this game. This is very unusual. Rich over here eating some serious chip damage.
That's pretty rough to deal with that Gnar, as now we're going to have this land. No ultimate available for Peanut, as Vista is looking to turn it around. Duckdom not hitting much, but Vista is going to die. And they just didn't have the follow-up damage because Kellen was in Unbreakable Will, easily able to just pick up the support for free, essentially.
And this is going to be Duckdom pushing onto this turret. I mean, this is just straight up a great exchange for Nongshim. There's no two ways about it. Hanwha Life Esports really need to shape up in the bottom side of the map if they're going to have any chance of taking this 5th and final game. That's where they've been weak all series, honestly. And it's not that I thought that Deft was just going to crush, but I felt like it was going to be close enough to where Duckdom was not going to be able to carry. And consistently, he has just been able to find kills, find picks, be ahead in CS all series long, and even the games he lost. I mean, he was a key factor in Nongshim's success. And Deft has just unfortunately not been able to find the same success himself, and went Gale Force this game, actually not even Kraken Slayer. And I mean, there's no like hard tank in this game. It's not like he's facing off against a Scion, but interesting choice. And even a little bit more execute power. It's good against Lilia in particular.
It's good, yeah, it's good, to reposition a little bit easier against a lot of the threats.
Especially the Kellen Alistair threat that they have. You get caught by that, and also the Rich factor.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I think about it, like also like the base stun and.
Yeah.
Oh my god, also you could dodge Duckdom's Q.
There's a lot of uses. I like the Gale Force in this game. Just to say that. There's, it's been just casually a Hanwha Life kind of 1,000 gold lead, but they're not really doing much with it. A lot of the gold, again, is just in Chovy's CS difference in the mid lane and the couple of kills that the Hecarim was able to pick up. Other than that, 20 CS up in the top lane. I suppose Peanut is ahead in the jungle. That's where Nongshim is kind of shoring up some of the CS deficits in the lane.
Yeah, for sure. The power of Peanut in these team fights, we haven't really seen how that's going to work, how well he's going to play this out, because if he's able to have a really nice setup for sleeps, or he's able to hit some big Qs, he's going to be in really a really nice spot. Looks like he's going for the Dead Man's Plate build potentially here, and
he'll go double mask.
Yeah, actually that's where he's going with this, I'd say. Yeah, and like he goes double mask, then gets his Zonias. Once the Zonias comes online, that's when you just press Q and sleep people and go into your Hourglass, and that's where you can have like some really game-changing and playoff-changing team fights. But at this stage, I feel like the Hecarim is still very valuable in the team fights. It's a really tough matchup for the Lilia, and the fact that Peanut's handling this game this well, despite it, you know, is a pretty impressive thing. Like, you and I were both a little bit raising our eyebrows, you know, at the Lilia pick here, and it has been fairly successful.
Yeah. We've seen it, you know, kind of picked into the Hecarim in some other regions, you know, in the LEC. I've seen it a bunch of times. But generally in the LCK, you know, we don't really see it that often. But Peanut just did it with confidence, and he's like, yeah, sure, totally fine.
Yeah, and it's been, you know, when we've seen other teams do that, the results have been less stellar.
Yeah, that's a really big blue buff, actually, for Chovy.
Yeah.
Perfect timing. He was low on mana, and now, okay. That's real great. I mean, you get the flash out of Vista, you flash away yourself, but no ultimate now on Chovy for the fight. As Peanut is going to get slowed up, and Deft actually has a really good angle. He's able to get into that back line as the sleep is coming in, and now Deft might be challenged here by Rich, who's doing a great job, but you see on the top side that NSㅣ are not winning. Arthur is desperately trying to kill the little Bambi, and he will eventually, and the rest of NSㅅ is just getting killed up in the river.
Yeah, and you know, Valdez, this is, I mean, it feels like this is the team fight that essentially hits my point the hardest. That when I was talking about the differences in team fights at this stage of the game for Peanut versus Arthur, like, his impact was so low compared to Arthur just zooming through the entirety of NSㅅ and preventing them from doing damage. Sure, the top side of the fight went decently, but you just see the difference in what these two junglers are able to do in this early skirmish. I mean, I say early, we're 21 minutes of the game, but this mid-game skirmish, where unfortunately Peanut just doesn't have all of his items online. And this all started out with a very early flash force, right? Like, Chovy is able to start that up, and then things go very wrong from there. So, able to force Peanut to flash, so he's already low impact in terms of what he can set up here in this, get solar flared, and then Hecarim gets a whole chase onto him. And all Peanut really gets to do in this fight is Q once and set up a sleep, but the top part of the fight is already, you know, kind of set in stone. And Peanut just like running. But Arthur's going to get him in the end.
Yeah.
And he gets away as well. Because he's Hecarim, that's how it goes.
Yeah. I want to see the top side of the play as well. Kellen just dies really early, and Bay's all alone, so.
Like, he gets Chovy, but I mean, that's all he's going to get. So this ends up being a really nice team fight for Hana Life Esports. And look, I mean, if all Chovy could be is an ult button, as long as he's doing the ult button to start the fight off the right way, you end up getting a really nice positional advantage there. They take the flash away from Peanut early, and it's a done deal, that team fight, you know? So Hana Life have a massive advantage in these Drakes right now. And that really just sets the tone for how, you know, NSㅅ's comp is going to have to fight. Like, they are not going to be able to sit back and wait anymore. They're actually going to be forced to fight. This is not the same fed Aatrox that we had for Rich last game. It's completely different. He's 1,700 gold behind in this game.
Yeah, that's really where the difference is being made in this one. I mean, and again, you saw the Gnar, you picked the Aatrox into it, so you knew what you were getting. You thought that Rich, you know, good enough on the Aatrox, he could make it work, he can survive through lane, and he'll be a menace later on. At least he's not behind on XP. You know, they're both level 14. It's not like the last game where Morgan was like 3 levels behind Rich by any means. So he's got that going for him, but he's down on farm. He's had not as much impact, and we'll have to see what can happen in the next fight. I think the next one could still be pretty close. The Infernal Drake is nice for Hana Life, but I think it's just going to come down to execution. I think either team can still win at this point.
Yeah. No, absolutely. This really is going to be about the execution of the team fights. He did go double mask, Peanut, and now, you know, he can start working on his Zhonya's, which I think he desperately is going to need. In fact, I recommend that he gets a stopwatch first. Like, rush that out as soon as possible, because that can be a very, like, that stopwatch team fight that we're going to have on potentially the next Infernal Drake is, you know, where I think he can start to really turn this game around. Yes, he was ahead in farm and still is, had a big gold lead, but, you know, unfortunately he still doesn't have the same impact in team fights that the Hecarim is going to have. So I'd really like to see that purchase as soon as possible, and I think he's probably thinking the same. That's just kind of standard. But until you hit that spike, like, you're just too fragile to be of consistent help, whereas Hecarim is just going to be able to press all the buttons and go in, and it's just a very different situation. And, you know, they were both very fed and about even until that last fight. which was one of the first, straight up exchanges the junglers had.
I thought that Death was going to stick around, wait for Meganar, and look for a collapse play onto Rich, because then the amount of tempo you gain from that, someone on Nongshim has to go bottom side. They can't really rush the Baron at this point by any means. And you could potentially get some good value with a play like that, especially when there's not much else happening on the map. But
yeah,
going to forego making any super proactive plays. They don't have deep vision in the enemy blue side jungle, so
I think that's the main reason why they didn't go for it, because it's just fairly risky for them to do that without that information. And they're gonna get this buff. Everyone's resetting for this Drake fight. See what Peanut buys, because that's going to be pretty huge.
Stopwatch is it's game changing. You want to get as many as possible before this fight.
Yeah,
it's one of the games where it's kind of just like, this fight could be do or die.
Yeah,
you could get into the next round of playoffs based on this next fight.
Exactly. And like, if you're Nongshim here, like, you cannot let this go, and you have to win this fight, and you need to crush it as well. You don't want a 1-for-1 fight when you like barely get the Drake. You need this to be a decisive win.
Chovy just finished Seraph's Embrace. He had 2,100 gold, able to go back and buy that straight up.
It's massive.
Yeah. So he gets the perfect timing, actually, on the big item.
That's not the hit that you're looking for with a bowling ball here. Okay, Nongshim are on this Drake first, but they're not in a really decisive position to where they can actually force a pick.
Yeah.
Vista's positioning here is super good to block them from actually going in, and then the Drake will actually reset.
Oh, they're actually going on to Duckdom here, who is going to cleanse and actually goes straight into the enemy and just dies. So no AD carry for Nongshim, and no team fight either. Peanut is emoting on the bottom side of the fight, doing nothing. Triple kill goes to Chovy, and Hanwha Light to sweep him up in the river as Deft nearly dies, but Chovy is there to save him.
And that was a huge play from Vista. I mean, his positioning was perfect from the get-go. I was talking about how it's really difficult for Nongshim to actually go through that choke while he's there. Like, you can't really collapse in and try to take a hard engage if you're Nongshim, so you're stuck between a Drake and a hard place, right? Because you either, they're even going to try to double this off. And I think they can. I think they're going to get away with it. I mean, we are 27 minutes into the game. It's been a fairly low-action game throughout a lot of it. But, I mean, if you're... No way.
Right? No way, right? Okay, yeah.
That was
5,000 health left. Not
that actually
close.
was leaving me in suspense. We couldn't see the health bar, but anyway, let's go back to this fight, right? So Vista's in a place where Rich can't actually collapse in, and then he threads the needle flash in the play. It's on the Duck Dom, and he has to flash away from Depth's Killer Instinct.
Why
but there's a
flash south.
Well, I mean, I guess we'd have to watch it again for me to answer that question, but I think he. Yeah, I think he definitely flashed the wrong way because he ran right into a Hecarim who blew him up. But like, the engage there was so good from Vista, and you just can't win that fight without Duck Dom anymore. Regardless of the flash decision there, he wasn't going to be able to be high impact in that fight anymore. And that's like lights out right there.
Yeah,
they're able to get a Baron. I mean, like, you said it right before the fight. That was probably going to be a huge Drake that might even decide the game, might decide whether you go to round 2 of playoffs or not. And it feels like it might have decided that because they were able to get Baron.
Peanut here, he's getting dove on now once again, and there's not much that he can do. He does have the stopwatch, but it's not enough time to buy. They're too far behind, and now Duck Dom's going to get caught again. Vista is just owning him in this game. And Rich is desperate, but he's barely even tickling Morgan at this point.
Feels like a lot of people who had, high predictions on this series are feeling really relieved right now. As it looks like Hanwha Life have done it. They're looking to pull this series back, and it was a very, very close one. That is for sure. And it's not over yet until the Nexus falls, but one inhibitor down. They're looking for a second one with the next Baron wave coming through. Chovy is actually just looking them all in the eyes.
Yeah.
He's not afraid of anything.
Standing up to them.
And I mean, Hanwha Life are just looking to close this one out.
And they might just be able to. I mean, they're going to take down the 2 inhibitors, but now you just wait 2.5 minutes, take the Infernal Soul, go for a game-winning push. They're just too far ahead at this point.
Yeah.
It's over 10,000 gold.
I mean, you see exactly where Morgan is going. He's like, well, there's only one lane left. And he's just so ahead. He's 3-1-5 compared to Rich, who's been very unsuccessful this game. And it turns out that Hanwha Life, as we're going to watch this moment one more time, I mean, Peanut is just so fragile in this matchup. Like, he did do very well early on, all things considered, but that story has changed quite significantly. But, you know, the change of putting Arthur in and actually slowing down the game and actually putting Chovy on Orianna and just playing a very standard, I'm better than you, I'm going to play something very traditional, and we're the better team, and we're going to go round to a playoffs. Strategy was a great success here for Hanwha Life. It felt very risky to put Arthur in, but the composition is the most stable one we've seen for them all day.
Peanut just showed himself. I mean, like,
yeah,
things are not looking clean here on the side of Nongshim. Here comes Vista over the wall. He is getting pretty deep on in there, actually. He's just going to die. Hanwha Life, you got to be careful, guys. I mean, you're super far ahead, but you don't want to just be throwing your lives away, as the Shockwave is going to make a nice Shockwave, and that's about it. And these two lanes with the inhibitors, at least, they're going to have to go back and deal with that. So you can see now just getting on top of Peanut here, way too much damage onto him. Does not have enough gold to finish that Zhonya's. He already used his stopwatch. The Unbreakable Will is going to come out here from Kellen, but Hanwha Life, they're just looking to take everything that they possibly can from ahead.
You get one kill like this, and I mean, with Baron buff, giving you the 2 inhibitor lead, you kind of just have freedom all over the map. And they're just trying to spend this clock the best they can. I mean, there's 48 seconds left before they do posture for that final fight. And for Nongshim, that's what they're waiting for too, because they will get to fight this on even footing. Peanut will actually have the opportunity to set up for that sleep, right? He is going to be here. And look at this. Picking Vista, but, you know, for Hanwha Life right now, like, I don't think you're really afraid of this rig fight at all. This is just such a swift execution of Peanut.
Yeah. And Deft is, you know,
he's coming back with a vengeance.
Feels like he got his highlight in this game.
Yeah.
It finally happened. In this series, I should say.
And Peanut actually can't finish Zhonya's. Like, he's spent so much time in the death chamber.
Yeah.
He actually can't get the last part of that, so he's not going to be able to go golden in this upcoming team fight. Which is massive, that he's not going to be able to do that. Oh, Shockwave!
Yeah, just walking over the ball now. And they're desperately trying to stop the Infernal Soul, but they cannot. There's no way, no how. They're just way too far behind. You see even Bay is looking to get in there. They're getting desperate. Rich is taking way too much damage from the Orianna. And even on the top side, Hanwha Life are just playing with their food. Deft is going in against 3 of them. He is going to go down, but also will the rest of Nongshim.
Yep, Peanut is just trying to survive here any way he can. Arthur's teasing him. There's the final kill.
That's going to do it. Hanwha Life, they are going to win this series. They pick up an ace at 33 minutes, and they finally show what we were expecting from a lot of these games here. It took 5 games, but they finally made it happen as Peanut has got his head in his hands. Understandably very disappointed. They got so close, but Hanwha Life was the better team at the end of the day, and they will be moving on to the round 2 of the playoffs.
I think the happiest person in the room has got to be Arthur. You know, someone that we've been calling for and asking for a long time in the LCK. Johan has improved a lot since he first joined the squad, but it took a very long time for this guy to come online, and now Arthur actually gets his chance in Game 5 of a playoffs that no one predicted we'd be in. The Hanwha Life coaching staff probably didn't predict it, weren't even considering it. He comes in, plays the game of his life, and everybody's hugging him right now because he absolutely jungle gapped that game against the Nidalee, or not the Nidalee rather, that we saw from Peanut this time, the Lilia, and he ends up, you know, winning this team the playoff spot. And Hanwha Life, you know, this was a lot tougher than I think it should have been and necessarily needed to be. But you can imagine Peanut's frustration. You know, he's very upset. This is a player who just came back from Worlds on a Chinese team, returned to the LCK, came back to Korea. He's the last Rocks Tiger. He's the last one left. And he is not going to the finals, right? He's not going to the next round of playoffs. Yeah. He's not going to be an LCK champion, not this season.
Not this time around, but if you look at the way the games went, you know, Hanwha Life, they do take the victory, but it was a 3-2. And Nongshim had many games, as we mentioned, throughout the series where a couple of different decisions, one way or the other. Could have been Nongshim that are winning in 4 games or 5 games, right? There were so many close games in this series, and it made for a very entertaining one. It showed the potential of Nongshim. I'm really looking forward to seeing how they ramp up into summer because, you know, with the new format, because they were 6, they were able to get in.
Yeah.
We wouldn't have even been able to see this kind of Nongshim without the new format, so I kind of like that as well.
Yeah, and for sure.
We'll see how they grow, but, you know, Hanwha Life will move on to the next series, and I don't know, if I'm Damwon Kia, I'm like, get me Hanwha Life on the stage right now. I don't care about Chovy. I think Canyon and Showmaker can deal with him totally fine.
Yeah, well, I mean, the thing is, like, I think T1 is definitely in much better form right now based on what we've seen in their last few games, especially that last game that we played, you know. That last game with Hanwha Life that they played against them, like, I don't think it should have been, like, a worrying sign for this series, but if you think back to it, you're like, well, that was kind of weird.
Yeah.
Considering how they played today, but they still advanced, right? The series was very entertaining. And I think if you're a Nongshim fan, yeah, you should be excited. So we're going to take a look at some of our highlights from that final game. But if you're a Nongshim fan, I think there's a lot of ways this team does well in summer. The only one-sided game, actually, was this one, you know?
Yeah.
And that's speaking a lot about how much Nongshim have improved and how well they played under pressure here.
And there was a game for Nongshim where they kind of had the one-sided victory, right? The last game.
Yeah.
Where they were able to get a very large lead and hold on to it and dominate Hanwha Life. So, you know, that's also saying a lot. It's not like every win that Nongshim got was a nail-biter super close, because they also had their one dominant game. Lots of cool stuff that we saw. You know, Kellen had a nice little roam here.
Yeah. I feel like this, you know, this series, Nongshim actually shows kind of a different identity, right? Like, they seem really confident in their drafting. They show us a very unique style, which would be very hard to carry over into, like, a series against Damwon Kia, for example, if they did win and they did get picked, because it's so exposed now. But, I mean, we've seen Bae do very well on these melee champions, and I feel like we learned a little bit more about Bae's depth in this series. You know, I think there's a good chance that he might be replaced for summer, or he might become a sub. I'm not saying he's gonna, like, get kicked out of the roster. I think Fiesta is very good, but this was a really good game for him, a really good series for him, rather, on the melee champions that he played, the Renekton twice. And yeah, I feel like if you're a Nongshim fan, there's a lot to be happy about with this loss. I think most Nongshim fans probably went into this series thinking it was going to be an 0-3 loss, and they were just hoping and praying, and then it feels like it's going to be the hardest for those fans who, like, actually had no expectations and went on the roller coaster of this series.
Oh, we were so close.
But, you know,
Yeah.
I think you got more than you expected, so I think you'll take it.
보스캐스 써보자.
See what they have to say.
바텀 찍었어. 바텀. 이제 뻗었어. 나 툴식 있어. 나 릴리야?
플랜 거플.
야, 살려줘.
Vista has such a deep voice.
그렇죠.
That guy's future announcer for sure.
Oh yeah.
We'll see him on the desk
LCK
in 10
commentator in
years.
5 years, yeah.
Yeah. 2030.
무섭게 하는 게임. 풀핀데 그냥 다이브 박아버리네.
You could tell that everybody on the side of online esports here is like, hurry up and finish it quickly. You could tell everybody is a little bit. I mean, Arthur is obviously understandably very happy, but the rest of the team, I think, is like, hoo-hoo, we almost lost this series, you know? Like, there was no elation. Yeah, there was no elation whatsoever on their faces when that happened. I mean, Arthur had a bit of a smile, but besides that, you could tell this was not a comfortable series for Hanwha Life Esports.
Yeah. At least, you know, in Game 5, they finally were able to shut down Duckdom, so that's something. A lot of the fights were just Duckdom getting destroyed by either Arthur or Vista. So the combo of the two of them were actually really good against the Ezreal. Thought it was going to be most rough for the Lilia, which it wasn't easy for her, but actually Duckdom had a really rough time in this one as well. And
yeah, I mean, that thread the needle Zenith blade we saw was actually kind of unbelievable. Very impressive stuff from the Leona there in the last game.
Yeah.
I do think that this firmly, like you said before, firmly solidifies that we will probably see Damwon Kia select this team. Even if DRX upsets, you're probably like, oh, I don't want to deal with that. You know, that's crazy. I think
wild card.
This basically sets in stone, it feels like, our round 2 bracket. So I don't think anyone is going to be going well. But such a great performance. I'm so scared of Honda Life right now.
Yeah. At the same time, we still need to see the second series, which will, of course, guys, be coming tomorrow. So make sure you guys are setting your schedules and your watches and your alarms for that. We do have the analyst desk ready, though, so I'm going to hand it back to Ji-sun for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. And after a 5-game series, Hana Life makes it to the second round of the LCK Spring Playoffs. Hana Life Esports this time around first picked Hecarim and Nongsin Red Force. They secured this Israel pick, a champion that popped off earlier today. And that Nidalee Ben was coming in clutch for Hana Life Esports that actually opened up both Renekton and Aatrox. And then as a result, well, this guaranteed more kind of a safer spot for Hana Life Esports, because the most dangerous thing that happened earlier in the other games is the Renekton Nidalee combo, the burst damage in the early game. But with that Nidalee getting banned away, actually Nongsim was not able to find that massive damage output in the early game. I definitely think that the Nidalee ban was super critical, but at the same time, that NAR pick was super crucial, because all of the picks that Rich played was a counter pick into NAR, and in every game, NAR got banned away. But in this game, NAR was finally let through, and Hana Life Esports was able to take away game number 5 with the power of that NAR performance. By locking it that NAR, you know, Hana Life Esports could deal with both Renekton top or Renekton Aatrox top, and Hana Life Esports was able to finally find the best iteration of their pick and ban, and Hecarim was really just a rampage on the map. However, it was really hard to expect what to happen in the end, because the game was going back and forth, but this is the point where Arthur, the King Arthur, was able to return. And Chovy was already super fed, so he had the agency to force that fight onto Lilia, and with that just one combo, Lilia was getting chunked down, and then Hecarim actually absorbs that headbutt with the ultimate, and then even Ezreal gets hit by that ult after using the arcane shift. So Ezreal got popped like a balloon from the get-go of this teamfight, which means there's no way that Nongsin Red Force can win this fight. And Arthur survives, and he goes all in to chase down that Lilia. And at the same time, he was able to draw the attention of Rich. So Rich got completely disconnected from his teammates. If Rich actually rotated toward the upper end side of that team fight, maybe Nongsin Red Force could get the chance to turn the fight around, but Arthur was just taking all the highlights and spotlight with that movement. Now let's take a look at the second highlight, where Nongsin Red Force was not able to find an opening, because now let's take a look at the location of Gnar. Gnar turned into the Mega Gnar outside of the opponent's vision, so Nongsin Red Force didn't see this coming. They didn't expect Hana Life Esports to open this team fight, and Nongsim, I think he kind of panic flashed over there. Kai'Sa actually dashed on the right-hand side of the map, so he immediately flashed to the left, which ended up flashing onto the face of Hecarim. So another teamfight where Ezreal gets popped from the beginning of the teamfight, a champion that has 2 abilities to survive and dash away. And quadra kill picked up by Chovy at the end of this teamfight. Vista was taking all the chance to open teamfight in the series, and he's a very proactive player, and he was able to finally pick up a very critical teamfight. It's really impressive to see this rookie player making a huge process throughout the split, and Arthur will pick up the POG on Hecarim. That's last game in a very close game. taking up 33.1% of the total damage and 100% kill participation was on point. Arthur is a player who got subbed in game number 5, a very decisive game, but he was smiling. He was smiling when he was sitting on that chair. And he was truly the relief pitcher for Hana Life Esports. This rookie player subbed in for the most decisive game of the series, and still he was able to stay calm and collected. And this is the reason why Hecarim always outplay Lilia in the jungle. This matchup is always in favor of Hecarim. And 9 for 9, definitely a well-deserved POG secured by Arthur. He was able to win this game with a very strong mentality, so let's invite Chovy and Arthur for the POG interview. Congratulations on your win. It was a long one. Thank you. You guys must be super exhausted, but first off, congratulations. This is the first ever playoffs round 2 for Hana Life Esports. Chovy, how are you feeling? And I don't really think this is a special thing for me, so yeah. What about you, Arthur? It's been a while, and you were able to sub in for Game 5 and bring your team into a victory.
이겼던 것 같습니다.
Yeah, I think I won. I mean, so it's been a while, yeah. I'm a little bit nervous. But you didn't seem nervous at all in game. So today, it was a very close series. No one expected this kind of a storyline to happen, and everyone, almost every expert, expected that Hana Life Esports to come out on top. But we had a very close one tonight. So how are you feeling about this best of 5? Well, I played 5 games, so yeah, I'm so exhausted. And Arthur, I mean, I want to ask you about this. You were playing under a huge pressure, you know, subbing in for game number 5. A very decisive match point for both teams. How are you feeling when you got subbed in? At first, when I was sitting down on my chair, I got super nervous, but as the game got started, I was trying to think that this is a scrim, and it made me feel a lot more comfortable. So Chovy, as you mentioned, this is the first ever playoffs for Hana Life Esports. Was there any special advice coming out from your head coach, Kesman? Kesman, to me? Nothing. Well, Chovy, I mean, you've been to playoffs for many times, but as a team, Hana Life Esports, maybe the teammates might have been playing under a bit of a pressure, playing their first playoffs. Yeah, well, I mean, I didn't feel any pressure. I mean, not too much. I just wanted to, you know, do my best and show what I've got. And Arthur, in game number 5, what did you feel when the coaching staff told you you're gonna be subbing in? Was there any special advice coming from the coaching staff? They told me to just like play as you do in the scrims, and you were just gonna win. So I didn't feel too much pressure. I guess that was the key to winning this game number 5. So today, we had a lot of counter picks for the top laner. I think that was the main theme and strategy that Hana Life Esports prepared today. So now that the series is finished, what was the focal point of the match? So Arthur, could you break it down for us? Well,
탑을 잘 모릅니다.
I don't know much about top lane. I only know about jungle, you know. But you've been ganking top all day long, and that was super effective.
키를 내는 게 너무 멋있었거든요.
감사합니다.
Thank you. I mean, today, yeah, we had a series today, and Arthur, it's been a while. So we want to ask you about the practice and the preparation. Because a lot of fans are actually surprised that you actually hit Challenger in Korean series and you actually joined the streams that the fans made about to spectate the solo queue games of Hana Life Esports players. You actually joined the chat with the fans.
솔랭 연습 과정이나 그런 것들은
About my solo queue and screams, I think solo queue was definitely tough for me, but I tried my best to, you know, keep my mentality strong. You guys are advancing to the second round of the playoffs, and it's gonna be either Damwon, Kia, or Genji. Who do you want to face if you have one? Damwon, Kia.
하고 싶습니다.
I want to play up against Damwon, Kia. Why is that?
제일 잘한
Because they are
제일 잘하는
the
것
best
같아서
team.
담원 이기면
So if we get to take them down,
결승은
it means
그냥 질침을 할수
we're
있겠다.
heading to the finals, you know? Trying to be the king slayer of the LCK. So the last question, what's your mindset and determination heading to the second round of the playoffs?
2라운드 때는 더
In that second round, we will come back stronger.
더 좋은 경기력 보여줄 수
And we will
있도록
clean up
많이
the
노력하겠습니다.
issues in order to pull off a better performance.
앞으로도 잘 긴장하지 않고
I will,
열심히
you know,
하겠습니다.
try not to get nervous and do my best to perform at the best level. And this will be the end of the interview from Chobi Arthur, and I'm gonna pass it back to our casters. Thank you.
감사합니다.
Thank you, Ji-sun, once again for the awesome translation there of the analyst desk and the interview with Chovy and Arthur. Very much well-deserved, as we do have the play of the day ready, I believe.
Play of the day. What's it going to be?
Let us
Is it
take
the
a
Zenith
look.
Blade?
Zenith Blade.
It's
Chovy.
Chovy.
You could, that's kind of the name of the series, too, actually.
He just sticks on the duck dom. It's actually crazy. And of course, Morgan has to steal a kill.
Yeah.
It's a pretty incredible play. He's actually able to stick on. In this case, watch it again, watch it again.
You know, he's just waiting.
He's like, oh, actually, I don't care about Shockwave. We're just getting lazy with the names now.
Yeah, it's the meme.
I feel bad actually, because we have a really good translating team.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't actually know if it was actually the person who translated English this way because the Korean was too complicated, or if it was actually it was probably just Cho.
It was probably, that's what it was. Yeah, it's the meme on the Korean side.
In which case, you know, the Korean side of things was actually the lazy ones.
Yeah.
But yeah.
We have the bracket ready. We can take a look at that now that Hana Life have taken the win in this series. They will move on to round 2, but again, guys, it is not decided who they're playing against. First, T1 will face DRX, and we will see who wins, and then Damwon Kia selects one of the teams from round 2 to fight in their match.
And yeah, and it feels very likely, based on the result today, that Damwon Kia will pick Hanwha. It was very likely before, but I think today really probably solidifies it in everybody's minds, and probably in Koma's mind as well. We'll see how T1 performs, because we could have a similar story tomorrow. If T1 have a shaky series or look a little bit odd, then, you know, you might have an argument for that. But that's not what we're predicting at the moment. We'll have to wait until tomorrow to find out what really happens.
It's all about the form on the day of the best of 5. This one was a bit unexpected. It went the distance, and it was really fun. It was very back and forth. I think Nongshim showed a lot, and Hanwha Life did as well. But that's going to do it for the cast today, guys. Make sure you're tuning in tomorrow for T1 versus DRX, and we'll see you then. Have a good night.